What you pay to rent a private apartment in St. Paul, like most places, is based on supply and demand. What you pay to rent a private apartment in St. Paul, like most places, is based on supply and demand, with the building owners setting the prices. A new coalition of community groups working under the banner of Housing Equity Now St. Paul wants to put the brakes on rent spikes there.
When I rented, I never knew what my rent increase was going to be. If there was going to be one, if it would be small and reasonable, or if it would be an amount that would force me out of my home.
They formally launched a petition drive today for a proposed ballot question that would cap rent increases at 3% each year in the capital city.
And we're not trying to prevent rent increases from happening. What we're trying to do is prevent exploitation of low-income renters from egregious and high rent increases.
So the fact that there was really nothing in place to make sure that, renters had protection was kind of sad for me, and I was like, I want to do something to give back to the community.
A couple of years ago, in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul in the great state of Minnesota, there was a ballot initiative that appeared in both cities that would essentially authorize the city council, if they chose to do so, to implement a rent control and rent stabilization scheme. And the reason for this are the reasons that are often cited for pushing these types of schemes: rent too high, landlord bad, corporations are evil, we need to help the poor. And of course, this ballot initiative actually passed in both of the Twin Cities.
And while question 2 was a no, both voters in both Minneapolis and in St. Paul said yes to rent control last night. And that could have some significant implications, especially first in St. Paul. Kent has been running to track down answers to a lot of your questions about what this will mean immediately for you as a renter or a renter.
However, that is where the similarities end, because even though it was passed, giving the authorization to the city councils in order to implement if they chose to do so, it was St. Paul that actually implemented the strictest rent control regime we have seen in this country in a very long time. They put a blanket, no exceptions, no adjustment for inflation, 3% cap on rent increases in order to help the poor, in order to stabilize that rent, and of course, disaster followed. But we can compare and contrast the Twin Cities, because we love twin studies whenever we're doing an experiment, and look over at Minnesota that actually went in a different direction. They actually cleaned up their zoning code, allowed more people to build, and it turns out that housing, as I've been saying time and time again, is not an evil landlord or evil developer issue, it is a supply and demand issue. And guess what? While rents have stabilized in Minnesota, disaster has been visited upon St. Paul, and that's exactly what I want to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who helps stabilize my life by paying rent to me over at actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
In St. Paul, more than 50,000 households rent.
I've checked out a lot of apartments.
Nicholas Kirkvold just moved here and supports the new 3% yearly cap on rent increases.
Staying here long term, I would definitely prefer if there was a cap overall.
St. Paul's policy is the first in the Midwest and among the most restrictive in the country.
No more than 3%.
Margaret Kaplan with the Housing Justice Center pushed for the ballot question, saying income can't keep pace with rents.
From looking at the patterns of rent increases in the past, that this is disproportionately harmed low-income renters and renters of color.
So that right there is one of the activists that ended up getting this question on the ballot in the first place, and of course ended up supporting the ridiculously restrictive St. Paul rent control regime. Now, I will point out that she advocates for these policies based on the things that we all hear constantly related to rent, which is, oh my god, rent's so expensive, housing unaffordable, and honestly, this rent control and rent stabilization regime, this is going to help the poor and the minorities the absolute most. So basically, it's an issue of housing justice, which is quite literally what she says she's an advocate of, for us to have these programs. And not having it would be housing injustice, and injustice sounds like a bad word, so I want you guys to side with me, and of course the city council stupidly did so.
The majority of St. Paul council members said they did not vote for this ballot initiative, and so now they're in the position, this uncomfortable position of having to enact a policy they didn't support.
Max Nesterak is deputy editor of the Minnesota Reformer, who's reported extensively on the rent control ballot measures in St. Paul and Minneapolis. He says St. Paul officials are now trying to navigate what is easily the most stringent measure in the country. Rent hikes capped at 3% per year, far lower than other major cities with rent control. And though landlords can seek exceptions, inflation isn't one of them.
They can only seek exemptions for things like tax hikes or making renovations that bring the apartment up to code. Not stainless steel appliances, not new bathrooms, just bringing the units up to code.
So to give you the broad strokes of this program, which honestly is actually pretty easy because it's a very simple and very stupid program, essentially what the city council did was cap all apartments' rent at 3% increases per year. The only way that you're actually able to raise rent above that 3% is if you get a new tenant, but even after that, it will be capped at 3% a year going forward. And in addition to that, this also applies to all new constructions, which of course immediately caused a bunch of different projects in St. Paul to crumble. It caused a disaster, and right away, the city council, noticing the construction plummeting, decided that they needed to put in additional incentives to try to get builders back to build, because guess what? Projects that were ready to go, about to break ground, were abandoned on the spot.
That includes Ryan Companies, which told KARE 11 it pulled applications for 3 buildings at Highland Bridge on the old Ford site because rent control, quote, threatens the funding sources for market rate projects.
I do worry about other developers in St. Paul.
Stephanie Sokup manages new construction at Real Estate Equities, which owns 5 apartments in St. Paul. Landlords can apply for exceptions, but unlike most other rent control measures, this one does not exempt new construction.
Is this the best solution to help the people that need affordable housing in 5 years?
So look, a lot of people vote for things because they sound good, and the idea of your landlord not being able to raise the rent sounds great if you are in fact a tenant, but in reality, it's actually disastrous. It doesn't really help the poor. The only people who are actually served by this are those who get a hold of rent-controlled apartments, and the people that are harmed by this are anybody that are in market rate apartments, which of course this law was so broad that that actually means no one, and new people looking to move to the city, because the fact is the cost of running a building and maintaining it do not go away or get capped at 3% just because you put a 3% cap. In fact, over time, maintenance costs tend to increase in these buildings, and this is one of the reasons why we have this phenomenon known as slumlords, and they're very common in places like New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and all these different various places that implement these regimes. Now, of course, you can have slumlords in areas where they don't have rent control or rent stabilization. Obviously, Texas bans that outright at the statewide level. But the thing is, while you can highlight individual cases in any state in this country, you cannot ignore the fact that rent control actually incentivizes this behavior, because maintaining the property at lower and lower returns, especially when you're not adjusting for inflation, ends up costing you way more money. However, making the property disgusting and horrible increases the chances of you moving a tenant out, and then you can get an adjustment when a new tenant moves in. So yes, slumlords can exist anywhere, but in reality, in a place where you have rent control and rent stabilization, that behavior is incentivized for the landlord. In addition to that, you also run into the problem where people never leave their apartments, because the apartment that you're in is locked in. There's no reason for you to leave if you don't want to pay higher prices, so you end up staying far beyond the normal time that you would stay, and also people end up working out all these different various arrangements where they hand these stabilized and controlled apartments to their friends or family members as a way to avoid it going back out on the market. Now, normally people move into a city, sometimes they move out to a city, and new people looking to come in end up moving into those apartments when other people move out. But what you actually did is created more scarcity in the market, because you have people staying artificially way longer than they would because they're incentivized in order to do so. In addition to that, it never changes the reason why rents are so high in a place like St. Paul, which is of course that you don't build enough in order to compensate for the new demand. Again, compare and contrast St. Paul's actual attempt to solve this problem with the city of Austin. Without the ability to do rent control because it's banned statewide, and without the ability to zone more in order to increase property values for constituents looking to take advantage of the government in order to do so, the Austin City Council could only go one way, which of course was allowing for more building. They did exactly that, and by the numbers, Austin's rents have fallen for their peak, which is not true in a bunch of these other major municipalities. In fact, this is true in a bunch of cities in Texas because they have lack zoning at the statewide level, and of course don't allow rent control or rent stabilization on any level. And guess what? That incentivizes people to build in order to meet the demand, and this is why in more market-oriented states, you see building permits rise as prices rise, because the market is responding, and that also causes prices to fall from crazy peaks like we see in places like Nashville, Tennessee, Florida, and so on and so on. So we know the right way out of this. We know that these policies work, and by the way, these policies of cleaning up the zoning code were actually implemented in Minneapolis, and without implementing this crazy 3% cap, rent increases year over year have normalized to the point where they're at around 1%. And considering that's 1% without the inflation adjustment, they've actually fallen in real terms.
Is that thing
Again,
stuck?
without the implementation of St. Paul's 3% cap. Now,
It's
I'd like
too
to tell
big,
you
you
that
couldn't
St.
get through the
Paul
fucking-
realized that this was a problem, and
LOL.
they decided to scrap their rent control regime and copy what they did over in Minneapolis. But the fact is, the exact opposite is true. There was a dramatic push in the city of Minneapolis to implement the rent control program as implemented in St. Paul, really make those twin cities, and this was despite the fact that the data was overwhelmingly against that. In fact, this led to John Stossel interviewing one of these councilwomen that were in favor of doing so, and what we ended up finding out throughout the course of that interview is that despite the fact that St. Paul is a similarly sized twin city right next to Minneapolis, this woman had no clue about the construction problems over there as compared to Minnesota when they cleaned up their zoning code.
Builders still build in Minneapolis. Building permits were up 65% last winter. But in St. Paul, they're down 60% because of rent control. You're not going to get more apartments by pushing this.
This pause is one of those rare interview moments where silence reveals so much.
First of all, bravo to John Stossel for just holding on that, and if you guys are curious about what her answer was in response to that, it was something, housing is a human right, something. Full Stossel clip will be linked in the description of this video.
I mean,
Don't elected officials
Charge
research
arrow.
issues before imposing government force on others?
I'm going to maintain that guaranteeing housing for people and making sure that they can stay in their homes matters more than anything else does.
Now, of course, even with overwhelming data that St. Paul's rent control policy was a failure and Minneapolis's build first attitude was working, they decided in the city council to vote overwhelmingly in support of the 3% rent cap, and Mayor Jacob Frey had to veto it. Now, of course, you guys know that there is another candidate that is likely to win the mayorship of Minneapolis. This guy is a self-defined socialist, so very likely this issue is going to come up again, and obviously the data says they shouldn't do this, but we will see. Now, hopefully the Minneapolis City Council actually heeds the data and doesn't copy these bad policies from St. Paul, especially considering that their rent increase year over year is lower than the rent stabilized goal because they allowed builders to build, which is what I've been saying all along. But St. Paul has also tried a bunch of different various things in order to stimulate building while still trying to cling on to their rent control / stabilization program. So one of the first things that they tried to do was create an exemption for new buildings. New buildings, you don't gotta worry about rent control / rent stabilization. It's gonna be totally fine. And of course, this means that those buildings, because you haven't changed supply and demand all that much, are going to go up in price dramatically. This is what happens in New York City. We got 44% of the apartments under the rent stabilization program. They're kept artificially low. Average price around $1,500 a month. There's restrictions on building in other parts of the city. So that's why you see insanely high average rent prices for New York City, like $2,500 a month. And we're not even talking about Manhattan, where the average price gets close to $4,000 to $5,000. So yeah, you end up bidding up the cost of the non-rent rent stabilized units.
Responding to concerns, Mayor Carter's administration called on the city council Monday to exempt new housing construction from the cap. His office says if they pass an amendment, he'll sign it immediately.
But of course, this didn't change the math. They were still in a construction death zone because even though they exempted new buildings, they only made it a 20-year exception. And by the way, they actually backdated the policy to 20 years ago. So buildings built after 2005 in another rollback would also be able to raise the rents at market rates. However, the new buildings didn't come. The reason why should be obvious. Typically, when you take out these big loans in order to do these projects, it's akin to a mortgage. A lot of times they're over the term of 30 years. So it doesn't make all this sense for you to build something for 20 years of being able to be profitable only to be capped while you're still paying off your mortgage for the next decade. So obviously this didn't work. And again, St. Paul, facing disaster of their own making, has to go back to the drawing board and try to adjust this again because they don't want to vote it out completely because that would be admitting they're wrong. So the latest iteration is, of course, they just exempted everything after 2005. After 2005, not subject to the ordinance. Everything pre-2005 will be subject to the ordinance. But the fact is, this will also fail for the same reasons that I outlined earlier.
With this new amendment, it permanently removes rent caps for any property built in 2005 and later. The original rent control ordinance that went into effect 3 years ago put a 3% cap on yearly rent raises, only exempting buildings built in the last 20 years. But now any building built in 2004 and earlier will always have that 3% cap. Meanwhile, property owners whose buildings were built in 2005 or newer won't ever see that cap. There was a lot of back and forth between council members.
So if you guys will recall, recently I talked about a segment of Pod Save America where they were talking to an LA City Councilwoman, and I addressed the fact that about 60 to 70% of the apartments in the city of Los Angeles are covered by their current rent stabilization ordinance. Well, what I didn't mention throughout the course of that video, and it might surprise you, is the fact that that ordinance specifically was intended to deal with buildings that were built pre-1978. So most of the apartments in the city of Los Angeles were built at that moment in time pre-1978. And the problem that we've seen in the 50 years following that is that they built too few apartments after that because they fundamentally have a supply and demand issue. And to give you an idea of how insane this actually is, the population of the state of California was 17 million people lower than it is at this moment in time. It is nearly 39 million people. So we're talking about a near doubling of the population, and yet only 30% of the apartments were built in their largest city. But it gets worse than that. Los Angeles, the city proper, has gained over 1 million extra inhabitants since 1978, but Los Angeles County itself has actually grown by 3 million additional people over that same period of time. So we have 50 years of this policy in a major metropolitan area, and by the way, there's a similar policy in the city of San Francisco, and what is the result? Some of the highest housing costs in the entire country. Again, not just in the city of Los Angeles, but for the whole state of California that has all these different regulations and barriers and things to stop you from building. So yeah, it's a disaster, and these little temporary fixes are not going to solve it. St. Paul, in their infinite stupidity, wanted to do something innovative and creative and something not seen across the country, but essentially they copied one of the worst policies from the worst housing state and one of their worst housing cities in the entire country. While by contrast, construction is booming just down the road in Minneapolis.
The 2004 date aligns with our current 20-year exemption. Buildings protected now will be protected tomorrow. A vast majority of the tenants in the city of St. Paul will retain rent stabilization decades into the future. Investors will no longer have a reason to balk at projects in our city.
To me, my biggest concern is with the permanent exemption in place, basically what we are going to be seeing more of is working class folks, frontline workers living in buildings that are old, while new shiny construction buildings are here perpetuating gentrification in our communities and having rents that are extremely unaffordable.
Look, I understand that in New York, Los Angeles, and of course in San Francisco, the entrenched interests who benefit from the rent control and stabilization regime are quite powerful in those locations, so it's really hard after decades and decades and decades of concentrated benefits at the expense of everyone else to stop these people from voting in the wrong direction. But St. Paul did this a couple of years ago and construction immediately died. Minneapolis did their policies, which are in the correct direction. Construction boomed and prices stabilized, and again, in real terms, likely went down, and yet we're seeing them still try to preserve this bad system as if it's been there for decades and decades and decades. This is not a hard problem to solve. We have alternative examples with some population surges, prices go up temporarily and then start falling from the peak because you let them build. That is the model going forward. Housing is a supply and demand issue first and foremost. And again, as we talked about on this channel, well, of course, illegal immigrants definitely bid up demand to a certain extent. The fact is that does not account for the differences in prices from a Texas, which has a ton of illegal aliens, and a California, which also has a ton of illegal aliens. Again, while reducing demand by deporting illegal aliens can have marginal effects, the fact is what you need is more supply if you want prices to go down. It's the only way to do this. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social medias, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the madness in the Twin Cities. Till next time.
Rude.
This is Jessica Burbank. You might know her from previous videos on this channel where we talked about A, the fact that she is quite attractive, and B, the fact that everything she says is stupid, ridiculous, and downright insane. Well, this is Amber Duke, and she is having absolutely none of that. The most sensible member of the Hill Rising, of the Hill, whatever they call this show, team has decided to step up to the plate and bat down one of the most insane takes about carjacking that I've ever heard in my entire life, and I'm all here for it. But before we get into that, I want to say thank you to everybody who signed up over at actualjumpsupporter.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
And thank you to the podcast listeners, Spotify, Apple, and Google's podcasting platform.
New year, more crime? DC police have reported 43 vehicle thefts in the first 3 days of the new year, per WUSA 9 News.
So the setup for this segment is as follows. In Washington, D.C., in the first 3 days, that's a trace for you guys who speak Spanish out there in the audience, of the new year, we saw over 40 carjackings in the District of Columbia, our nation's capital, and this has led people to believe that they are in for it another year of rising crime.
Oh my God, what's going on?
Carjackings, which appear to be a growing problem, not a shrinking problem. Now, there is some positive indications in the data as of 2023. I've discussed at length where there are some issues with that data, but overall, one of the things that I tend to look for before the victimization surveys come out is the homicide data, and nationwide we did see a drop in homicide, and that is a good thing. Now, it's not lower than 2019. That dramatic increase in 2020 has not been unmade yet, but we gotta acknowledge progress where it actually is, and now we gotta talk about where we're not progressing, where things are getting
For a
worse,
second there,
and that is
I thought they finally cloned Sarvi, but then I zoomed in. Nope. She's still ain't wearing shit.
DC in terms of carjacking. Or do we? Because Jessica Burbank thinks that we don't, and thinks that she has a logical explanation for these carjackings, and it's so funny. I can't wait to play that portion of the clip.
Squires, who had previously voted for Allen, formed a recall committee last month because she believes Allen's reform bill was, quote, going in the wrong direction. According to the data from the Metropolitan Police Department, carjackings in DC nearly doubled last year. Reporter John Fahey wrote on X, which DC council member worked to lessen penalties for carjackers. That's right, Charles Allen. He needs to be recalled
The hell?
ASAP.
So right there in the opening, they have Jessica Burbank read off the stats in terms of
Oh, it's one of those
carjackings.
things,
And
okay.
to be clear, carjackings are different from Grand Theft Auto, and Grand Theft Auto has been up ever since we learned about the glitch in Kias and Hyundais, and you had a bunch of teenagers deciding that they were going to go on joyrides. We've done a bunch of things about the Kia boys and all the dangers that we actually see with them, but carjackings in particular, Dumpling, are a huge problem because carjackings are an inherently more violent crime as they involve stealing an occupied vehicle, often at gunpoint.
So DC really wasn't the only city that experienced an increase in carjackings.
Yo,
This
what's
was the
up?
only actual metric that's tracked by FBI data nationally.
No.
It covers about 78% of the U.S. population, where they saw a 10% increase in motor vehicle theft.
That's close.
But actually a decrease in violent crime by 8%, murder by 15.6%, rape by 14.8%, robberies down by 9.4%, aggravated assault down by 97%.
So one of the things you'll notice about people who don't want to talk about the increase in crime that we've seen since the Black Lives Matter riots
Oh, no,
is that they
crossbow.
will often pivot to a different data point whenever you present a topic to them in order to deflect off the main issue. And this is a perfect example of that. You have Jessica Burbank allegedly reading the national numbers. I will explain why she isn't to you guys a little bit later in this segment in order to obfuscate the fact that the topic is a doubling in carjackings in the District of Columbia. So she says, oh, murder's down 15%. That's not true nationally. That's true in big cities. That's the disparity that she's not really acknowledging. Murder is actually down about 12% nationwide. It is a difference, but notice how she always goes for the higher number, and she rattles off a bunch of other
I will
stats to
tell
say,
you
oh, this is the only thing that is up in particular, even though motor vehicle theft is not the same as carjacking. Motor vehicle theft, like I said, includes the Kia glitch and all that. That's up 10%. But again, in DC, carjacking specifically have doubled, and that is the topic at hand.
Property crime down by 6.3%, burglary down by 11.7%, larceny theft also 8.5%. So every other metric, we saw crime go down by sometimes in figures as high as 15%. So that's really good to see. So I think about like what contributes if property crime is also down and burglary is also down.
Now that being said, letting her rattle off the statistics is amazing. It is eloquent and beautiful because this is going to cause Jessica Burbank's alleged brain to do some alleged thinking on why specifically carjackings are going to be up. That's going to make her calculate, run numbers and scenarios in her head, and what this non-supercomputer called
I don't want to
Jessica
buy
Burbank
anything.
spits out is gold. Not for theories related to criminal justice, but for you and for me and the entire human race.
So I think about like what contributes if property crime is also down and burglary is also down. Why are we seeing an increase in carjackings? I mean, we saw an increase in the price of used cars and trucks go up by 40%. That's a very high number.
Why
I
is
think
it
people are
giving me
really
white
struggling
ones?
to afford cars, and it's really sad because you see the main contributing factor.
So first of all, I just want to say, before Jessica Burbank even gets through her theory on why carjackings in DC are up, you can actually hear Amber Duke laughing in the background, and that is already deserved laughter. Now, needless to say, used car prices did in fact go up. They did in fact go up largely due to the pandemic because rental fleets were not sold off, they were not reordered, so production was down. And
You're gonna
that
try to sell me
caused a
something,
huge
you're gonna ask me
stress on the
something,
used
right?
car market. But the thing is, used car
But,
prices have been falling since the end of 2021.
I gotta
to
warn you, your
2022.
text looks
That
like a
blip,
script.
That rise in prices is well beyond
No,
us.
yeah,
and if
no.
we look at the chart, we can already debunk based on what Jessica
You asked me
Burbank
something?
was told to present to us in the beginning of the segment.
To do
her
something?
theory
I'm gonna
that
ban
used
it.
car prices correlate with carjacking. Needless to say, people who steal cars are not doing so because they can't afford cars. Because when you steal a car, you don't drive it around for years and years and years. You can sell it, but the maximum price that you could sell any car for that is in fact stolen is about $2,000. Usually they do it for parts, usually they do it for other things, but they're not stealing it to be their day-to-day vehicle. And it cannot be possible that a grown human adult, somebody who went to Brown University like Jessica Burbank, is actually going to make the argument that people are carjacking other people in order to have a car for day-to-day normal use and normal errands. And I'm smiling because she's actually going to make this case, and it's insane.
Yeah,
the
same
main
diff though,
contributing
right?
factor
You're still selling
of
at my door,
to be
and I don't
markups
buy
done
on.
by
I don't buy
dealers
stuff at the
35 and
door.
65%,
You know what I mean?
And you see
Like,
them break.
would you go house to sell shit? Because that is essentially what you're doing. So technically, yes, you would, right? I don't buy at the door.
Taking in renters' profit. So if the price goes up, their profits go up as well. They're not just accounting for, you know, an incurrence of production costs. They're just raising the price as a part of their regular dealership markup.
So the next thing that you need to know about Jessica Burbank is that she's a communist, meaning that she's economically illiterate, as presented to you right there. So she's like, oh, all of the markup is the evil capitalist marking up the price, which has nothing to do with the production crunch, nothing to do with supply and demand. What even is that? It's just evil capitalism and their evil capitalism. And by the way, higher prices means higher profits.
You might not
By
be
the way,
a bot,
that
but you're doing the
happens
exact same
to be
thing.
not
So I don't see how that's
Raise
better.
the price of something, sometimes your sales will go down, Jessica, and thus your overall profits are not going to go up. This is the most obvious thing ever. Have you ever heard of a store called Walmart? Their entire business model, just like Amazon, is to sell you a lot of volume at low prices in order to make profit by the large number of sales that they're getting. So no, higher prices do not necessarily mean higher profits.
I really
When
want
used
to try
car
hardcore
prices
again.
go up, the price that these car
Losing
dealerships
it
have
sucks
to
though,
pay
right?
for those cars in order to get them to sell them to you also goes up. When I was dealing with the used car crisis, I happened to be in an ideal situation. A relative of mine, and I even made a video about this, had a lease that
You're
was
trying to sell me
expiring.
something,
The payoff
whether
amount
you're a bot or
for
not
once
has
in
very
the
little
entire history
impact
of the world
on the
was
fact that you're
actually
trying to
worth
sell me something.
significantly less than the car's resale value. So I had my relative, as explained in that video, buy out the car at that leased amount and then do a trade-in for a credit, which was $10,000 more, in order to get a new luxury car, because that particular relative was never able to afford a luxury car, but through this crazy machination in the market, she was able to do so. This is because the dealers were also paying higher prices in order to buy the cars, because
This guy is
the high
eating my
prices
mind.
are
It's
not
driving me
just
nuts.
on one end for the consumer,
Bitch.
and it wasn't marked up by the dealer based on the fact that we were the ones selling the car to the dealer.
And people are really struggling. They need cars to go get groceries, go to work, what have you.
And finally, we have the absolute chef
Madam
kiss
Albright
kind of quote right there from our girl Jessica Burbank. Honestly, a favorite of this channel, The Actual Justice Warrior, where she says that people need cars to steal groceries, and this is why she thinks people are stealing cars. That is right. Jessica Burbank thinks that the Kia boys are stealing Kias, and in this particular case, we're talking about carjacking, so we're talking about people who are probably pointing guns at people in order to force them out of their car, in order to go grocery shopping, in order to get themselves some tomatoes, in order to get themselves some basil, in order to get themselves some whole food, because that is how this person thinks about life. Has there ever been anybody more disconnected from a criminal? Look, I've made fun of Emma Vigeland for being incredibly sheltered, growing up as the child of 2 U.S. attorneys, not having any idea on why people commit crimes, but this is another level. This is an absurdity on top of an absurdity. People are not carjacking people in order to buy groceries. That is not a thing that's happening. Just think about it logically. If you're anybody else but Jessica Burbank, you might have to think about this illogically because your brain doesn't work very well. But would you point a gun at somebody, force them out of their vehicle, be ready to potentially kill that person because you needed something to take you to the grocery store? Really, just think about that hypothesis for a second.
I think this is a huge misunderstanding of why people are taking cars. And I'll start with the fact, with your point on violent crime. Across the country, yes, violent crime decreased between 2020 and 2023 for a variety of reasons, not least of which being the end of the pandemic. But in major metropolitan cities, violent crime is still up. In fact, in D.C., violent crime is up 39%. Carjackings have doubled, among other metrics.
Now, I love the fact that Amber Duke right here sets her straight on violent crime. The topic is
It's like
D.C.
the one
so
corner
guess
I
what?
didn't get is
She
where I
talks
need to
about
be.
D.C. and violent crime in the District of Columbia.
It's like Diablo
up
2 all over again.
39%. By the way, we've covered this on the channel before. we looked at the pace that they were on for certain crimes earlier in the year of 2023, and I talked about how it was a terrible pace. Other people have taken note of this. That's the reason why Jessica Burbank pivoted to the national numbers, so that she could avoid the topic of crime in the District of Columbia.
But on the issue of carjackings, the cars are not being stolen because people need cars to go get groceries.
Now look, those of you who follow me on Twitter know that I actually tweeted out this section of the video where Amber Duke says to another adult, allegedly sentient human being, that people are not stealing cars to get groceries. And I just wanted you to imagine what it must be like to say that.
See, this is why I hesitate to play hardcore.
Paid for their political commentary. Jessica Burbank gets paid for her political opinions, and another adult, an actual adult, had to look her in the face. I know it's on camera. Relax. I know they're doing remote. Don't worry about it.
Don't move
and
it. Won't
tell her
attack, right?
to her face that people don't steal cars. They don't commit carjackings in order to shop for groceries. This is the equivalent of telling a 30-year-old that Santa isn't real. Of course, not acknowledging the fact that Santa is real.
Apparently, that's true.
Where did my presents come from that were under my Christmas tree? Checkmate.
Didn't know
Miss
these guys
Santa
were T-Rex.
deniers. You don't got any evidence to refute that, but point being, this would be the equivalent of saying some other actually mythical figure wasn't real to an adult.
The cars are stolen, taken to chop shops, where they are then torn apart and sold for profit, or they are taken to use in the commission of other crimes and then dumped elsewhere. So the vast majority of cars that are stolen in the nation's capital are often found later on abandoned, sometimes destroyed.
So right here you can see Amber's laying down the law right here. She's telling Jessica exactly how it is, and Jessica is being distracted. She's probably thinking, well, they found the car later on, but did they happen to have a tote bag from Whole Foods in it? Because if they had a tote bag from Whole Foods in it, checkmate Amber, they were shopping for groceries, and they abandoned the car because they needed to carjack a different car in order to bring their groceries home in order to stock them in their apartments, just like I do. And sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, I live with the poors. I live amongst the refuse. Don't think that I'm out of touch. Sometimes I go to Trader Joe's or an unnamed organic farmer's market, but I'm telling you, these people they just need to get to Whole Foods, and cars are so expensive.
Not to mention the fact that a lot of the individuals responsible for these carjackings are one, repeat offenders. Actually, 80 to 90% of carjackings
Better be something good.
are committed by the same group of 10 to 20 people, but also many of them
Yes,
are actually
sir.
too young to even really drive, as was the case in the infamous story about an Uber driver
the hell?
who was carjacked by a group of teens. Those teens were too young to drive. They were between the ages of 13 and 15 years old. They ended up crashing the car and killing the Uber driver. So this is not a case of people stealing cars because they can't afford them and they need them to live their daily
How do I
lives.
turn that off?
They're taking these cars because,
Shut up.
one, they can make money off of them.
I just wanna read it.
Or two, they're using them in the commission of other crimes.
So yeah, Amber is sound, sensible, reasonable right here. She also talked about the fact that a bunch of these kids are kids. They're not even eligible to drive and likely not interested in shopping for groceries. Now, what Jessica is Googling right now on her computer is whether or not at any point in time the children that murdered that Uber driver in that horrific video said that they were hungry, because that will support her narrative that these are just innocent Aladdins stealing the car in order to buy bread for their family rather than just stealing bread for their family directly. Yeah, I'm sure this is all going over well in little Jessica's head.
Fundamentally, your perspective on what's happening in DC and the carjackings is false.
So Amber right here just says your perspective, your opinion is false, and I love it. I always criticize Robbie Suave when he's going up against Brie on his particular show for not calling her out for, you know, being ridiculous and absurd more forcefully. Right here, Amber is delivering exactly what I asked for when I needed it most, and honestly, I genuinely, legitimately appreciate it. And by the way, I tweeted out this particular clip where she was making fun of her for saying that they're shopping for groceries, that's why they're stealing cars, and she retweeted it, and then she posted it on her own account because she knows that's a killer clip, and she knows that Jessica Burbank is an absurd person.
And he was also responsible for this idiotic bill in D.C. that ended up passing. It's called the Second Look Act. That passed in 2020, I believe. That would allow anyone under the age of 25, because he says your brain's not fully developed by 25, so basically if you commit a crime before then, it's no big deal. People under the age of 25 who are in jail for the worst offenses, including murders and rapes, can get out in 15 years so long as they abide by some certain guidelines. The judge is not even allowed to consider consider whether they show remorse. They're not allowed to consider the nature of the offense. If that person serves 15 years in prison, so if you're a 20-year-old man who rapes and murders a woman, you can get out by the time you're in your mid-30s, thanks to this DC bill.
Yeah, honestly, right there, right off the bat, huge fan of Amber.
Another one?
Like, subscribe, share all her stuff, follow her on social media, because she just killed it right there.
Whoa.
The history of this representative. By the way, we actually talked about this bill on this channel before, but I appreciate her bringing that to the table. I always like when other people go up against these crime deniers and they absolutely kill them in one shot, and that's what we saw right there. That bill is ridiculous, it's absurd, it passed. The other absurd proposal did not pass.
Can die.
Well, it did
Thank
pass,
you.
but it was
Jesus.
blocked by the Biden administration, and it just goes to show you that DC's progressives are so out of step with reality that the mainstream left can't even back them. They can't even abide by them.
So I would
Oh my
think it
God.
would be a huge service to the people of DC if Charles Allen and frankly some other members of the DC City Council who helped vote these proposals through would be recalled.
I think now as we're just getting in all of the national data on what crime looks like in 2023 compared to previous years.
Wait, why was there-
focusing on carjackings in DC, which is probably the one highest metric you can pick,
That's just an-
paints a particular picture about
This
what's
is the
going on in
rare.
the
Why was that,
country,
like-
and that kind of storytelling about the details of how
Weird.
carjacking happens, I think, is what contributed to the public feeling like crime was more of an issue than it was. Concerns about crime are the highest they've been in a decade, despite nationally crime being down 8.2%.
So early on, I said that Jessica Burbank's attempt to not talk about crime
Yeah,
would
wish it
be
was up.
to pivot to
What's the
other
news?
numbers, in this case the national numbers, to avoid the topic at hand. And
I like how you
without
show up.
hesitation-
The one night I put my new sim rig away. It's right here. I don't think you can see it. It's probably too dark. Yeah, it's too dark. It's out of view. The wheel, you can see the wheel, barely. No, not really. This is a next level as well. Which one do you get? I also went next level. Yeah, I've been racing 3 days straight. I needed a break. Today I wanted to play some PoE too. It's been a while, right? I haven't even seen Act 4 yet, right? Because I've been, yeah. I got the rig, that's why.
This'll do nicely. God knows how to stay for that.
See, why is that like so huge? It's just white, guys. What's up? You want? You just want attention. And when I give you attention, you don't want attention because you don't like being picked up. Oh. Ironically, I got the FGT one. The Formula one is actually it's not a good seating. I mean, it sits nicely, but if you also race with something that uses a shifter, it's very much not good because you can't reach the shifter without leaning forward. Like, fucking terrible. Hey, nope, get off. The built-in seat? Yeah, of course it has a seat. It's a racing sim. It's not a wheel stand. God, next level has such a shit site, it's still loading. Okay, so you say... Did you mean not do much F1 racing? Because you said you're going to do much F1 racing. And you bought a GT setup. I think you forgot the word not. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, mine swaps in between. It takes like 10-15 minutes to do. So if I know I'm gonna play F1 the whole week, then I could do it. It sits really nicely though. The F1 seating position is really nice. Feels very immersive. But the GT is better for pretty much everything else. Especially if you need to reach a shifter. Let's see if the site would deem to load faster. Honestly, GT style is gonna do better, man. Like even for Formula 1, like it works just fine. No, it's a shit. It's a shit site. It doesn't matter where it's from. Shitty. It's too bloated. That's why it takes so long to load. Here, this is the one I got. It was way cheaper for me though than what the price is here. Well, actually, not that cheaper. Not that much. I have it set in the upright position though, because like I said, I couldn't otherwise. Because you can see right where the hell are you gonna add the shifter in the Formula position? It's just not possible. What? It's cheaper than the one you bought. What do you mean? Like, why is it so expensive?
I suppose I should talk to Alva about this.
Yeah, this one is 549 euros, but I paid $100 less than that.
The value I've never seen. Keep up the search.
I know.
Hello there. Death. There's no way to know this.
You're actually making me go back? Oh, fuck's sake. Don't get me wrong, the Formula seating is really nice too, and with the legs up, it feels really interesting.
So you
But
blood. My tribe has spoken.
I don't know.
Anything colorful.
GT is more universal. You're playing Fallout in full screen. You weren't playing F1. I wish you were playing F1. You fuck. Actually, that's generally shortened FO1. Oh no, that was too expensive. Yeah. The black edition? No. I like literally linked it, bro. Yeah, that one's like $1,000, dude. No thanks. Well, then don't get me all excited, Exquisite. It's really nice. It's fully... Well, it's not steel, but whatever the fuck the metal is, right? Quite heavy. That's a bit of a downside, because it's like hard to move around. Is it aluminum? I wasn't sure. It's fairly rigid. It comes with a strengthening kit that I haven't put on yet, actually. Because that strengthening kit would also... I was gonna shift. I can't use the shifter then, I think. And I really want a shifter, so... Honestly, the tube style is probably better. There's like a lot of rough edges on the other ones, dude. Like, you can hurt yourself on it. Yeah, that's the downside. To be fair, I don't think you need much adding to $1,000 rig. Oh, dude, that's two fucking bosses or rares. Oh no, he's gonna blow. Ah, you fuck.
Got no pack space for that.
Great, I'm full. Yeah, it's been going at it. I really have to play that too. It's been a while. I've been spending way too much time playing F1, dude. Like literally 69 hours already. Hashtag nice. I say, whoa, in the... What? Why not? Hang on. I didn't sell it? No?
Keep your eyes sharp.
So weird. It wasn't even unequipping anything. In fact, I got an extra space now. Whatever.
Still alive. Anything catch your eye?
It's because this thing is open, pretty sure. 340. It's yellow.
Be wary. Don't eat anything colorful.
What? Pretty sure my challenge points don't have a change my game thing. Yeah, that's for raids. I'm pretty sure it says that. It says direct the raid, not direct the stream. Gotta read, bro. Could have had 2 million by now if you stopped having a life. Ooh, hello. Hello.
Still breathing?
True.
Thunderous shot. Meet your end.
At least lately. Oh, okay. I was like, didn't I just pick up a charm? It was already in the in the belt. Ow. You keep that tongue to yourself. Jackpot.
Fury.
She immediately goes back to step 1 after Amber addresses all of her points and destroys them thoroughly. This is what they do. This is what they always do. To them, the #1 crime in America isn't any particular crime in America. It's acknowledging a problem with a left-wing progressive agenda. She doesn't want to refute it, so instead of trying to make the case against it, she just says other stuff and tries to pivot to these sinister puppet masters that are making you talk about the topic, which is the topic of the segment.
DC violent crime is up 39% over last year.
Murder overall is down 12.7%. There are 2 exceptions in the data. This includes Los Angeles, Chicago, New York City, Detroit, Baltimore, St. Louis, Milwaukee, New Orleans.
Right, you're talking about murder, but you're saying that people shouldn't focus on just one metric in terms of carjackings, but now you're saying just murder. Violent crime is up 39% in DC. That's a fact.
DC is one city in the United States.
And that's what we're talking about. Charles Allen is on the DC City Council.
So again, she keeps trying to pivot to national, and then she's like, look, DC's just one city, and Amber tells her the most obvious thing in the world, which is that's the city we're talking about. We're talking about Charles Allen. We're talking about carjackings in DC. So looking at the DC numbers, which seems to be more relevant to the story that we're trying to tell.
Right, and I think it's dishonest when we're getting all of the data in about crime from the year to just focus on DC and talk about carjacking.
Well, people who live in DC care about DC. That makes sense, right? Their elected officials are pushing through proposals that make it easier for criminals to get off the hook, particularly the most violent criminals in the case of Charles
It's
Allen.
like the lights are on, but nobody's home, dude.
Right, and pass in 2020. That matters to people who live there.
You saying that crime is down in some other city in the United States of America that doesn't have the insane policies of DC is great. Maybe DC should get rid of the people who are preventing good policy from being implemented and pushing bad policy.
Of course it matters to people in DC, but I think a lot of our viewers are not in DC and they care. that violent crime has actually halved since 1990. It's a steady trend. It's not just year over year. And year to date, compared to last year, it's down 12.7%. Violent crime overall nationally.
So a lot of people will say in response to this video in the comments that I'm going after low-hanging fruit, that this woman is obviously brain damaged. But the thing is, these are all the same tactics that you'll get from the supposed intellectuals of the left, all the way down to the bottom of the barrel types like Jessica Burbank. Pivot to the national numbers, say that it's a distraction, say sinister motive on behalf of you for talking about a specific topic, anything and everything.
Don't you just hate it? But you look at a woman and it's like, oh my god, she's super fucking cute. And then she opens her mouth.
Or talking about the increase in carjackings, which
Never
is
mind.
the specific topic of this video. Jessica Burbank just happens to be
for the
really
hills,
bad at it,
you know?
so it's a perfect example of how we can identify these poor tactics in order to recognize them in other people who are better at cloaking them.
Of course it matters to people in DC, but I think a lot of our viewers are not in DC and they care that violent crime is actually halved
I don't have
since
the thing yet.
1990.
You know, sometimes I wonder why I even make new videos on this channel responding to left-wing arguments about crime. Every single time, and I've been calling this out for years.
Was I
push
supposed
a
to have found
lefty
this
on the
already?
crime issue, they will always, without fail, say, well, you know what?
I don't remember.
Crime isn't as bad as the 1990s. The 1990s, the worst period in American history, is actually worse than this period, which is not the worst period in American history. Nobody's making the case that crime is worse than the 1990s. Now, in a few specific cities, homicide actually has gone up higher than the 1990s, but thankfully, that is few and far between in our nation, and hopefully we never return to the horrors of the 1990s. However, crime is up since the Black Lives Matter riots. It did break an unbroken nearly 30-year trend in this nation, and the decrease after that dramatic increase has not offset the increase that we saw post the Black Lives Matter riots.
It does depend on what you compare it to, though, because as you said, in the 1990s, crime was incredibly high, violent crime in particular. That is 100% true. And crime has decreased steadily since the 90s. However, if you look at 2019 and 2020, that was when violent crime started to spike. And so, yes, the numbers are down year over year, but they're still far higher than they were prior to the pandemic. That's why people still feel that there's a problem with crime, there's a problem with public safety.
Listen, Amber, I just want to say, I'm engaged. I'm getting married this year. You might even be married, so stop trying to steal my heart by using my exact same argument and shredding Jessica Burbank with that exact point. She just said what I've been saying for a long time, and she's dead on accurate. Jessica has no response to this because guess what? Nobody on the left has a response to this. Once you explain to them very concisely what you're concerned about, the post-Black Lives Matter riots spike in crime, and the fact that we have not gone down to those points pre-Black Lives Matter riots, and we are talking about a new baseline, there is no response. Jessica
You meet
will
Gillian
likely
yet?
pivot to the national numbers. She'll likely say, well, here's what you don't understand, Amber. People are raping because the price of sex is so high right now that they need to rape in order to get to the grocery store. Just like they need to steal cars in order to drive to the grocery store. Just like
Have you met
they need
Gillian
to leave
yet?
the grocery store in order to get to the grocery store, because everything is about people needing to get to the grocery store. Because I don't know if you know this, Jessica Burbank is a genius that went to Brown University, and this is the best criminal justice related theories that she can come up with, having never actually interacted with a criminal. But that's the thing, these lefties don't have to know what they're talking about. They just regurgitate the same points over and over again, and a certain segment of the population, a certain segment of their audience says, not as bad as the 1990s, that's good enough for me. Right wing bad, why are they bringing this up? Maybe even sprinkle in a little bit of evil white racism accusations to your political opponents, and then the topic is done, no reason to discuss it any further. That's what they do. They don't really have anything underneath it, and I'm very proud of Amber Duke for shredding it throughout this segment. Link to the full segment in the description of this video. But hey, those are just my thoughts. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Do you think people are sticking guns in people's faces, Grand Theft Auto style, in order to get groceries for the starving family? Or do you think Jessica Burbank needs to go to a different university, one that will actually teach her maybe the basics of thinking rationally? I don't know. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. If you like the video, show me by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media, support me via the support links in the description of this video.
Yeah, good luck on the Raiders.
About the asinine arguments brought up by Jessica Burbank. Till next time.
Yeah, you're gonna need to have some good aim for those Raiders. I think you can talk here past it though.
Well, we should also add vicious racist who hates the idea of anyone who is a non-black woman dating a black man. And a perfect example of this is what she did to this Asian immigrant. I forget the country. I want to say Thailand.
Yeah. You can also just get in from the back and take the first shot. Always be first. Little trick that you might know or not. If you're walking on the map and you get like an attack happen, spam A. Just spam A. Because that'll start combat. Which will prevent you from getting one shot immediately upon entry. Allows you to at least, like, if you made your character correctly, you have 10 agility. So it will allow you at least to run 10 squares. Oh, so you didn't make your character correctly? Yeah, got it. Someone didn't get 10 agility. That wasn't smart. Yeah, it's get 10 agility. Always. No matter what. You need it. You absolutely need it. Define broken, as in OP? I do want to point out, when you're resting, time is passing. And the time limit to get that water chip is much shorter than you think it is.
Storm point.
You playing the mods? Fallout A2? It's Fallout 1 in the Fallout 2 engine. Yeah, that's mandatory, right? Regardless of which version you're playing. Yeah, I generally just play Fallout A2 now, because it's Fallout 1 in the Fallout 2 engine. So you get like all of the nice what's the term? All of the nice upgrades. Like the money doesn't stop at 999, right? Or is it 9,000? I can't remember. Oh my god, this is a terrible fucking area for me. Well, the only thing different is Fallout 1 and 2 basically is the same engine. It's just Fallout 2 had like a little bit more quality of life. Like you could, for example, push your NPC characters around so they would move. So no NPCs would get you stuck. That was nice. Fucking sprint killed me, dude. I was sprinting, a mob hit me, and you fall over, and then 3 other mobs hit me and I died. Boss fight.
Thunderous shot. Could come in handy. Rather not break my back.
Yo, we about to go to jail, chat. Relax. Relax. We're about to go to jail. We're gonna go to jail. We're going to jail.
대처할 철저한 준비가 되어 있다는
We're
것을
going to jail.
다시금 확언합니다.
We're gonna go to jail.
Alright, so today marks the 1-year anniversary of the channel, and I was getting ready to post a special video that I made for it about DSP and the 7 deadly sins, but then I realized that Johnny Somali is back on YouTube posting videos. Now, you might ask yourself, why now? Why has he not posted in 3
He
months?
needs
and
money.
All of a sudden,
that's why.
he's starting to blast videos every couple days. Well, there's a very good reason for that. But first, we're going to talk about the videos themselves. So if you see over here, he posted 3 months ago with the Kanye outfit and he got 49,000 views. And then he started posting again a week ago. And the first video did terrible, 0.3% of the usual views. The second video did even worse, 0.2%. And everyone after that was 0.2%. And that's because they were non-confrontational videos. Keep in mind that Johnny Somali doesn't really have anything intelligent to say. They just want to see him crash out. So if there's no crash out, no one's interested. So he realized that, then started posting confrontational videos, evidence of his crimes, some that he has already pled guilty to, and some that he may not have been prosecuted for yet. So I just want to hammer this home that he might get even more legal charges because there's now new evidence of crimes that haven't been seen before. Now, the video I want to take a look at today is the second one called Get Out, Bus Driver Loses It with Text-to-Speech. And I believe this is what he pled guilty to, but there are multiple incidents in the bus. And even though this is old content, I put it in the same category as the videos I posted about his date with Bong Bong, and the fire extinguisher incidents. Johnny Somali was not heavily covered or clipped at the time, so there was a lot of this footage that went under the radar, and personally I haven't seen it, so I'm sure a lot of you guys haven't seen it either. Also, there are now edits that he's putting in these videos that are very telling. So without further ado, let's get started.
테리센트 3 달러즈 이 버스에 있는 멍청한 한국 새끼들아.
What is this
너희들
saying,
한
bro?
명 한 명.
I don't know what this is saying. I don't know what it's saying.
싸워라 겁쟁이들아.
I don't know what that's
K-팝
saying.
음계인 녀석들이 무리야. 이 버스에 있는 멍청한 한국 새끼들아. 너희들 한 명 이 거야.
Posting this type of content that is pretty much evidence of his crimes, and that's because he already pled guilty.
I can't listen to that
it.
guy, man. He's
You
so
see
fucking
here that he
annoying.
pled guilty to disrupting the bus system and North Korean propaganda in the bus. So those are two crimes, but it's quite possible that the justice system is unaware of more disruption in the bus system, and by uploading this evidence to YouTube, he might be screwing himself even more. Now, that would be hilarious if he got another obstruction charge for evidence that he uploaded himself. We'll see if it happens, though.
I don't know what it just told down.
A descendant of
Sam
John.
said $5.
You are always welcome here if you wish to test yourself.
가까운 이웃에 병전하고 있는 특수한 환경 냉철하게 고찰해 전쟁이 발발한 결코 피할 생각 따라서
You see the way he was looking at us?
So here he felt the pressure climbing, so he decided to get out of the bus, but he was still too lazy to walk, so they got onto another bus. And obviously Johnny Somali's audience, they're complete trolls. They just want to see him get arrested. So they started blasting more propaganda, more music, and just anything to get him kicked out again.
If they do TGS, it's over. How long waiting for? Like good. I'm not folding at all. We're staying on air.
Sellers to Godly sent $5. Sellers Godly. Follow me on it. And I love you, Johnny Somali. Hibnanin Hibian Sungim and Nanan Bajan hang up his until Joe Hay and then Hibian and then
get kicked off.
Putting it back and not. He's trying to find the balance between not scamming his viewers so that they keep sending him money and not getting arrested. Now, of course, if he just cared about not breaking the law, he would turn it off immediately, but that's not going to bring donations. Now, you might ask yourself, why is he posting this now? And there's only one reason that I can think of, and I'll share my theory with you guys after this next segment.
Prove yourself.
Oh, fuck. It looks like my charger. Come to my photo?
테리센트 3 달러즈 이 버스에 있는 멍청한 한국 새끼들아. 너희들 한 명 한 명 다 때려눕힐 거야. 싸워라 겁쟁이들아. K-팝 음계인 녀석들이 무리야. 이 버스에 있는 멍청한 한국 새끼들아. 너희들 한 명 한 명 다 때려눕힐 거야.
He was so shook when his friend was saying someone is trying to beat his ass. Now, my theory as to why he started posting all of a sudden is because he is strapped for cash. You see, Hank is really pissed off with him, and he is distancing himself from Johnny Somali, and now Johnny Somali has no more money. He might be sentenced to prison next month, but it could be delayed, so he has to make sure he's able to feed himself during that time. Now, the thing is that his channel is monetized. If you go on his videos, there is a join button that proves that it is indeed monetized. YouTube probably didn't realize that this was a banned creator that was doing a bunch of crazy shit off platform. They have the power to demonetize him just like they did Dr. Disrespect. I don't know if they will, but it doesn't really matter because he's not going to be able to touch that money for quite a bit. All the money he's making right now won't hit his bank account until August 23rd. And at that point, he's only going to be a few days away from going to prison. So
You mean September? This was posted 3 hours ago. You mean September? Oh, October 23rd. Oh, October? Whoa! Anyway.
saw the 19 get the 21 loose, and then as he went by, it just...
Austin was either still chasing it or trying to get back in line. Wow. Packs that air, which we see all the time in these Xfinity Series cars. There's the slide. Well,
yeah, I think we'll all see that a little bit differently. I think
NASCAR will probably.
Yeah, I think that'll be looked at for sure again, because it looks to me like he gets straight there for a second. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd be a little frustrated if I was Eric in that situation.
I think that is potentially not just gathering it.
That was a big hit by Eric. Head on into the wall.
Here's Almirola's radio.
100%.
This is just a warm-up.
100%. That was a dirty move. Clearly retaliation. All right, they're going to hold us for 5 laps for reckless driving. Oh, they can go themselves. NASCAR. That is bull. I'm sideways. I go to correct it back to the left. It gets locked to the left, and I run into the 19.
Well, I don't think that's going to help at all.
Does anybody actually take Austin Hill seriously as a race car driver? Yes, he's good at super speedways, but he has done more dumber things over the past 5 years than any driver in the Xfinity Series I can think of. Right before this accident, 3 months prior, he stood up in an Xfinity Series drivers meeting saying he wanted to be the leader of the garage area and be the role model. This is not how you become a role model. Right hooking somebody into the wall, completely unacceptable. And to make it even worse, he even chewed out NASCAR after he was handed down the penalty. He is just a complete idiot race car driver for doing stuff like this. It's completely unacceptable, and it is completely wrong to do. It's funny that the two owners in the NASCAR Cup Series right now that are driving, Denny Hamlin and Brad Keselowski. Back in the late 2000s, when Brad Keselowski was trying to make a name for himself in the NASCAR Xfinity Series, Denny Hamlin, I don't think, liked the way Brad Keselowski raced. He was always caught up in accidents or being rushed around by Brad Keselowski. So at the end of the season, the very last race of the year, Denny Hamlin wanted to show Brad Keselowski how upset he was and how he had been racing basically the entire 2009 season. So he spun Keselowski out, and he was immediately penalized by NASCAR. Hamlin after the race would make some hilarious comments saying he thought he won the race. Everybody was so happy that what he did to Keselowski, finally somebody gave him a taste of his own medicine. But this did not fix their relationship. Still, multiple times after this, years later, they would still get into it. But this is basically where the drama between Denny Hamlin and Brad Keselowski started.
Found out that Denny Hamlin is going to get black flagged at 1 lap before driving. So it is going to cost him a chance at possibly winning this race. His best finish in 6 starts in 09 was 11th last week, and this isn't going to help him at all. We can also tell you that the 81 gets the lucky dog of Blake Cook. Remember, he brought out the other red caution period we had, and there he is. And the message from NASCAR is this is now enough. They've warned all cars, the 11 and the 88. There will be no more of this. Now
you know, I don't really hold any grudges, and I'm ready to move on. Hell, I've already moved on. So hopefully he feels the same way. I don't know. I got a feeling when he wakes up in the morning that he's not going to feel any better about himself. He's got a lot of problems, and on and off the racetrack, and I don't think spending me is going to make him happy. So
I feel great right now. It was well worth it. You know, his son was bad at that point, and you know, I'll use that as my catalyst or excuse. But the fact is, I wasn't going to give him an inch, and you know, I thought after I went down pit road, I'd won the race. I've never seen so many crews applaud and give the thumbs up on the way by. It just shows you all the cars that he's torn up in the past. You know, all the teams just, you know, they feel a little redemption anyway. But you know, we'll never be even in that sense.
Talk about karma with the ones. Denny Hamlin and Ross Chastain. Chastain drove straight through Hamlin and Gateway in the early laps. Hamlin was rightfully upset at Chastain as he would race Chastain very aggressively as Hamlin was multiple laps down. He would block Chastain as Chastain would try to get around him. It took multiple attempts for Chastain to finally clear him. But this rivalry wasn't done yet. Chastain and Hamlin were then battling for the win later that summer at Pocono. Hamlin would send Chastain hard into the outside wall as he would ricochet back across the track, ending his day.
All over the back of Denny, and he finally just runs into him.
I'm gonna have to put a towel over the race seat, man. The cat's on it constantly.
He was door to door with him a lot of times, got under him several times, could not make the pass. He finally made the pass.
Cling to life.
Chastain up the racetrack. Here comes the 11.
They lean on each other a little bit. Chastain.
Oh! Hard into the wall. He goes around. He'll hit the inside wall as well.
Fury. There he is. Look how high Hamlin is. Remember, he was a car on the bottom, and he just ran Chastain up the racetrack, and then trouble ensued behind him.
Christopher Bell hits the wall as well. We see that in the top corner of the screen, the 20 car.
Seems like in the past 10 years, Denny Hamlin has become the villain in NASCAR. No longer was it Kyle Busch. And it all started at one night at Martinsville Speedway when him and Chase Elliott got together with 2 laps to go. Hamlin in a desperate situation would then put the bumper to the back of Chase Elliott, sending him spinning up the racetrack and ending his night and essentially his championship hopes. Elliott would then return the favor and induce a little karma to Denny Hamlin 2 weeks later, ending Denny Hamlin's championship hopes.
Elliott has the lead. Denny Hamlin on the attack.
You in the 24.
Pushing you. Push! Oh, Elliott spin!
Oh, he just wrecked him. That's terrible. Yeah, that was pretty much straight up dumping him.
Yep, he definitely wrecked me.
He checked out way early. Is what happened what I think happened, or am I skewed? No, he threw one on your bumper and grabbed you. That's what I figured. 10-4. Good to know, thanks. Then he just wrecked it out of chase. Didn't even try to pass him. He just drove right through the back of him. Right with you.
Can I stand in the middle of this?
Inside.
For science.
All clear. With the beat fans on. Nice and slow now. Hey, you got wrecked, didn't he? He definitely hit the wall. Nice side.
Yes, we can.
Let's cut a tire. Tire's all good. Got a left rear rub, it looks like. Not bad. We're still just racing in 2, whose 4th position back. We're good. Whoa, he just put a tire. Caution it out. Ain't gonna do it. We lost the right front or something, guys. You okay, Denny? Oh my goodness. What's the point situation? Hold on a minute here. See how bad he is. This is Gil. What the hell? How he hit the wall? 24. Passed him and shoved him in the wall, and then he got a tire rub and then blew. Oh boy. Yeah, karma. Yeah, I'd say. He's gonna be able to
What?
No, he's done.
No. That's very close.
And a lot of guys with some heads-up driving.
Yeah, a lot of cars missed this wreck. Bobby Labonte getting by on the inside. We saw Mike Wallace go by on the outside. Dale Jarrett back in the 88.
How emotional is Tony Stewart? This is his onboard camera. A few minutes ago.
This is just the beginning.
Evidently looked up and saw Peter on camera on the big screens around the racetrack and said, move the camera. Now we're going to leave pit road.
And NASCAR Race Control a moment ago told both these drivers
Arrives when and where it pleases.
To settle down.
Well, you know, Kenseth should be hot. He's got a race car that's probably not capable of winning the Daytona 500 now because of that.
Black flag 17. Matt Kenseth will have to come to pit road.
This is so bizarre. Over halfway through the Daytona 500 in 2006, Tony Stewart makes one of the stupidest moves in racing history and takes out Matt Kenseth for no reason. He took out Matt Kenseth and was black flagged. Then Matt Kenseth went back out on the track and tried to mess with Tony Stewart and merged back up on the track too fast. Then he was black flagged. This was so ridiculous as these two drivers had some of the fastest cars that weekend at Daytona. And unfortunately for both of them, neither one of them were able to see it to the finish to get the finish they wanted, which was the checkered flag and a win in the Great American Race.
Charge the arrow!
I'm dead.
Saw the penalty that Jeff Gordon received a black flag for rough driving when he intentionally crashed right Newman at Rockingham. Coming off of turn number 4, Gordon and Newman were racing pretty hard. They made contact, and Gordon got some damage from it. When they came back across the racetrack into turns number 1 and 2, Jeff Gordon was ready to show Ryan Newman how upset he was. He would intentionally spin out Ryan Newman, and Newman would go sliding to the inside wall. When NASCAR reviewed the footage, they immediately penalized Jeff Gordon for this accident.
What the fuck?
2012. But what led up to it was a crazy story. Hendrick Motorsports
Fucking bullshit.
for their 200th victory in the NASCAR Cup Series. It was battled out between Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson until a late caution came out. They still had control of the race as they would both lead the field down into turn number 1. It wasn't until Clint Boyer would dive bomb Jeff Gordon, sending him up into Jimmy Johnson, crashing both of them. Jeff Gordon was then raced dirty by Clint Boyer in the penultimate race of the 2012 season. He had had enough of Boyer's antics.
The difficulty in this game is just
revenge.
retarded, dude.
That is
It's just
exactly
like
what he did.
they just want to be like, oh, let's do a
Boyer
Dark
spinning
Souls thing.
hard
It's so
into the
fucking
wall,
passe,
hitting
bro.
his championship post. And what would have been mathematically most likely Boyer's championship if this didn't happen.
Turning Clint Boyer into the wall, collecting Joey Logano. Caution flag is out. Almirola slides in. Did the leader take the white flag before the caution came out?
Step into the garage, stay right. Fire's gone, fire's gone.
Take this.
That's a year's worth of frustration. Oh, conflict. The Cruiser in it. And somewhere in the middle of that is Jeff Gordon. Opportunity at this. Can't really blame him.
That's stupid.
Been introduced to the NASCAR Cup Series has been when Matt Kenseth got his revenge on Joey Logano. In the closing races in the 2015 season, Logano had the car to beat every single week. Matt Kenseth had had enough of that after he was taken out by Joey Logano at Kansas, ruining his championship hopes. Logano's championship hopes were vanished after Matt Kenseth defeated a little karma.
Matt Kenseth, he really lost his entire race car, is able to 22 to catch him.
Here comes the 22. He's closed the gap all over the back bumper now as they've caused the slower traffic. And around goes the 20, sideways in front of the 22. Kenseth slides, caution comes out. The 22 was all over the back bumper of the 20 as they entered turn 1.
Just like I said, he's racing for his championship. If he doesn't block Joey Logano gets on the outside of him and gets around him. So you can't blame Matt Kenseth for trying to block.
22's catching the 20. Low car with damage here. Still good by 7. 6 back. Right with you. In your tire track. Outside. Still down there. Still down there.
Just wrecked Joey Logano. He waited on him, and when the leader came by, payback for Matt Kenseth.
Bubba Wallace instantly takes out Kyle Larson after Larson put him in the wall at Las Vegas. Bubba Wallace was having none of this action by Kyle Larson and right hooked Larson over 180 miles per hour into the outside wall and then went to fight him after they got in their cars.
Big battle off of turn 4 here. The wall goes Bubba Wallace. And he comes back across the track, tags the 5, they're both in the wall, the caution comes out. Took the 20 car, Christopher Bard into the outside wall.
Bubba Wallace, obviously, especially frustrated. NASCAR trying to keep him calmed down. Shot the 5 takes to the driver's door on the front straightaway is vicious. I mean, it's a hit. Yeah, I just can't. I just can't. That's not right. I mean, Kyle Larson clearly messed up. He got Bubba in the wall.
Chase Briscoe wildly is off into the grass.
14 knows to stop and go. Shortcutting a course. He pushed us off the racetrack. Say we owe him a stop and go in turn 10. 14 had to stop and go right way by him.
Briscoe pulls right up on the rear of Denny Hamlin.
He's pushing you. He's wrecking it.
The leader, Denny Hamlin, spins.
14 was clearly under penalty for cutting the board. And then he wrecked you. Close to 14. Close a pass through this time. Now they want us to do a pass through.
The inaugural race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway's road course race was a disaster. For one, the curb broke in the middle of the race, and in the end, it had a very big controversial finish. All 3 leaders would go into turn number 1, 3 wide, and Briscoe would go off course. This would immediately penalize Chase Briscoe because you're not allowed to go off the course and regain your track position. That's what Briscoe did. He had to do a stop and go, but he blamed Denny Hamlin for the accident. So he got in the back of Denny Hamlin later in the same lap and spun him out for the lead. Briscoe was then black flagged and basically disqualified the last car on the lead lap. And third place, AJ Allmendinger would retain the lead. Allmendinger would go on to win the race. This race was just a fiasco of a finish, and it was pretty controversial.
I had room, I went down, and then he hit it from behind. I'm not even sure I touched him. But it gave him more room. He hit me in the left rear or the straight in the rear? Straight away. So he just decided just to hit it. Go to the garage. Still there. Do what you have to do here, man. You know what he's going to do. Size his speed. In line with you. Clear from behind. There's a spot in your mirror. Just watch him here. He's going to do something stupid. You're faster than he is. He's tore up. Make sure you guys just use your head looking back inside. Inside. Go outside. You're going to come back to you. Yellow is out. Yellow is out. You okay, buddy? I don't know if I'm okay. Let me know if he gets out. He's out, bro. He's out walking? Yeah, he's a little jelly-legged, but he's walking.
Fury!
Alright, we gotta go to the truck. They're black flagging you, you gotta go to the truck.
I know Brad has said there's now a mutual respect between the 2 of you. Is that true?
I believe that's true. We had a good talk, and we actually, I think it was good for us to meet like that and you know, be able to discuss everything. I mean, last week got out of hand.
That was a pretty fucking heavy crash, though.
This rivalry never came to a close that season. It was at Gateway of the NASCAR Nationwide Series where Keselowski and Edwards were battling side by side for the victory. Edwards, a Cup Series regular, would just go down to the Nationwide Series.
They didn't have the flaps yet, right? The car would just, if it went backwards, it was gone.
Side
like,
coming off for turn
gone.
number 4 until Edwards.
That's why those flaps come out now, to keep the car on the ground.
Carl Edwards, can he make it stick on the outside? Brad thought he had the best car all night. Took the inside line on the restart. This is going to be down to the wire. Oh, touch! He spun out. Carl gets into Keselowski. Carl Edwards will win.
That's it. Checker flag. Good job, man. You are the man. He deserves it. Good job.
I know this is a huge win for you. We got to ask you what happened with you and Brad on that last lap, though.
I just couldn't let him take the win from me. My guys worked way too hard for that. We had a great restart.
I couldn't let him take the win, so I wrecked the... NASCAR is something else, bro.
My guys built me a great car, and we came to the checker flag, and I hate to see stuff tore up, but we came here to win, and he took it from us there in turn 1, and just an awesome race. I can't thank Copart.com.
Kyle Larson is known to put drivers in bad situations and make them have to decide whether they're going to lift out of the gas or wreck. This is the thing he did to Ryan Preece in the Bristol Dirt Race when he slid up off the corner and put Preece to the wall. Ryan Preece definitely didn't appreciate it, as he would try to return the favor to Larson later. But Larson ended up failing miserably and wrecking himself.
Further on this 5 and 41 situation, Larson and Preece.
Larson just comes off the corner, and he's probably hearing late in his ear that the 41's got to run on the outside, and just that contact in the left front.
The 11th caution of the night, the 5 and the 41.
If you've enjoyed this video, please hit the like and subscribe button down below. Also, if you've liked this video, I'm pretty sure these videos will catch your eye also. There are plenty of tempers in NASCAR. People sometimes write the whole sport off because it's dumb or they're just making left turns. But there's a lot of physical altercations in NASCAR, and in this video, we're going to go over some of them. Joey Logano may be a 3-time Cup Series champion now and have stats to prove how good he is, but back in the day when he first started in NASCAR, he seemed to be used up by the competition a lot. And he had enough after Kevin Harvick crashed him with just 2 laps to go at Pocono after Kevin Harvick gave him the position and let him by. This was Logano's first incident in the Cup Series that would basically be the infamous Logano altercation after the race. Joe Logano was young in 2010, but since then, Logano has got into altercation after altercation after altercation with so many drivers on the track, he's become the villain of the NASCAR Cup Series. He may have 3 championships to his name, but he definitely has a lot more boos than cheers at the racetrack.
That could have been avoided. That could have been avoided. I agree that there's history there, but even if there's history there, that was not.
This will give us a very good angle. Let's take a look here.
That still could have been avoided. Yeah. You know, and here's Joey's team trying to keep him calm down, and this is probably best. That's Joey's dad. That's why Joey's dad's got his hard card pulled a couple of times. Let me just go ahead and say that. Yeah, but
no, you know what? He needs to do this. He needs to bend. I mean, Joey's been taken out so many times at the end of a race, whether it's a nationwide race or whatever. And, you know, he should be mad.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this in Joey's defense. You know, they were just racing, and I probably spoke too soon. I don't think it was Harvick's fault. I don't think it was Joey's fault. But Joey has to stand up for himself at some point in time. You know what I mean? We saw, you know, Burton last week say, I'm not going to take it anymore. I think you're seeing Joey say, I'm not going to take this anymore, especially from Kevin Harvick.
Contact Gordon and Keselowski.
I love that
to the
sound.
outside of Johnson for the race lead. All clear. Jeff Gordon may have a flat tire. Yeah, he does. Gordon spinning, turn 4. Caution is out. We'll have another attempt at a green light checker.
In by far one of, if not the most heartbreaking moment in these NASCAR playoffs and the eliminations was Jeff Gordon in 2014. Jeff Gordon was late in his career, we all knew it, but he had a resurgence in 2014. He picked up so many wins that season, it felt like this was going to be his year to claim his 5th championship. Heading into Texas, it definitely looked like this was going to be his year, ultimately until him and Keselowski would make contact on a late restart. This would cut Gordon's tire down and end his championship hopes, as he would lose all his points. He was so upset with Brad Keselowski after the race, Jeff Gordon did what he probably hasn't done in over a decade. Go after somebody and try to punch them in the face.
You know, and we went down into 1, and I just wanted to get the outside of the 48, and out of nowhere, I just got slammed with the 2, and it cut my left rear tire. And he's just a dip, you know, I mean, The way he races, I don't know how he's ever won a championship, and I'm just sick and tired. I mean, that's why everybody's fighting him and running him down, and you know, your emotions are high. That was a huge race for us. We had the car, we had the position. So proud of my team, and I'm proud of Jimmy Johnson for winning that race, not letting that little, you know what, win that race. You know, to them, I'm sure it's just a racing incident, but to me, it's just a bunch of crap. I mean, the kid is just doing stuff way over his head, and I mean, that's just uncalled for. You're racing for a win and a championship. You don't go slam somebody and cut their left rear tire. So, you know, if that's what it takes, then no problem. I can do the same thing back to him.
What is this thing, dude?
Yeah, it looked like Rudman got out of the throttle just a little bit. Kind of feathered it.
Caution will be out.
Now watch how close this gets. There's Carl Edwards passed safely.
Yes, he's sliding down the racetrack here. Have to really slow down and see Jimmy Johnson all the way on the bottom side of the apron to get by.
Reed Sorensen goes low, Scott Speed goes high, Ambrose goes low. So does Regan Smith.
This is definitely an altercation that you probably didn't even know existed because I honestly forgot about it. David Rudiman versus Kyle Busch in 2010 at Kansas. During the race, Kyle Busch would get into David Rudiman, spinning him out and causing a caution. Shockingly, Rudiman wanted revenge, and he tried to get revenge on Kyle Busch, as you'll see in this next clip.
Under our third caution here at Kansas Speedway, the 00 of David Rudiman, contact with the 18 of Kyle Busch. And if you remember earlier in the race, Kyle tapped the back of Rudiman, and we're sort of wondering, is this payback? Take a look.
It sure looks like turn 2 right here.
Yep. Rudiman got the worst of it, but Kyle did get some damage on that left rear.
Yeah, I think he probably has a little bit of damage on the right rear also, where he might have got that into the wall.
Now let's go back to lap 52, because this is the contact. Watch the bumper right there. And that turned Rudiman.
Yeah, that's very unintentional there, Kyle. But yeah, as a driver, you don't know that. Don't look at it like that. You don't wonder why he's running into the back of him.
On board with Kyle.
Still there. He wrecked himself. Keep coming. There will be a caution. Not yet, though. Keep coming.
Now the question is, how much damage on Kyle? Let's listen in.
It's killed. The car is destroyed. My steering wheel knocked a quarter of the turn off. He bent the rear end housing. He bent the truck arm. He bent everything.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's not good. When he knows by that position of that steering wheel, how that rear end is towed, and he feels like he's got something bent because of that position.
But unfortunately for the driver of the 00 Toyota Camry, David Rudiman would try to get payback on Kyle Busch, and it would not work out.
Kurt was trying to clean some, get away to the inside and clear the 83 car, and just Jimmy was there.
Oh, more contact, more paint rubbing, and Jeff Gordon dives to the bottom to try to avoid it all.
That looked like a comeback to me.
Kurt's got a tire rubbing right now.
Yeah. Yes, he does.
The 48, you know, we got run into at Sonoma. We got run into again. Starting to lose faith in his ability to be a three-time champion on the track.
Jimmy Johnson, the 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion, was always a clean race car driver. You never really saw him get in any altercations, fights on pit road, or anything of that sort. But one driver he always seemed to have run-ins with was Kurt Busch. And Kurt Busch never seemed to like Jimmy Johnson back in the day. I don't know if it was jealousy or what it was, but these two drivers butted heads, and they butted heads a lot in the 2010s. There would be times when they would wreck each other on purpose, race each other really hard, or just have words after the race. These two drivers may have combined to win a ton of NASCAR races and championships, but ultimately, they butted heads, and they butted heads a lot.
What's supposed to be the cool down lap, watch this. As Dale Earnhardt Jr. turns Casey Mears around, and before they get to the garage area, here comes Mears back at him. Pow.
So evidently, now we kind of know who was involved back up on 301.
Evidently, I think we found the suspects.
With only a couple laps to go left in the 2009 Phoenix race, Casey Mears would get into Dale Jr., spinning him out and bringing out the caution. Typical wreck we all thought, right? Well, no, it didn't look like it. It looked like Casey Mears intentionally crashed Dale Earnhardt Jr. This would inflict Jr. getting angry, and after the race, he would turn Casey Mears sideways on the cool-down lap as they entered pit road. After they entered pit road to get their inspection, Mears would intentionally bump Dale Jr. after the race. You can see these two drivers were definitely not having a good day between each other. When you put Martinsville in the final round in the playoffs to make the championship four, you know tempers are going to boil over, and they always do. And in 2019, tempers boiled over between Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano. As contact was made on the racetrack, contact was also made on pit road. This time it got physical.
Off of turn 4, Denny and the 22 get together. Denny squeezing that 22 into the fence. Logano came back and finished 8th.
Like I was there. No, I knew you were there. My race after that. No, I knew you were there. Just think about that. I'm here. I gotta take the space. Go! Come here! You wanna yes! 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 Stop! It ain't gonna work right now. Listen to me. It's not gonna work right now.
Chris Gabehart, the crew chief, holding Denny Hamlin back.
He would probably say, can't short track racing. You gonna try to fight at this? No, I don't need to fight.
Deep into the 2019 playoffs, the battle to make the Final Four was highly intense. We headed into Martinsville for the first race of the round of 8, and tempers boiled over between Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano. Coming off of turn 4, Hamlin would hit Logano into the wall, and in these Gen 6 race cars, the tire was easily blown as the fender would touch the tire. Logano would have to intentionally spin the car out to bring the caution out to help his case at making the Final Four. After the race, Logano and Hamlin had some words with each other. Logano would hit Hamlin and then run away. Hamlin said, "If you want to fight, fight me like a man," and chased after Joey Logano. And then the brawl broke out. Ultimately, in the end, Joey Logano would miss the Final Four, and it was kind of due to this incident. He would also have a bad run at Phoenix weeks later, but this definitely hurt him at making the Final Four.
Level of that conversation is pretty high. Well, and seldom do drivers agree on any situation.
This mechanism.
Especially when you battle as long as those two did for that spot. Down to victory lane now.
Catching up with Jimmy Johnson now, and an awful lot happened today. And first off, we're going to start with that conversation you just had with Ryan Newman. What was that about?
It's just normal Ryan Newman stuff. I mean, anybody that's watched the sport long enough or has been in a race car out there understands the frustration that comes along with racing Ryan, and just normal Ryan stuff. So, I don't want to take away anything from what this awesome race team did. Granted, we put ourselves in a bad position with a shift lever breaking off, I should say, and was able to rally back and get ourselves a good finish. So, unfortunate we didn't get any further up in the field, but still salvaged a lot today.
Let's talk a little bit about that shifter lever. What exactly happened, and how did you fix the problem?
Multiple attempts. So they handed me some tools, and I didn't have a lot of success getting that fixed. They had some contraption with the vice grip to try to figure that out, and it fell off before I even got back to pit in under caution. So once I could get the wire tie busted and get the boot down, I could see what was wrong, and we were able to kind of adjust from there. And Ron Malik dove in the right side limit and got sorted out.
Denny Hamlin is by far and away the most polarizing driver in NASCAR today. But did you know when he first had his altercation with any driver on the track, it was with Kyle Petty? Yeah, that is true. Denny Hamlin's first altercation with anybody on the racetrack was with Kyle Petty in 2007. This move that happened between Denny Hamlin and Kyle Petty at Dover actually costed Denny Hamlin a shot in the 2007 championship. This ultimately dwindled Hamlin's hopes at being able to claim his first championship, and it dwindled him fast in the playoffs. There is no driver in NASCAR at the time that I would rather make upset than Tony Stewart. Tony Stewart is one of the toughest and most grittiest NASCAR drivers of all time. And when you upset Tony Stewart, you better look out because you know he's not going to hide his feelings away. And this is exactly what happened to Joey Logano during the 2013 California race. Logano and Stewart would have some racing contact at the bottom of the racetrack, just a handful of laps to go. Ultimately, Tony Stewart will lose some positions on the racetrack, but this upset Stewart. And he walked down to Logano's pit stall, and then a huge altercation broke out.
Here for Joe Gibbs Racing. And boy, Tony Stewart is after Logano.
Well, I did see some punches thrown today. You can't say they're just pushing each other. Not sure what went on between Stewart and Logano.
Now, Stewart could have been reacting to the restart, where Logano came way down the track to block Tony, who had a run on the inside.
Let's see what happens here. This is what Tony is upset about, I guess.
question.
Joey blocked him, cut him off right there, and I'm sure that's what Tony. You know, quite honestly, it's a restart for heaven's sake. I mean, nobody did anything wrong. Joey did nothing wrong.
And that's Stewart going for the win. And it's Logano trying to go as low as he can go.
Come on, boys, we're racing.
This would have been Tony Stewart's final altercation he ever had in the NASCAR Cup Series, but honestly, it was totally worth it. To see Tony Stewart go at another driver one more time was great. And even his post-race interview after the altercation, it was priceless. It was so good.
Well, Tony, what angered you at the end of the race? What did you take issue with?
What the hell do you think I was mad about? Dumb little runs us clear down to the infield. He wants to about everybody else. He's one that drives like a little. I'm going to bust his ass.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
Highly intense. Jeff Gordon actually led the for a while there, and it was afterwards too when he was really upset with Clint Boyer. And do we know if they sorted things out or not?
Well, it's kind of like I think you need to take a look for yourself here right now after the race. They were having a little bit of a discussion about how things went down. But, you know, it's like...
He's not happy. He's not talking Pinewood Derby.
No, he's not talking Pinewood. It's like the Daytona 500s. You don't understand. I mean, that's the passion of our sport right there, of a guy who had a chance to win the Daytona 500 and felt like maybe you could have helped me, buddy.
Everything was fine. You noticed that Jeff was walking away until Clint had to get the last word, and then he whatever he told him, he came running back.
We've been talking all day about this one line. Jack Gibbs just pulled it off. Whoops.
Whoa, there's a little upset here at Lake Speed.
Michael Waltrip went over and had words and maybe more with car number 9 at the finish of that one.
Well, I could see it. I was laughing, and y'all knew y'all wouldn't listen to what I was saying. I didn't say anything. But what happened is the 9 car and 30 car was racing, and the 9 car took him clean to the wall out there, and then a couple cars got by. They even got by the 9 car.
Well, you can see Michael was very upset. He comes up, pulls his car in front of Lake Speed, gets out of the car, walks back there to him. This got to be slow motion. It takes the
Helping him take
down.
the screen down, bam, and lets him know he was not too pleased about being run up into the wall.
Hit him again.
It's like he's willing to take the fine. He gets hot.
Swung anyway, right?
Everybody talks about, let's all work together, Fords work together. And, I'm up front, and all of a sudden Fords don't work together. So it is what it is, as soon as he could, he put me 3 wide, and then he tried to clear himself, and he wasn't clear. And I hate it for him. I know that he wasn't intentionally trying to do that. He was just trying to get every inch he could, but there was really nothing I could do there at the end.
I just was surprised by the situation and what happened. Yeah, I thought that was going to be the plan. I would have thought, but it's part of it. I mean, he's racing too, I guess, and we can't win these things alone. We've proven that quite often, but we did what we can do. So,
You have an explanation of why he hung you out?
I didn't really give him a chance to talk.
Ross Chastain during the 2022 season became a villain. Ross Chastain, no matter who he was racing the racetrack, was likely to get into them, spin them out, or put them in the wall and have no regrets about it. But that's just how Ross Chastain drives. But there were a lot of fans just like that. Since then, Chastain has worked on his driving style and hasn't been that aggressive on the racetrack. But looking back, it's understandable why he got booed in 2022.
He answers. And Bowman wants to steal it. Oh, he'll get the chance. Bowman's under him. Oh, my God. Chastain's going to have to move them both. Gonna have to move them both. Oh, he is.
And around goes Alderman off the bumper of Chastain. And Ross Chastain beats and bangs his way to turn 20 and off the corner to the checkered flag.
Hey.
Oh. Well, they were 3 wide. Just got into the left rear quarter panel, turning around.
Oh, Harrison Burton slides into Chase.
Bubba Wallace spun, but no contact.
Minimal.
Wow, that did not work out for. Oh, Kyle Busch turns Chase Elliott.
Hard into the wall. And almost back up into traffic.
Oh, Clint Boyer getting pushed. Almost collects him. You can see he's taking his time. He wants to see somebody first, or.
Yep, he was in position to have a chance to win it. 11th caution flag.
Oh boy.
During the COVID race times in 2020, the racing was actually really good. It's sad that no fans were in the stands, but thankfully we were still able to all sit back behind our TV to watch some NASCAR. And it was an interesting night when Kyle Busch accidentally cleared himself and wrecked Chase Elliott in the process. Chase Elliott was so upset he gave the middle finger to Kyle Busch under caution as he would come by. Chase Elliott had the fastest car that night and easily had the dominant win in sight. All he had to do was pass Denny Hamlin, and he was going to take home the checkered flag. Ultimately, this race ended because of this caution. The rain came, and it ended the race. Elliott probably would have taken the lead and won the race if this incident didn't happen, so he was rightfully upset.
Wow, that did not work out for. Oh, Kyle Busch turns Chase Elliott.
Hard into the wall. And almost back up into traffic.
Oh, Clint Boyer getting pushed. Almost collects him. You can see he's taking his time. He wants to see somebody first, or.
Yep, he was in position to have a chance to win it. 11th caution flag.
Oh boy.
Push 4 wide now. 4 wide middle.
Kevin Harvick is going to get turned around.
Tell me who bolted it. Basically, it was like 5 of them. Tell me all 5 of them so I can wreck every one of them.
Chase Briscoe, who
He's
is
trying to get me
into
killed.
the next round, and a big hit there for Suarez.
I think that is a retaliation from the 7 of LaJoie. It seemed like the 99 and the 7 made contact getting into the final chicane, sent the 7 backwards. Corey's trying to get around the 99 here. They make contact. That spins Corey over here. I thought for sure this was a caution, NASCAR.
Usually when you race the Charlotte Roval, the people who get into each other and get tempers boiling over are people who are in the playoffs. But this time it was only one guy in the playoffs. That was Daniel Suarez. Corey LaJoie would overdrive a corner and hit Daniel Suarez and almost crash him. Suarez was having none of it as he would dump LaJoie heading into the chicane. The 2012 NASCAR season is definitely one that I see that is overlooked by so many fans. It had a great championship battle between Jimmy Johnson and Brad Keselowski. But did you know the 3rd place championship driver in that race was Clint Boyer? Clint Boyer was in the race for the championship in his 15 Michael Waltrip Toyota Camry. He had a shot at the championship until Jeff Gordon would wipe him out completely. With only 2 races left to go in the season at Phoenix, Boyer was so upset he did the Boyer Marathon at Phoenix, running from pit road to the garage area and tried to fight Jeff Gordon. This made for one of the biggest altercations, fights, whatever you want to call it, after a NASCAR race we've seen in some time. And it is still shown on the highlight reels today.
He's that was a real act of a champion. The most cowardly non-championship shit I have ever seen in my life. What a coward. Who the fuck's fighting him? Our whole big crew.
Somewhere in the middle of that is Jeff Gordon.
That's like a lot.
Loud noises.
Over the 75 years club, NASCAR's English business controversial calls that just show how incompetent NASCAR is, staying with either the rule they made or showing favoritism. In this video, we're taking a look at times when NASCAR sanctioned body and officials made some of the worst calls in NASCAR history that changed the outcome of somebody's race or even career. The 2007 Kansas Ball race saw Greg Biffle with 5 laps to go
We have
the
put
race.
our lives on the
Ultimately,
line because
caution would come
Toriani
out,
asked us
and
to do
NASCAR
so.
would decide not to go into overtime, handing the win to Greg Biffle.
What am I missing?
Wake up, Dorothy. This is not a dream. It's real. Right here.
You are back in Kansas, kid, but you know what? Greg Biffle, he's a pretty tough hombre when it comes to passing people.
Tires flat. He's got to stay out here. Just a few laps to go. Probably a green-white checker coming up.
Pull your belts down, guys. Get after it because you only have a white-green checker here.
Green-white checker. By the way,
That's what I meant.
what you do. I know how excited you are. How about Jimmy Johnson now? He's back on the bumper of these two guys. He could be the spoiler for the whole deal. Well, due to the darkness, they're saying they are not going to restart this race on with the darkness and the race out here.
Rather
And it
not
is
break
going
my
to
back.
finish as promised on the last 2 splits. That's why you see the guys down there in the last celebrating.
But as Greg Biffle comes across the start-finish line, he is not actually leading the race. Actually, Clint Boyer and Jimmy Johnson both passed Greg Biffle and effectively assumed the lead. This is where the controversial part comes in. The rule is you must maintain pace speed, or if you're passed, you will lose your positions. Biffle did not maintain pace speed and was passed. But NASCAR, in their wide decided to get the win to Greg Biffle and take the finishes of Clint Boyer and Jimmy Johnson and put them back in 2nd and 3rd place. And they were furious in their post-race interviews.
Jerry, it's very interesting coming to the start-finish line the last time, though. I know you and the 07 were sort of interested in whether or not the 16 might be the victor.
Yeah, he was clearly out of gas. I feel terrible for Greg. He's been working so hard to win a race and is, they're in position to win it. But if you don't maintain pace car speed, you don't hold your position. And it was clear to everyone that he couldn't do it. If he could have, he would have stayed on the bumper of the pace car to the finish line. So, in my opinion, where he coasted across the finish line relative to the other cars that can maintain pit road speed is where he should finish.
And therefore, that would put you 2nd instead of 3rd because the 07 was ahead of you.
It would. I'm all about me right now. I know it put me 2nd.
Hey, but it's more points.
Charge the arrow.
Or may not have just as much meaning. What are your thoughts?
I don't know what to think. I thought you at least had to finish on your own power across the finish line. I don't know if we were supposed to wait on him or what we were supposed to do, but nonetheless, it was a good day for us.
It does sound like you're questioning the finish.
Well, it's kind of weird he couldn't make it across the finish line, but I don't think anybody knows. Jimmy and Jeff behind me didn't know either, so I don't know what's going on. So Boyer,
The more controversial call, let's talk about the time where NASCAR didn't even see it when the leaders jumped the restart. And they only saw it because it was shown on TV. Somehow, even with officials at the track, NASCAR still managed to steal this call. And it wasn't brought to light until Martin Truex said it in a post-race interview. Because, of course, Fox didn't even show it live.
Chase him all the way down there with the side grab. Trying to hold him at bay so he doesn't get clear. Bring him up the racetrack a little bit. Side by side.
He jumped the start and then they used to be the turn on, so definitely sucks, but good solid day and another car capable of winning. So just have to next week try to make it again.
Fixing to take the white flag and fixing to take his first win in NASCAR's Xfinity Series, plus the Clipperman, a fan favorite, was fixing to make history for his Will team. Clipperman was leading at the Charlotte Roval until a a car on the other side of the track and landed the tire barrier. But NASCAR did first caution. They waited over 15 seconds before the caution when Kligerman was 5 feet from the start-finish line. Ultimately, Parker Kligerman didn't get the white flag, even though he should have, because it took NASCAR so long to do the caution. Like they were trying to manipulate and build some artificial drama. Kligerman did a classic post-race, but nonetheless, he was extremely upset and disappointed. Personally, I am extremely upset at the decision by NASCAR officials.
Stay light.
There it is. Yes, a major. Here you go. Here's the... At the time of caution.
So they're claiming this is the absolute timestamp of the yellow. That is a screenshot of where the 48 is. It doesn't look that close in live, but remember, there is a delay to the yellow lights. So it's all electronic now.
We got to get this fixed. I'm sorry. As a fan, I should see a light and say that's it. There should not have to go back and say, well, wait a minute, there's a timestamp. I mean, it needs to make sense, and it needs to be simple to observe.
Like the shot
I'm not
clock.
saying it's wrong.
I'm with you, though. It's
I'm
like
not
the
saying
shot clock.
that's
Like, I want to see the backboard, light up red, and you know it's either touching his fingers or the shot's been released. Paired road, looking at the start finish, you see the 48 right there. As we roll this barely forward, you're going to see just above the hood of the 48.
Yep.
And I mean, a foot before the yellow light flashes on. We roll it back and forth like it right there. There's the spot. So if we look right there, just above the 48, clear on the start-finish line, 2 feet. The yellow light is illuminated. The 48 is short by a couple feet. Great work, tape room.
I might have cheered up when I thought we got it there with the white flag and the caution comes out, and then had to refocus, and I was like, hey, I watched AJ in the Cup race last year nail a bunch of whatever years it was, nail restarts, and I was like, if I want to be this level, I gotta nail this restart, and we did that. And then I thought I'd cut off turn 7 enough, but he somehow got below me, and then it was on from there, and we got damage, and it was full contact. Sam didn't do anything egregious. It was hard racing, but as close as you could be to the line. God, I said I wanted to cry. I'm not gonna cry, but I really love this game, and I just really, really wanted that, and it would have meant the world. But you know what? It meant the world to be in that position. And thank you to Scott Borchetta and everyone at Spike Coors.
The 2015 race saw one of the most controversial finishes, as it involved one of the most hated drivers at the time and the most liked driver at the time, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Joey Logano. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Joey Logano would lead the field back down across the restart, as a huge wreck would ensue behind them. NASCAR would throw the caution and say the race was over. Not having a clear shot at who was leading the race, they would effectively give the win to Joey Logano. Unfortunately for Junior Nation, his win would not come that day.
Right here we see they're under green flag. NASCAR's looking at the track, trying to determine if these cars can drive off. It's very important to see who the leader is when the light comes on.
Caution comes out, and that's how close it is to determine who wins this race. From NASCAR, they are telling us that the 22 was in front, and so Joey Logano will sweep round 2. Unofficially, Joey Logano, the winner of Talladega. 3 consecutive wins in the second round of the chase. Mixed emotions out of the crowd.
Hitting the button to decide when the caution comes out is a huge controversial moment in NASCAR. It always has been and always will be. This was the problem with the 2024 Daytona 500, the biggest race of the year. Alex Bowman and William Byron were side by side when the caution came out. Ultimately, they gave the win to William Byron, but some camera shots show that Alex Bowman was in the lead.
Austin Cindric going for a wild ride here, as did Ross Chastain. You see the light on, you see Bowman ahead of Byron right there, but need to back it up and see this again. And the Daytona 500 race winner will be the 24 to the start finish line. Goes to victory lane, William Byron. From Charlotte, North Carolina, Rudy Fugle, his crew chief.
Pretty sure William had us, but you're gonna let him debate it, right? I think
it was first introduced, and still 20 years later, it's still prone to controversial calls. Just like when so many cars pushed another car below the yellow line, another car passed everybody below the yellow line, and it was a huge controversial moment. I don't feel like explaining this, it's so confusing, so let's try. The Benedetto pushes the car below the yellow line, William Byron. Eric Jones pushes Chris Buescher below the line. Who ensues pushes Denny Hamlin below the line. Denny Hamlin maintains his speed and continues to pass all of this and take home the checkered flag. So many cars probably should have been penalized, and this was a huge controversial moment in NASCAR. Nobody was penalized, and they gave the win to Denny Hamlin.
Eric gets up on the wall. Now the 24, a big run. He slides. They make more contact. Pretty wide as they come out of 4.
Hamlin to the inside. Sidetrack coming to the 24 car.
Denny Hamlin. William Byron. Through the triangle, coming up to the stripe. And as they go across the stripe, a photo finish. Denny Hamlin gets the nod by 23 one-thousandths of a second.
No way.
Take another look.
We normally think about this yellow line being on the straight, but this is in the corner. He is on the apron of the racetrack.
Kind of have to see it from a different perspective to see if the 17 car gave you
Clearly
no
no.
choice.
But he still continues forward, even though the 17 gave you no choice, still continues forward and passes these two cars.
I know that the precedent's been set today that they've been like last car being the car that's forcing, and nothing's happening to the other guy who's on the apron. So if the precedent has been set, you would say that Denny did the same thing that anyone else did that got forced below that line today.
He just benefited in this situation.
Fury! The 2006 Xfinity race at the Charlotte Motor Speedway saw a huge controversial moment where they even had to red flag the race to figure out what was even going on. What had happened was Casey Mears had come down pit road. After Casey Mears, the 42 car made his pit stop as he was driving out of pit road. On the exit of pit road, there's a light. The light had flashed red where he could not exit pit road. Casey Mears proceeded to do so and was picked up ahead of Carl Edwards, who should have been scored to cover in. This started a huge controversial call as Mears teamed with NASCAR's officials who said he deserved to be in front of Edwards, and Edwards did the same and he should have been in front of Mears. This was one of the most wildest and wacky controversial moments that's probably forgotten by lots of fans. Still to this day, this is honestly one of my favorite controversial moments. It's so crazy.
That answers that question.
Yeah. Hey, Dave, Betty's taking tires now, Dave.
He is, but the question is 2 or 4. If they take 2, they can do it very quickly on the fuel because they don't need much.
There you see Mears, the 42. He is the race leader, but not at the front of that line.
Well, here's what Carl Edwards can't understand from the cockpit of his race car and what his crew chief Pierre Patel is trying to get explained to him from down here. If Carl stayed on the racetrack and Casey Mears came down pit road, Casey would have had to have stopped at the end of pit road until the cars on the racetrack filed past him and then joined in at the tail of the line. So they want to know how come Casey stopped and was able to get in front of them on the racetrack for this restart.
Do you have the answer to that, Alan?
No, I'd like somebody to call that one. I mean, that trial that is how it works. When you come down pit road, you're supposed to fall into the end of the line of the cars that are on the racetrack, right? That's right, under yellow, yeah. Right, so that's what they can't understand down here is how a guy that pitted gets to line up in front of them when they were on the lead lap when the yellow came out. Yeah, they were a mile and a half behind, but they were on the lead lap. And the pace car did pick up Casey Mears as the leader, so they're trying to figure out how he was able to get past that stoplight at the end of pit road and get in front of them on the racetrack.
Is it a stoplight, Alan, or is there a guy down there with a paddle?
They have the big red and green light down here, yeah.
Okay.
Storming arrow.
So here's Mears. Coming down pit road. And we're looking for that light. There's that light. See that red light there blinking? That's red. That's red. Yeah, NASCAR's looking at it. Yeah, they're trying to sort this out. That's why they're having it out back green. There it's green. Yeah, that's not enough. Yeah, I don't think that's enough distance to make any difference. No. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know how
Giants up in front of him. You got me on that one. Because technically, just like they say, if he comes down that road, he should be back behind. If we look at the scoring monitor, he should be, the 60 car should be leading the race. Everybody else should be behind him.
Right.
Because the 60 car was the last car, was the car that was the tail end of the lap right in front of him on the racetrack when the caution come out.
But knowing that, if you knew that was going to happen, you should have stopped to put tires on and left.
The only last car that walked right behind me that loped around the racetrack. Once the caution come out, if he just kind of took his time to get around the racetrack, then they had time to come in and out maybe. But no matter what, he should have blended to the longest line.
Okay, they've said the 60 is the race leader. And obviously, Brad's not happy.
A few moments later.
Casey,
Boy, he may have it
up there. He may have enough.
Oh, there. And Edwards around. Caution is out. Daniel Quinn has gone around. Matt Kenseth sneaks.
Mark Martin, NASCAR's lovable loser. He never won a championship, but man, did he come close. In 1 year, Mark Martin lost the championship by a handful of points. And those points were taken away from him mid-season when Dale Earnhardt Sr. and Richard Childress Racing pleaded with NASCAR to go check race winner's Mark Martin's car. They found an illegal part on Martin's car, docked him points, and fined him. And those points would have come in oh so handy. He would have been the champion instead of Earnhardt at the end of the season. This is still probably one of the most desperate things a team did to win a championship, but it worked for Dale Sr.
Mark Martin striving. He's coming to the line. He is the strongest car of the day. Mark Martin has won his second Winston Cup race.
As Ralph and his team celebrated the checkered flag in Victory Lane, a rival competitor for the Cup was raising a red flag in the garage.
And Richard Childress was standing there with a NASCAR instructor, and he pointed and said, "That's it right there." And he was pointing at the carburetor spacer, which was 2.5 inches tall and can only be 2 inches tall.
It came down to a decision was made by NASCAR that it was not legal.
This penalty right here would cost Mark Martin a championship. This ultimately would have most likely been his only championship in the NASCAR Cup Series. Martin was docked points after this infraction and post-race inspection that Richard Childress and Dale Earnhardt Sr. saw. They pleaded with NASCAR and won their case. Martin would ultimately lose the point lead and lose his shot at a championship when he fell short at the end of the season. NASCAR says they don't show favoritism, but we all know they definitely do. When Davey Allison was very likely driving was wrecked by Ricky Rudd, he was black flag. Rudd was black flagged and disqualified for aggressive driving and did not take home the victory at Sonoma. This is definitely showing some favoritism, as we've seen over the years people be wrecked, spun out, and even flipped on purpose, and they don't even get penalties. So this is blatant favoritism if I've ever seen it before.
Allison pulls away. Allison leads Rudd down through the S's. And Dave Marcus just ahead of Davey. And the white flag flies for Ricky Rudd. NASCAR officials apparently talking over this situation. He's headed toward you for the final time, Ned.
Big Baby is not here today. Down to turn 7 here and in very good shape. As the NASCAR officials talk over what they're going
My
to
left
do.
ear is really liking this YouTube video.
Keep your eyes shut. He's not too far behind. He's too far behind him to get you before they get back unless Rudd has a problem. But I'll tell you what, that's not a happy bunch of campers we just saw in that tied pit. I don't know what's going on down there, but they didn't look like they were jumping up and down with joy in there.
Ricky Rudd brings the car once again down through the S's. This will be for the final time this afternoon.
Oh my God.
Controversial finishes in NASCAR history.
Fucking guns.
Justin Haley, quote unquote, passes Kyle Larson and Elliott Sadler below the double yellow line. He crossed the finish line first, but then was disqualified because he passed them below the line. But re-looking at the video, he does not go below that yellow line. Justin Haley was robbed of his Daytona win in 2018.
Between the one and the yellow line, like it didn't really, I don't think it helped him, Junior. Do you? I mean, I think there was room, so he could have been right against the one and not just below the yellow line. So I don't know. Tough call for NASCAR.
Kyle Larson ends up winning. As you see, Haley was trying to celebrate, thinking it was his. The team was coming out there, but the rule is very clear.
It is a tough call. I really think that's your natural reaction as a driver to make that move. He thought that the one car was coming down. So it's a he's not looking at the line. It's a natural reaction.
When the caution comes out, it's always a big moment in NASCAR. You decide someone to race it into their season. And this is the fact that happened in Dale Jr. in 2004. Jr. is looking to win another race at Talladega and make it another Talladega win for him and his team. But ultimately, Brian Vickers was ready to back the car to the throne. And NASCAR had a big controversial moment when they did not know who was leading. Was it Jeff Gordon or Dale Jr.? NASCAR said Jeff Gordon was the declared the leader and won the race. This erupted the stand as the NASCAR's race feared down at Talladega. They were upset a long time. Of course, Jr. of course the only time this would happen. It was 10 years later.
Murray in the 42 car, Michael Walker in the 15, he's fighting his way back up.
Sailing off in trouble. One car around, and it's Brian Vickers.
All right, the caution is out, and we are past the red flag lap. We are past the red flag lap. But remember, the field was frozen when the caution flag came out.
And who at that moment was the leader? We'll have to go back and see.
It would be obviously either Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 or Jeff Gordon in the 24.
Brian Vickers able to drive away after bringing out the 11th caution of the day in turn 3.
Well, there's no debris, there's no problem with the racetrack. I mean, I can't imagine we can't get this thing back started here with 4 laps to go. And when you are challenging the call, you pull up beside the guy. So how many challenges do we have here?
Jeff Gordon will be the leader.
And I think they just told the crowd that too.
Scoreboard has not yet changed to reflect that, but that is what we're being told as of the moment of caution. There is the spin.
And you saw he was about a half a car length ahead of Dale Earnhardt Jr. when Brian Vickers was completely sideways. Yellow light's already blinking.
That's the kind of finishes we have here. We normally just have them down here at the start-finish line.
And in NASCAR's determination at the moment of caution, that's when they decide who is the race leader. Not at the instant the car spins, but when the caution is issued by the NASCAR officials next door and on the flag stand.
And you got to remember, when they say up over here in the booth, put it out, it takes a second for the flagman to even get it out.
There you see right there, the yellow lights were on. So we pretty much know if we're going to get back racing, we have to get one to go this next time.
Oh boy, that could be disastrous.
And for that to happen, NASCAR needs to make sure that the track is clear and that the field is aligned. The fans, of course, they want to see a green flag finish. Safety of the drivers, though, is paramount. And Jeff Gordon will win the Aaron's 499 over Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick, and Robbie Gordon.
Was the decision by NASCAR correct? Did Gordon win the race as far as you're concerned?
Well, I mean, I'm biased, of course, but I felt like I was ahead of him before the light came on, and certainly, I mean, if I beat the light, had to been pretty close on the flag. So, you know, I don't know. I couldn't see the flag stand. I don't know exactly how NASCAR makes their decision on freezing the field, exactly when they freeze it, but I thought I was a miles ahead of him. I didn't even think it was close, but it's a great points day, first or second. So pretty happy about that.
Unfortunately, you know, we don't make the decisions or the rules, and we'll listen to what NASCAR.
Still to this day, I don't think this was even a rule. But Michael Waltrip Racing was caught cheating during the 2013 regular season finale, ultimately helping one of their drivers get into the chase. Jeff Gordon was the odd man out and was essentially added into the chase by NASCAR. NASCAR made an exception to add a 13th driver to the 12-driver chase that year. Jeff Gordon was added to the chase in 2013 and had a shot at a championship even though he didn't even make the chase on points. During the hectic and chaotic finish in the 2022 Indianapolis road course race, Ross Chastain essentially drove off the track on purpose to avoid what could have been a wreck, ultimately gaining him positions and taking the lead. The rule was if you missed the corner you had to take this access road, which he did, but it gave him an advantage. So he was ultimately black flagged and did not get to maintain his finishing position. It was a wild finish though.
See that right rear of that forged glass? Is it bowed down?
Yeah, kind of where the jack, between the orange jack screw and the black lining, it's bowed from the right side of the jack screw over.
Yeah, right by the K. When he's up to speed, I think pushes down about, I don't know, 2 inches, 3 inches.
The 2018 season saw 2 penalties from Kevin Harvick that were somewhat unwritten rules. The first one came in Las Vegas. Apparently on Reddit, somebody found and posted a picture of the rear window of Kevin Harvick's car. The rear window was warped in, creating an extra aerodynamic advantage for Kevin Harvick. Kevin Harvick went on to win the Las Vegas race, and on Tuesday of that following week, NASCAR put the hammer down on the Ford team, stripping them of the race win and the points they collected then. I hope you've enjoyed this video. If you would like to watch more content like this, please click this video right here.
This music reminds me of Planet Coaster, bro.
Press
Not
enter
a
to
race
start.
game.
Press X for accessibility.
Shut the fuck up.
Press A button to start. Press X button for accessibility.
Excuse me. What do you want?
The official story on 9/11 is a complete lie.
The point was to leverage the pain and outrage of that day and use it to convince Americans that we ought to invade Iraq. I'm not alleging that they committed 9/11, but I am stating, because it's a fact, that they were aware the hijackers were in the U.S. Even right now, as we speak, the CIA is effectively refusing to release information that they have from 24 years ago. They should be forced at gunpoint to divulge this. I'm not an anti-Semite, obviously. I'm not even anti-Israel. And you're calling me names is not going to stop me, because I don't have to take orders from you about what I'm allowed to know or not know, because it's my country. So don't tell me the greatest threat we face is not an endorsement of the law, okay? Doesn't make me a simp for the Shiites.
President Trump told reporters at the time that you had called him and apologized. Is that true? The biggest dividing line in politics is arguably no longer right or left. Instead, it's a lot to do with trust. There are those who broadly trust our institutions and our experts, and who generally believe in the stories and the mythologies about our history and the events which define it. On the other side of the people who increasingly don't trust any of these things. They see a deep state, a swamp, and a cabal of vested interests for anything but America first. That dividing line explains a lot about MAGA's division on everything from Epstein files to US support for Israel's war and the decision to bomb Iran. This week marks 24 years since 9/11, the deadliest terrorist attack in American history. For most of those 24 years, there's been no real dividing line over how most Americans interpret the horrific events of the day itself. But Tucker Carlson's about to release a documentary series with the tantalizing tagline, "It's time Americans learned what actually happened." And Tucker Carlson, founder of the Tucker Carlson Network, joins me now. Tucker, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you, Piers. Thanks for having me.
You're looking very sprightly, if I may say so.
Oh, the loading times, man.
Thank you. I think your intro is, you make a smart point that it is about trust. It's not a classic partisan division. And I'm really struck, we spent the last 4 months looking into 9/11, reassessing the explanations we were given by the government for 9/11. And one of the things that really struck me was the viciousness with which anyone who questioned it, certainly in the first several years, was treated with. You know, they were dismissed as crazy. By the way, I participated in that.
Yeah.
I attacked people who questioned 9/11, so I'm very culpable there. But there's a very simple way to dispel conspiracy theories, to make people with dumb ideas look foolish, and that's by disclosing what actually happened. It's by telling the truth. It's through transparency that you gain trust. It's not, I mean, if you ask your children, where were you last night? I'm not going to tell you. Does that engender trust? Of course not. It destroys it. And so there's also a sense in which it's outrageous that the U.S. government could presume to hide from the people who own the country, the citizens, the truth about an event that changed the nation more than any other in our lifetimes, any since the Civil War. It's a completely different country since 9/11. Millions of people died in the aftermath of 9/11. And so what exactly is the justification for not telling us what happened that day? And they haven't. Period.
Well, let me play a trailer from the series. Let's take a look at this.
What do you think?
The official story on 9/11 is a complete lie. The 9/11 report is a joke.
You had
CIA following two men all over the planet, and then eventually even to America, right? And you don't tell the FBI. 9/11 Commission cover.
So what did happen? What did the government know? What did foreign governments know? There was a cover-up. Why? It's been nearly 25 years. It is time Americans learned what actually happened.
It's a great trailer. What to you, though, Tucker, are the biggest lies perpetrated on the American people from 9/11?
All these adventures look amazing.
Well, the core lie,
Glad I don't have to pick one.
Is the 9/11 Commission itself, which was an instrument, a political instrument of the Bush administration, run by a guy called Philip Zelikow. And from beginning to end, he stage managed the explanation for 9/11 in a way that benefited
I've been sitting on this one for a while. It's the showcase I've always wanted to do.
The point was to leverage the pain and outrage of that day.
Have you heard of the Carrera
and use it to
Panamericana?
convince Americans that
I've
we
just
ought to
been told
invade
about another
Iraq,
barn
which,
find
of course,
nearby.
had nothing
Shall we go
whatsoever
find
to
it?
do with 9/11. And he wrote the commission report with that in mind. By the way, he wrote it before the investigation took place. He literally sketched it out before they knew what the facts were. And then during the course of the investigation, systematically, I'm not guessing.
Turn
by the way,
around
this is
when
not
it
a
is safe to
conspiracy.
do so.
This is the testimony of people who are directly involved in the commission. Chairman Tom Kean, the former governor of New Jersey, Republican governor. He stage managed the entire thing and prevented investigators from looking into like core questions. For example, the CIA was fully aware that many of the hijackers who committed 9/11 were in the United States. They had followed them, as the trailer suggests, around the world. 11 out of the 19 hijackers had visas for travel to the United States issued in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, at exactly the moment that John Brennan was the station chief for the CIA in Saudi Arabia. They knew that they were here. They didn't hide the fact that they were here. I mean, Khalid al-Mihdhar, who was a 26-year-old Saudi, the plane that hit the Pentagon, was in the San Diego phone book, and he was being followed by the CIA. I mean, this is all documented, and not just by the CIA, by foreign intel services, probably the British, possibly the French, definitely the Israelis. They knew. Now, I'm not alleging that they committed 9/11, but I am stating, because it's a fact, that they were aware the hijackers were in the U.S. and were planning a terror attack against the United States, and they never passed that information to the FBI, to local police, much less to the American public, and 3,000 people died as a result. So what is that? Huge parts of the 9/11 story were left out of the commission report. For example, what happened to Building 7, which was not only not next to the Twin Towers, which were hit by airplanes, but had a building in between itself and those buildings, collapsed that afternoon for reasons that no one has been able to explain since. You're not a lunatic for asking. There is no there's no plausible explanation for how that building collapsed.
Well, so let's talk about that.
That's not even mentioned.
Well, let's talk about that for a moment,
Yes.
because it's one of the many things that have raged since. If you look into the investigation into Tower 7, the findings of the investigation into it were that the North Tower, when it came down, had set off a load of fires in Building 7. And it was a steel structure. It shouldn't have gone down, but it did. These fires burned all afternoon, and I think it was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon or something. The tower eventually gave way to the welter of fires raging inside it. And it was the only time that had happened to a structure that was built in that way. However, there has been another tower very similar to that structure, which has since gone down in Tehran. So it's no longer the only one. In other words, there is another example of a tower like that collapse. So when it comes to the specific theory about that, what is the alternative explanation? I mean, if you're examining another theory, other than the one that the investigation concluded was simply that the North Tower came down, fires were set off in Tower 7, and then it eventually collapsed. What is the other theory which we should give more credence?
I don't know. I don't know that the onus is on me or anyone who seeks the truth about what happened to come up with an alternative theory. The onus is on federal authorities to explain why, for example, they never investigated. Why, for example, the rubble and the steel from that building was carted off within hours and sent out of the country to Asia. Why, for example, an analysis done not by Koops, but by chemists found traces of explosive material in the dust from that day. Why structural engineers who have kind of no skin in this game came to the conclusion that that just couldn't happen based on all available evidence. And that none of that is addressed at all or even mentioned in the 9/11 report. So, and there are all kinds of anomalies, as I know that you're fully aware, and there are possible explanations to explain all of them. For example, the BBC report on air saying the building had fallen when it hadn't fallen yet.
You're here.
There are all sorts of reasons to wonder, like, what the hell is this? But it's not incumbent on us to provide explanation. It's incumbent on the people running the government and running the supposed investigation into this to tell us, like, what was that? And
I mean, I have a very open mind. The reason I'm interested to watch your documentaries is I have a genuinely open mind, and actually, I would say it's been more opened generally about this kind of thing since the COVID pandemic. That I was too, I think, credulous about what the authorities were saying through the pandemic to my detriment. You and I have had this conversation. So I'm actually have a very open mind about this. I mean, on the specifics, for example, the BBC report you mentioned was based on a false Reuters report that they retracted soon afterwards and said it shouldn't have gone out. And the building, you could see the building behind the BBC journal, so it was obviously ludicrous. CNN did the same thing. But having been in the news game as you have, on big breaking news stories, fog of war stuff happens, and if it was a genuine error by Reuters, okay. I remember, for example, just as a comparison, I remember being on air at CNN when the hurricane came through, Hurricane Sandy burst through Manhattan. If you probably a Fox fan thing, but if you remember, half the lights went out in Lower Manhattan. And I remember a report coming from CNN that the stock exchange was underwater, and that had an immediate impact on global markets. And it turned out that was a false report. So these things can happen. US national debt is more than $37 trillion. And these are uncertain times for the global economy. It's enough to make you think, maybe now would be a good time to buy some gold. Whether it's a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just sensible diversification, Birch Gold Group believes that every American should own physical gold. Until the 30th of September, if you're a first-time buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000.
Welcome to Sierra Nueva.
Free metals and qualifying.
It's time to fire up our scouting vehicle.
Request a free
One of the best electric trucks you'll see. It's Alejandra's, so you know it's going to be absolutely cracking.
Make right now.
Sounds like everyone else is already moving.
Buy gold
and
let's take advantage of a rebate of up to $10,000 when you buy them at 10%. Text my name Piers to 99898. Claim your eligibility and get your free electric pack. Again, just text
Fucking
Piers
F-150 scares me.
Ignore that left and brace yourself.
In terms of your overview from everything you've unearthed in the documentary, have you unearthed any evidence that there was any suggestion anywhere of an inside job? Or is the stuff that you're talking about in relation to the CIA and the fascinating details that these two people in particular
Everyone's on the way to the festival.
Is that more cock-up than conspiracy? In other words, was it a gigantic cock-up that after Bin Laden had already had one go at the World Trade Center?
Bro,
that there was
the
just
fucking
not
camera
a collective
angle?
effort by the
I
CIA,
changed that shit.
by FBI, by other intelligence agencies around the world to stop him succeeding with a second attempt. So is it cock-up, or do you think there is merit to suggestion that some people somewhere must have known more than we've been told?
Well, we know that people did know more than we've been told. I mean, somebody shorted the airlines and a bunch of the banks that were affected. Now, this is not a conspiracy theory. It's not a guess. This is publicly available information. Now, the FBI found out the identity of the person or institution that shorted these events on 9/11 and made a huge amount of money by doing that, but never released that information. So why can't we know who clearly had foreknowledge? I mean, if you're shorting American Airlines a week before 9/11, when no one knows it's coming, I think you should have to explain what you did know. And if you're shorting Barclays and banks that were affected by 9/11, why can't we know who you are? These are public markets, by the way. This is not private equity. This is publicly traded equity. So I wonder about that. So clearly, yes, there was foreknowledge. By the way, there was a team. This is according to the FBI.
Being a co-driver requires absolute concentration.
There was a team of clearly intel-connected foreigners who were arrested after 9/11, as you well know, videotaping the terror attacks. This is, I'm almost verbatim quoting from the FBI assessment of this. And the FBI determined that they apparently had foreknowledge. So why can't we know more about that?
That's what I'm talking about.
That's bigoted. No, this is my country, actually. I know people who died on 9/11. Everything was changed because of it. I prompted it on to the Middle East, just like everyone else in our business. I'm sure you did as well. And then we lost our civil liberties at home. We immediately started torturing people and locking up people for years. They are still locked up in Guantanamo Bay with no charges at all. And the rest of us, very much me included, nodded our heads and like, yeah, they're bad, they're Muslim terrorists. Now, I think a lot of them were bad, and they were Muslim terrorists. On the other hand, if your government is allowed to torture people and lock them up indefinitely without charging them, how long before they do that to you?
I can see a shortcut.
We don't do that here. I know it's very common in the UK now, which is an authoritarian country. We don't want that here.
You're descending into the craters. Keep going, and once you make the jump, turn right. You'll be back on the route.
And by the way, I should say, the main beneficiary in the United States of those attacks was the CIA, which allowed them to happen. So the CIA's budget became more than double. Of course, we're not allowed to know what the CIA budget is, even in government.
You left.
This is a fact,
Bro,
ask a high-level official at the White House currently, what's the CIA's full budget? They can't tell you.
When
it is
you
a
play
secret that is
Dirt
so
Rally
closely
2 and you get these these space notes, you're like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, fucking amateur.
More than twice what it was before.
Okay, but what you're suggesting with your phraseology is the CIA were part of a kind of inside track knowledge
We're cutting
about
over
what
3
may
dunes
happen,
here.
which is
Make the
obviously
job.
incredibly serious. No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that. I'm stating the facts, which are that the CIA was fully aware that many of these hijackers were that those visas were issued in
but we just killed the chicken.
We had very close security service cooperation at the time when John Brennan was running the station.
But that's different to saying that they knew what was going to happen.
Straight ahead, across the asphalt, and back
they
onto the
actually
dirt.
did know that these people were planning a terror attack because they surveilled a meeting planning it in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, a year before.
I missed it,
and then
son of a
followed
bitch.
the guy as he came to the United States and arrived in San Diego for flight training. So, again, I'm not guessing about any of this. These are established facts. There's no person,
Crash the gates into a jump.
CIA director
Double
George Tenet
caution
would
in the water
deny this.
landing.
They'll say, oh,
Then
you're a
hard left in the
conspiracy
cement
theory.
carrier.
Okay,
and
fine.
we'll be back on
Attack
the
my
roof.
character as you will. But tell me how I'm wrong, and of course I'm not wrong. So
there's the rule.
I'm not alleging or suggesting anything.
I'm not saying you're right or wrong or anything. All I'm saying is that from everything you're saying,
easy right.
It is a leap. It is a leap. There is a demonstrable difference, I would argue. By all means, push back on it, but I would argue that there's a demonstrable link between knowledge of bad people moving around,
Our drone
maybe
shows up.
monitoring them, and aware they may be up to bad
Video
things,
right.
and actually
Video left.
coherent, clear knowledge in advance that they were planning the attack using planes on the World Trade Center.
Almost to the best.
I understand. You're saying that intent matters, and I would not. Of course, I would not dispute that. Intent does matter. It matters under the law, and it matters morally. Did you mean to do it? Yes, that matters. However, it doesn't matter as much as we pretend that it does. If I pull up to a casino and leave my toddler in the back of the car with the windows up and just kind of forget, and the kid dies, do you say, "Oh, you didn't mean to kill your own child"? No, you'd say, "Through your negligence, your child died."
Yes.
It's murder. Now, it's not a first-degree murder, but it's certainly at least a manslaughter.
It's certainly
And
severe
so
negligence. I agree with that.
we
and
know-
I do, and I agree with you.
That is a kind of murder.
Yeah, listen, I don't think there's any doubt that there was massive negligence when it came to 9/11 happening on the watch of whoever was running the US government at the time, the CIA, the FBI, all of them. No one can credibly say that what happened was not a catastrophic failure of intelligence, because I've always assumed there must be some guys at the Pentagon in a room whose only job is to think the unthinkable. And it's not that difficult.
it doesn't have to
think
get
that
too
one day
competitive.
somebody may hijack a plane and use it as a weapon. It's not that. When you've got
Team
fundamental
Rally Showdown it is. Hey, superstar. What do you think?
What's with the fat guy?
kill themselves as they kill people, doing it
We'll
using a
start
plane
things
did not
off
seem to me
nice
to be
and
that unthinkable. And yet nobody seemed to have thought that through.
Well, the U.S. government had war gamed that. Of course, look, I mean, that was, of
We know the
course,
best, most
a
technical
possibility
racing is
in the
always on
minds
asphalt,
of
right?
people whose job is to protect the United States from happening. They war gamed that. They took Bin Laden
What
very
else could it
seriously.
be?
We interviewed members of the Bin Laden state, the CIA,
200 yards.
who I think are patriotic, decent people who really want to prevent a terror attack. But there are also elements of the CIA which does not act as, a coherent body. It's a vast, sprawling organization.
We're
There's not a
here.
single person at CIA who understands everything
Take
that's
my car.
happening at
I've
CIA
done
at
some
any
work
given
under
time
the
because
hood
it's
for you.
compartmentalized. That's the nature of it. And so there were people at CIA, and I would say John Brennan clearly one of them, who understood
Racing
that
rally
these
style is as
terrorists,
simple
these
as it gets.
hijackers, planned to
Faster the
commit
splits,
violence
the
against
better your
Americans
race
in the United
position.
States,
I'll
and they
be
did
giving
nothing
you
about
race
it. Now,
notes
you
from
can
the
draw
sky,
your own
so listen
conclusions about
closely.
that. In fact, they abetted it. They helped the hijackers get here. Fact. And so you can argue about why, but the truth is it's incumbent on them to tell us why. We had a fake investigation. George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, Condoleezza Rice, Philip Zelikow participated
Welcome
in
to
hiding the
Devil's
truth from the
Pass.
public. Again,
Fast
I
asphalt out
voted
the
for
time
them.
through
I'm
chicanes.
not.
I hope you're
it's
ready
not a
for
partisan
this.
point.
Yeah,
Me too. Know it now, and why isn't there a 9/11, an actual 9/11 commission dedicated to finding out what happened? And the truth is, not only is there not, but even right now, as we
Medium right.
speak, the CIA is effectively refusing to release
Medium
information that
left.
they have from 24 years ago.
God, these space notes are terrible, dude.
No, but they should be forced at gunpoint to divulge them.
Well, it reminds me, you know, when you mention, it reminds me of the JFK files, of RFK files, of the King files, of the Epstein files. Time and again, we are led to believe we're all going to find out exactly what went on, and then
easy right.
So that there is clearly behind the scenes high levels of government machinery, a concerted effort that has been for many, many decades to prevent the American people and the wider world, but the American people, I think, from knowing the full
You're
story.
making good time, but that doesn't mean you can slow down. Bump.
Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Natural.
Medium left. The medium right.
All natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans have already taken them with incredible results. Optimum Day
Onto
designed
bridge.
to boost your energy and support weight loss throughout the day.
Then medium left.
Night helps you relax, get deep for
Oh, crap.
And don't just take their word for it. Here are just a few of
Then
their
easy
success
right.
stories. England football legend Michael Owen.
Hairpin left.
Robbie, the face of AFTV, got there 100 pounds.
Easy left.
Top law firm
Then medium right.
cost 50 pounds. Anita, an immigration lawyer, shed 60
Hard left.
Watch their full stories. Find out more. Scan the
Medium
QR code
left.
on the screen or visit oxfordnatural.com.
Hard right.
Here's the best part. Use the code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S,
Hard right.
and get 70% off your first year. Get 70% off with the promo code.
Flat out. Hard left.
Well, especially in the case of the Kennedy files, which has been the subject of a bunch of federal laws passed by Congress
Easy right.
that
Into
demand
hairpin right.
disclosure. The president, current president, on January 23rd issued an executive order saying release it all, and they
Hard
haven't.
left.
So why is that? Is it to protect the CIA, actually?
Medium left.
Who was the
Followed
CIA
by
director
hard
in
left.
1963? John McCain. How many people know that? How many people care? Nobody.
Medium right.
So is it to really protect an agency?
Hairpin left.
You know, 60 odd years later? I don't think it is. Or maybe it is. I don't know. All I know
Medium
is
right.
a statement of fact that they are not releasing relevant information.
No.
Right.
That
Followed by
event,
easy
the
left.
murder of the sitting U.S. president. And by the way, a whole lot of other
Flat
things.
out.
I mean, the
Followed
UAP,
by
you
bridge.
just go on forever.
Hard right.
And the cumulative effect bears on what you said in
Medium
your
left.
smart intro, I
Into
think.
medium right.
Is that at a certain point, people understand it's not a democracy, that people do not rule.
Medium
They actually
right.
have no relevant input into how the government operates. It's not
Medium
operating for
left.
their benefit. And they either become one of two things.
Hard right.
Cynical and resign, non-participatory, I give up, give me some fentanyl, or they become revolutionary. And both are
left.
really bad. Both make a stable future
Flat out.
impossible. And so the only remedy
right.
is disclosure. And I have to say at this point, because they've been so resistant to it, I
Easy
don't
right.
know why.
I didn't even need a handbrake on this, man.
It's the most important.
This car brakes
Medium
really
left.
nicely.
player in singles, significant
Oh,
player in
I gotta pay attention to the road, though.
by anybody. It's not democratically controlled.
Fuck my
We
life.
don't have the budget, and that fact alone prevents this country from
Right.
being a real place.
An
So
easy
why did it
left.
happen? You could certainly need intel gathering, of course. You need
Right.
some sort of
Then
probably
easy right.
paramilitary force, I guess. You could have that. We have a
Right.
DoD.
Into
Why is it
easy
run out
left.
of CIA? Why does that still exist?
All that
And
matters is that finish
no one is
line.
willing to answer that question because they're afraid. And the truth is, if the president of the United States is murdered and everyone believes the CIA played a role in it,
Got him.
probably lots of players there, but CIA was clearly one of them. The Counterintel Division clearly played a role and lied about it. Then every subsequent U.S. president lives with that hanging over his head.
Well, also,
there are boundaries, there are guardrails.
we've-
You cross over them, and you could get killed.
Right. I mean, we've had with Donald Trump, there were 2 attempts on his life in the run-up to the last election.
That's
You know,
correct.
one was this young kid who appeared to have absolutely
I would have rather had the
nothing on
BMW
his files
M4.
whatsoever. We had
God damn it.
nothing about this person. He just somehow existed in a total vacuum of any information. And the second guy, a few weeks later, was able to sit in a bush for 12 hours preparing to assassinate Donald Trump if he'd walked up
See what I'm talking
about
After
500
it's
yards
better.
up a golf
It's not
course to where he
complicated.
was waiting
Look,
by
I
one
can't
of the
fault
greens.
your logic,
And I
but
found that deeply
taking
unsettling
sides.
because you would have thought that Trump by then would be the most protected human being in history, having just survived
Right. I
assassination
hear you've been
attempt.
out with the
Both
alley
of
and
those
done some
cases
road racing.
raised
There's loads
all
of that
sorts of
back in
questions
Mexico.
which
But we're in
just don't know
Sierra
the
Nueva,
answers to.
and real
And that's
rally
happened in
is
the
all
last
about
year.
going off-road and into the dirt. A
head for the race event I've marked out for you. It's a nice rough run cutting through hills.
Definitively, but my
Do you have
strong
any
impression
idea
is
how long
that,
I've been planning this?
you know, people at the top
I'm gonna
levels of
take a
government
wild
don't
guess
agree.
and say quite some
So
time.
They talk too much in this game, dude.
a pretty. I think that's right, but I don't know. But the picture that emerges is very clear, and everyone can see it, which is a government that is not controlled by the voters or even the people voters elect to control the government. It's controlled independently by the people who staff it and other aligned interests, not all of them American. So that is not a picture of democracy or even of oligarchy. It's a picture of something much darker than that. And people who point it out are roundly attacked and criticized, and their children are attacked. I mean, you know, anyone who's done this knows the consequences of doing it, but it doesn't make it any less true, actually. You can attack me all you want, don't really care. Why don't you answer the question, how does this work? And why can't I know? And if I can't know, who has greater authority than I do as a taxpayer and a citizen? What you're really revealing is that the system itself is utterly fake. Okay, I guess everyone knows that now, but what are the consequences of knowing that? The consequences of
What is
knowing
this
that
shit?
are dire and scary. And so I think at this very late date, we should try to fix it. And the only way to fix it is by telling people the truth and reading them in, as they say in Washington. Read me in to what my government is doing with my money in my name. And if you won't do that, then at a certain point, like, how is it not justified to try to replace the government? Like, that actually is tyranny. What's the other definition of tyranny? I don't, you know, like, so they're really playing with fire. I don't want revolution. I can't stand violence. Civil war is the worst thing that could ever happen. I'm not calling for any of that. I'm merely saying that's going to happen at some point if they don't make good on the core promise, which is it's your country, it exists for your benefit. You have a right to know relevant things. You can't just be dismissed with the back of the hand and called names. Keep that shit up, and you know it will get really ugly. That's my
in your series, do you dispel some of the sort of madder conspiracy theories? I'll give an example which you may or may not agree with.
You're making excellent time here. Don't let up.
Conspiracy theory ignited again by what's happened in Gaza, that Israel was somehow implicated in 9/11. It was in their interests for that to happen because then it would lead rage against all their enemies in the Middle East and so on. And yet, of course, if you look at the people who died, at least I think 110 or more people who died that day were
This
known
buggy
to be
sucks.
Jewish. It is estimated maybe another 80 were Jewish, which meant that about 10% of all the victims that day were likely to have been Jewish,
followed by hairpin right.
would seem to dispel the suggestion this was some Jewish thing that they had been involved in. But do you tackle that kind of conspiracy theory in the series? In other words, as well as exploring stuff that you think needs to be highlighted and exposed and you need to know more about, do you also dispel stuff which has been allowed to rage around for 25 years now and kill that off?
Jump.
Well, it hasn't so much been allowed, it's actually been greatly discouraged. I don't repeat every theory about it. They're endless. And don't really see the point in elevating things that we can't know are true. I would say the effect on me was to make me more suspicious, actually. And again, we didn't interview people who gather their information on 9/11 from the internet. We interviewed only people who were directly involved in the events and the subsequent events. So government officials, it was almost exclusively government officials. And during the course of experience, I became more prone to believe that this is really, really bad. This is super bad. And as to the question you asked specifically about Israel, no, of course I didn't allege that, that Jews did it. I don't even know what that means. I think, in fact, saying things like that is a way to discredit real questions. Like, Benjamin Netanyahu on camera right after, so it was a good thing. Because it brings the United States into a conflict that we've been involved in on an existential level for decades. We said that out loud. I'm not guessing, you can pull the tape. We know that a group of Israeli art students, who clearly were not art students, clearly some of them were aligned with Israeli intelligence, were arrested and held for quite some time in the United States before being released without charges. And we know that a group of them, again, I'm quoting an FBI document here, not the internet, filmed the attacks on 9/11, and I'm quoting, seemed to have foreknowledge of those attacks. Now, you were not allowed to follow up in any of this. Fox News did a series with Rick Hume and Carl Cameron, which many people have seen in a bootleg version on the internet, but they did it like within weeks, saying, what is this? There was an Israeli spy ring in the United States, and they clearly knew 9/11 was coming. This is Fox News. They pulled that under pressure. They pulled that off the internet. It's not searchable in any Fox News archive, but they aired it. I know the people who did it. Of course, I worked with them for years. They're real people. They're not crazy. In fact, they're pro-Israel, but they had a fact set before them, and they reported it, which is called journalism. And subsequent generations have been forbidden from noting what is now factually true. Those are factually true statements. Now, we tried to interview some of those people. One lives in the United States, in California, and made no headway whatsoever. And we knew as we did it, by the way, that we're going to be attacked as anti-Semites or something.
Hello and welcome. We begin with some breaking news. Woke is dead. The war on common sense is officially over. Cancelled celebrities are emerging from jail. Virtue signaling has been outlawed.
Very considerate of you.
Mass ridicule. And we are finally free to call a spade a spade. So what was the cause of death? How did the silent majority finally win?
You could always admit you were bluffing, Rami.
Woke is dead is my definitive story, the rise and fall of woke, as well as the common sense hero, villains who have dominated news and culture for 10 years of madness. So my personal roadmap back to a less divided world. The world where we can agree to disagree, where debate triumphs over censorship, and where common sense is king. You'll be shocked by how much you agree with me.
Nice, I jumped. I completely cleared it. That was a brick wall.
Obviously, not even anti-Israel on some principled level. I'm an American, and I think it's not only fair, but my moral obligation to find out what the hell was this. And you're calling me names is not going to stop me because
here's your right.
I've been here my whole life, and my family's been here a long time. I don't have to take orders from you about what I'm allowed to know or not know because it's my country.
That's the
kind of democratic spirit that informed this country my entire life until 9/11. After which it
never mind.
became
Oh, this is nice.
To ask obvious questions. And I'm just not going to play along. Period.
Where do you think we are, Tucker, with the various things that have happened since you and I last spoke in Riyadh, actually, for a really interesting double-header chat?
Here we are, a mixed surface
in particular,
run with multiple hairpins and jumps through the tierras verdes.
Where Donald Trump decided to attack Iran.
4, 3.
What did you feel about that?
Group B, hit machine.
Do you think Trump was vindicating his short chart strategy there by bombing Iran? Or do you think that
I can't see shit either. Holy fuck.
Well, of course I can't say. I mean, my life is a kind of unbroken chain of bad predictions and embarrassing analysis, and I've been wrong so many times, and I will be in the future without question. However, it's just a fact that, you know, events have consequences that we can't foresee often for years or generations. And I think it's very unwise to use military force without a clear, achievable objective that serves the American national interest. In fact, it's not allowed
Easy left,
under any other
into medium right.
And in that case, I was concerned and remain concerned that this focus on Iran is not actually connected to our history. How many Shiite terror attacks have there been in the United States in my lifetime?
Then surface change to dirt.
So don't tell me that the greatest threat we face is Iran. That's a lie. You're telling it on behalf of a foreign power. Maybe they feel the greatest threat they face is Iran. It's not the greatest threat we face. It's not an endorsement of Iran. Okay? It doesn't make me a simp for the Shiites. It just makes me an American who's trying to think clearly about what our problems are. And our problems would include tens of millions of foreign nationals living illegally in my country, nobody knows their identities. They would include a collapsing economy that makes it very hard for my children to have children and live the life that they grew up with and their friends and all American kids. It would include a drug crisis that's killed millions of Americans over the past 20 million over the last 20 years. Iran is not even in the top 10 list. So you can scream at me all you want and call me names and call me a bigot or whatever, but there's no evidence to support that. So if the energy of the U.S. government is focused on a threat that's not the primary threat to us, it is by definition ignoring the threats that are. And that's a kind of negligence. And so I pointed that out. I was, roundly attacked. My family was attacked. whatever. I don't care. It's true, and everyone kind of knows it's true.
Easy
And being
left,
bullied by Ben Shapiro into pretending that it's not true, it's just not on the program for me at 56.
Oh, that broke way better than I was expecting.
President Trump told reporters at the time that you had called him and apologized
into
after
medium
you
left.
disagreed with the Israeli strikes in Iraq. Is
Medium
that
right.
true?
I am a champion apologizer. I really believe in apologies. I have a lot to apologize for. Oh, I always have. Well, I certainly. But I also think that you should offer a false apology. You should apologize for things that you did wrong. And I didn't do anything wrong there. And I wasn't attacking anybody. I wasn't attacking I wasn't attacking Israel. I wasn't attacking.
I know I got us into this mess by running my mouth, my friend. But I think we might have invented a brand
in
new
my
and
capacity as
exciting
someone with
kind of
strong
rally
opinions,
sport.
I think this is an unwise course.
Drivers will
And
love
I
this.
still think that.
Right.
It's not an attack on Trump, who I voted for and campaigned for and really like. It's my view. And so that's not something I would apologize for because it wasn't wrong. It was my duty, and I still believe it.
So
yeah.
that seems to be a
nice.
clear repudiation of
GT3.
what he said, that you did not call him to apologize.
No, it's not that. It's just that, look, I said what I said, which wasn't,
One tournament, 3 rally
very
teams,
complex or sophisticated. It certainly wasn't
title of
hate-filled.
Horizon
I don't
Rally
think this is a wise
champion and the
course.
services of the
I would
top
never
driver
apologize
at
for
the
that because I
festival.
believe it.
You have to spread yourself around,
I
superstar.
will just be totally
Try a
honest
bit
with you
of
and
everything.
say I'm
real
kind of an
question
unpleasant
here.
person when I get mad,
Will it be
and like if I'm
first?
ever
not a
rude,
question at
which I
all.
often have been to people, that is worth apologizing for. And I'm sorry. I want to
Suppose
preemptively
we
apologize
did want to
for
find
being a
out
jerk
which of
because
us
I
was
often
quicker.
am. So I
So
would
would it-
definitely
would it be-
apologize that. To answer your
But
question, I don't really
I'd wait for you
remember
to
the
build your
conversation, but
reputation and
whatever.
win races
Could
first,
it have
of
been, I don't
course.
want to put words in your mouth, but could it have been you apologized perhaps for the
I've studied
tone
every
of the
inch
way
of
you had
Sierra Nueva on
criticised
paper,
what Trump
and a
had
good
done,
amount
rather
on
than
recce.
apologise for your
These
view
are our
of what he
first
did?
race stages. What are you aiming for?
Yeah,
Get going.
I mean, if I have no idea if being as honest as I can be, I have no idea if I actually did that. But if I haven't done that, let me do it now. I apologize to him and everyone else I've snapped at or been mean to, even poor Ted Cruz, who, I don't think is the most evil. And he's just controlled by a foreign power. I feel sorry for him. He's like kind of desperate.
We're pinning
and
the challenge to your
wants
dash.
money or
If
whatever
you'd like to
his
change
motive
it,
is,
you can go
but
to the
I don't.
team screen.
I was rude to him, and I'm sorry. I'm just that way. People in my family have pointed that out. When I get mad, I get snappy and punished. I went to boarding school as a kid. They inculcate that in me, the cruelty of the dorm, and I've been fighting against it my whole life. So I'm sorry.
When we had our little, I thought highly entertaining ding dong in the desert, Saudi Arabia. I enjoyed it. I like people who give it full throttle. I like people who challenge me. I like people who take me on. I like people who can be a bit snappy.
But that's why I've never been mad at you in my life.
Yes.
I know you do. We have exactly the same personality that way.
Yeah.
So I would never be snappy with you because you always, I think your views are sincere, you always retain some distance from yourself and from your views and a sense of humor and kind of like, I would never, and you do this for a living and you debate for a living, and so I'm not triggered by it, but it's the self-seriousness, it's the self-righteousness of a toad like Ted Cruz that just sets me off. I was elected to the Senate to fight for Israel, and it's like, what? Shut up, Anthony.
Nice slide, though.
It's like, okay. If you respond to a totally obvious, legitimate question by attacking a man's character, you earn my contempt. You don't behave like that at all. You're like, okay, we have different views. That's all right.
You mentioned
don't trigger me.
You mentioned Ted Cruz. You did raise some eyebrows this week when you said that Hamas is more like a political organization than a terrorist.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
Your show when you were talking.
I didn't say that. And I said that is Hamas a jihadi group?
Well, we'll play the clip, and I'll tell you what Ted Cruz said. I'd like your response.
Please do.
No one can plausibly claim that a Christian family are in Hamas. Okay, so tell me, you can't claim that they're in Hamas while simultaneously claiming that Hamas is, a group of jihadis.
This could be a problem.
Extremists, which they also claim constantly. Which I don't know if that's true, by the way. It seems more like a political organization. But whatever it is, they're telling us constantly they're Al-Qaeda. So it can't also be true that Christians are a member of Al-Qaeda. Sorry. Yeah. So then we know they're not in Hamas, so why did they get killed? Why was their church blown up? Why were they killed in that hospital? Like, what is this?
So when you said there, Tucker, that you said in passing there, you weren't making a different point. You did say in passing there, they seem more like a political organization. What did you mean by that?
Stupid fucking game.
No,
Well, you're
I
here in
said
Sierra
you
Nueva.
can't claim.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Oh my god. Stop talking.
Americans fund Israel.
This game
fund the IDF.
talks
None
too
of
much,
this
bro.
Wouldn't be possible without the United States and Christians in the United States. So they don't get to kill Christians. They don't get to block
Wait, how do I
access to
fucking-
Christian holy sites. They don't get to allow people to spit on Christian clergy, and they definitely don't get permission from the country that funds them to blow up churches or Christian hospitals.
I can't fucking.
So what the hell is
Why
that?
can I not?
And that's my point. And in response, and I've asked that
Oh.
not as a hater of Israel, but as a Christian.
Oh, now I'm
I've asked
immediately
that
off.
pretty
Okay,
persistently
whatever.
For the last few years, really been attacked for it. But so what? And the response is, well, they're not actually, they're Hamas in Hamas. And so my question is, well, you're telling me simultaneously that Hamas is a religious group, they're Islamic extremists, but they also have Christian members? Like, how does that work? It doesn't make any sense at all. That was my point. I'm not endorsing Hamas. I didn't say they're not a terror group. That's a freaking lie. I said, if you're telling me they're a jihadi group, they're political extremist groups, by the way. Fatah, there were tons of Arab political terror groups that were secular, that did have Christians in them, by the way, a lot of Christians, who were displaced in 1948, and they were radical or whatever. But there's, you see what I'm saying? There's like a childish internal contradiction there that, and now they don't want to deal with it, so it's like, shut up, Hamas support.
Yeah, I think what got people going.
You stop killing Christians. You stop killing Christians.
I understood the bigger point.
What is that?
Yeah, listen,
what's the justification for that?
I understood the bigger point you were making, like I said.
I'm a Christian. I don't have to put up with this
understand.
anymore. I don't have to sit back and be like, and all these Christian ministers in the United States are like, oh, shut up. Yeah. We can't complain about a government that we fund killing Christians. I don't know who's writing the rules here, but I'm not obeying them. I'm not attacking Israel, not an anti-Semite. You don't get to kill Christians who have nothing to do with this. It's the world's only religion that is not only non-violent, but considers retaliation a sin. Turn the other cheek.
Wow, only got one fucking star?
Jesus.
I
understand. Give me a straight answer.
Yeah,
calling me names is not going to deter me.
I understand the bigger point you made, but like I said, you definitely say...
It's the only point I'm making.
You definitely said in passing that they seem more like a political organization. So do you want to clarify what you meant by that bit?
I'm saying...
Why can't I not, like, teleport, man? What the fuck?
A funded by Israel political association, by the way.
Sure.
Hamas was funded by Israel to some extent. It's not a controversial statement. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's an established fact by the current prime minister. Took money, gave it to Hamas. I meant what I said, which is they are either... I'm not questioning whether they've committed violence. They have. I'm opposed to that. I'm opposed to all violence, period. And I'm opposed to Hamas violence. I'm opposed to killing people. The question is, if you are telling me that they are inspired to kill because of their religious ideology, that is a different thing from people who are inspired to kill by their
saw that coming.
Because if it's political, you can imagine an alliance with Christians. If it is a religious motivation, it is impossible to imagine, as I said in that clip, Christian accomplices. There weren't a lot of Christians supporting Al-Qaeda because Al-Qaeda was explicitly anti-Christian. So was ISIS. Fatah, which was, again, a radical or violence-prone Palestinian political organization, had Christian support. So which is it? That's my point. I was calling into question their lack of a coherent explanation for why Christians are being killed in a conflict that, from my perspective, doesn't seem to have anything to do with them. So why are you desecrating churches?
Do you view Hamas as a terrorist organization, as they've been prescribed in many countries, including the US?
I view Hamas killing people, especially civilians, as horrifying, immoral, and wrong. If you think you're going to get me into some semantic game about who's a terrorist and who's not a terrorist, killing people who committed no crime is wrong, period. That's the basis of Christian belief. It's the basis of Western civilization. Dropping bombs on people who did nothing wrong is a crime, period. That is why we say we are better than the terrorists, because we don't kill people who did nothing wrong. And by definition, children haven't done anything wrong. So you are not allowed to kill them. And now there's an entire network of, not a television network, but a loosely aligned network arguing that it's somehow wrong to say it's immoral to kill children. And I think it's immoral to kill children no matter who kills the children, whether it's the government of the United States, the government of Sri Lanka, the government of Belgium, the government of Israel, Hamas, it doesn't matter.
Yo, why the fuck are we taking shots all of a sudden? What the fuck?
Who haven't done anything wrong. That's why Hiroshima is a problem. That's why I've complained about Hiroshima. That's why the Nazis were bad. That's why everybody who murders innocents is wrong. And when did that become controversial? Like I said, I articulated that and was immediately attacked by all these people on the so-called right.
I meant to tell you I brought supplies from the
what is the whole
festival
point?
to Sierra Nueva.
What is the point of living here or having this country if we endorse murdering people who committed no crime? How are we better than the people we supposedly hate? You can't get an answer. Oh, you're a radical jihadi. No, actually, I'm a Protestant Christian who hates radical jihadis. Like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Anyway, that's it. That's the distinction. And by the way, the designation of terrorism grows from that understanding, which was a common understanding before 9/11. If you kill people intentionally who've committed no crime, you are the criminal. And who does that? Terrorists. That's why we call them terrorists. So I'm happy to call anyone who does that a terrorist. That's my definition. That was our working definition before 9/11. And then it just became the people our political class doesn't like. And I've been called I was called a terrorist yesterday. You're a terrorist. Okay. Because I espouse nonviolence, which is the basis. It's the basis of Western civilization that you punish only the guilty.
But I'm trying to work out. Do you actually think then that Hamas are terrorists or not?
I think any organization that kills the innocent, including Hamas, is a terror organization.
God, okay.
What I object to, and I just want to be as clear as I possibly can, what I object to is the proceeding with the conversation without the defining of terms. The purpose of language is to convey specific ideas. And so in order to have a conversation, you have to define what you're talking about. If I were to throw a couple Korean terms in and refuse to tell you what they mean, we couldn't have a conversation because you don't speak Korean. And so I want to define terrorism, and I'm going to do it very precisely. Terrorism is the act of murdering the innocent. If you murder the innocent, you are engaged in terrorism. And that would include, in specific cases I can think of, Hamas, which has murdered the innocent, people at a music festival. I mean, what? That is terrorism. Anybody who murders people who committed no crime is committing terrorism.
Does that include?
And if someone else can think,
does that include? Okay, so does that include Israel?
It includes anybody.
Does that include Israel?
It includes anybody.
No, but
anybody. But by the way, let me just say, it's so funny. Does that include Israel? It includes people I know personally in the United States. I know a lot of people who have okayed the order. I know in some cases people who participated in carrying out the order to murder people who committed no crime. Does that mean they're terrorists? I don't know. I'll let God figure out what that means. It means they're committing acts of terror. That is terrorism. Because the point of it is not to punish the guilty. The point of it is to inspire fear. The point of it is to depopulate a place, move a population, whatever the point of it is. The effect of it is to punish people who've committed no crime. And in our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms.
Same courses,
but I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too, in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with other than having been a visitor there.
Go, go, go! This one
and it's now at the center of the conversation in my country, when my country is degrading at high speed. Five, I just resent the kind of solipsism that pulls everything back to the concerns of a foreign country. That's the litmus test for everything. Well, is Israel bad? How dare you say that? Are you going to go out on a limb and criticize Israel? What about my country? Every country commits terror because leaders, drunk on hubris, imagine that they can do things that no human being is permitted to do. First on that list is killing people who didn't do anything wrong. That is the ultimate sin. And it happens in every country, in every period. Of course, Israel commits that, obviously, but so does my government. And not always, and I think we try harder, certainly we try harder than Israel's doing. But we have definitely done that, and it's not controversial to say that. It's not controversial to say that things the U.S. government has done have intentionally murdered people who didn't do anything wrong. People are like, yeah, that's right. But you say that about Benjamin Netanyahu, who has nothing to do with me at all. I don't live there. I don't want to live there. I've got nothing to do with that. Then you're somehow a criminal. That whole frame to me is insane, and I'm not participating in it. Israel is not the litmus test. How you feel about your own country, what you do to improve or degrade your own country, that's the litmus test for me. Not how you feel about some foreign country. Period.
Well, let me talk about my country first, because again, when we had our doubleheader in Riyadh, you talked pretty scathingly about the UK, and I put up I think a pretty good system of defense. But something happened last week that made me think, my God, Tucker was probably right. And I'll tell you what it was, the tipping point for me. And there's been a lot of this going on.
Easy left.
But when a comedian, Graham Linehan, returns to the UK
then easy left.
and is arrested by 5 armed police officers
into medium left.
over 3 joke tweets posted in April, I literally thought my country had gone berserk and was now, when it came to free speech, bordering on North Korea. So, Tucker Carlson, I would like to say you were onto something when we spoke in Riyadh, because it was so shocking to me that in a democratic society like the United Kingdom, built on free speech like the United States, that this could happen. And that it did happen. And this guy was taken off to cells. Arrested. I mean, quite extraordinary to me.
Did you notice when they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics? I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, you know, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously. He's really good for the country. He's in there for 4 more years.
Easy right.
And so you wonder, like, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. Like, I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't, like you, I abhor any form of violence. But I do understand the anger when you have Keir Starmer campaign, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels, where they're given a pretty good lifestyle. Certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the games, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Medium right.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin. Millions of people. And you need to do it really soon.
Easy right.
And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know. But these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish? Oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history. Except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I mean, I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are. And that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just, like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it.
And you too, probably.
What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place. That's why so many people want to come. And people have no problem. It's been very successful for a long period of time.
It's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law in.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. I don't know what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been
your
such a
society
thing.
is
One
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you is...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It's just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, it was American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes mandatory to worship at the altar of gayness or whatever. Trans stuff, sodomy, pride, all this stuff. That was not a thing 40 years ago. We're the same age. You know that. It was reviled. Now it's beloved. That's a culture change, but it's not multicultural.
I don't think you have
can't
to...
dissent. You can't dissent from it. You're not allowed to dissent from it. If you're like, actually, I think sodomy's wrong. How does that work for you?
You cannot get the
What's happened with the gay thing, as you put it, is that actually we were an extremely homophobic society. It was only legal to be gay from the mid-60s in the United Kingdom, and I'm very glad I now live in a country where it's perfectly legal to do that.
So you buy the culture. You buy. Okay,
it's not
I'm
a culture.
Not even
I buy people's right. I buy people's right to have their own sexuality. But my argument with the
But that's never happened. That's never happened in the history of your country.
But the trans debate's different to the gay debate.
It's not different. It's not.
It is.
No, it's not. Look, I'm not attacking gays. I'm not attacking trans. I'm making a larger point that I know that you are capable of grasping, which is that these are cultural determinations. We decide what our culture is, what are our values, and that definition changes. So your country, let's just say its inception, modern England, 1066. The Normans come in, the French, who are actually Norse, but whatever, they come in, they invade your country, they impregnate your women, they put themselves in charge, they take all the castles. That's 1,000 years, okay? During that entire period, it was not okay to be gay until, as you said, 1966 or whatever. Oscar Wilde went to jail for it. So you have 1,000 years versus 60 years. Your culture changed, but there's only one culture. It went from being totally unacceptable to be gay to being mandatory to love gays.
It wasn't mandatory to love gays.
There's no multi in that.
It's not mandatory to love
gays
now.
It is absolutely mandatory to love gays.
You can have a view.
Really? What would happen? What would happen if you stood up in Parliament or on a television show in Great Britain and said, basically just describe what the average Victorian or even Edwardian thought of homosexuality? Or just read Oscar Wilde's indictment but agreed with it? You'd lose your job. You might go to jail. There's not a multicultural there. There's one culture. And it's required. And that's true in every society. Because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere all the time.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what is it, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist. Because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of society. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we could all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true, it never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is.
But I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the world to be not only multicultural, but very tolerant of other people's cultures in a way that has enriched their society. I certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance. And that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society Are we the Party Time Gay Rights Society? Like, which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you can wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half-English person. But that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy people like me who are neither disgusting or sad or suicidal. But Tucker Carlson, it is always great to talk to you. And I would like to remind my viewers that your 9/11 documentary series, the first episode is posted...
9/11, aptly so.
Arrived at your destination.
Tucker, thank you very much indeed for coming on, and best of luck with the series.
Thanks a million, Piers.
Piers Morgan Uncensored.
I'm a free American. I can talk about what I like to. So I don't. So what is the point
I've
here?
noticed you can. The point.
Subscribe every to talk about it.
I think there's a whole bunch of guys doing.
In front of the world, another.
Now, supporters have been spinning for both sides as if it was a presidential election debate, and some felt the president himself picked a team when he posted a glowing endorsement of Douglas's new book the very next day. Almost as interesting as the main debate were some of the issues it raised about the way that debate has transformed in the digital age. First is so-called credentialism. Should someone with old-fashioned qualifications get more of a say than someone who does a lot of research but ultimately has none? Do you need to travel to a specific country or experience a war to have valid opinions about what's happening there? And should the podcasters who now wield more influence than any TV network be more judicious about who they platform? Or is that kind of censorious, judgmental gatekeeping the very reason they got so popular in the first place? Finally, who won? Well, joining me to debate all this are two people with very different views on all the above. One is John Spencer, Executive Director of Urban Warfare Institute, who took issue with a number of Dave Smith's points that don't think ethically dismantled by Douglas Murray. And the other is Dave Smith himself, most of part of the problem. A libertarian commentator. He felt, of course, that he remained ethically intact. And will be joined a little later by Eric Weinstein. So let me start. First of all, Dave Smith, are you surprised, Dave, about the reaction to your showdown with Douglas Murray? And do you believe you won?
I'm not surprised at all by the reaction. I was surprised by how the debate itself went. But as it was going that way, I knew exactly what the reaction was going to be. I thought that was pretty clear. I think that you know, I would say this. What I thought was kind of strange about it was, and I know probably both of you have, we could all think of examples like this. Like there's been many times where people were challenged to a debate and they refused to debate them. Hotez, Dr. Hotez with Bobby Kennedy comes to mind for me. But there's lots of examples like this. And sometimes that's reasonable, and sometimes it's not reasonable. Like I think in the case of Hotez, he should have debated Bobby Kennedy. But at the same time, I've been challenged to debate flat earthers, people with 150 followers. I'm not particularly interested in doing that. So sometimes you'll see people who go, they'll take the path of like, look, this person's beneath me. I'm not going to debate this issue. I have no interest in doing this. And then sometimes people will agree to debate. I think Douglas Murray is the first person I've ever seen try to do both. And it made for kind of an interesting spectacle. If you're asking me if I think I won, I mean, you can let other people can have their opinion on that. Obviously, I'm biased in saying that. I think that the overwhelming reaction that I've seen is much more that Douglas Murray lost than I won. I think I was there to debate Ukraine and Israel, and Douglas was there. He made it more of a a bigger kind of watershed moment about the experts versus the podcasters.
Oh, and I was
which not
only
what
barely
I thought
in
we were
front,
going to
man.
do. But I think in doing that, it's hard to even say win or lose. You're going into an environment where you couldn't have worked harder to turn the entire audience against you.
Space guy couldn't be more
by definition, the audience of the Joe Rogan Experience are on the side of the podcasters being allowed to talk about these issues. As I said in the debate, I don't think the expert class has a very good track record.
Easy left. Bit to the
I mean, I really enjoyed it, for what it's worth. I've had you both on my show, of course, a lot, and I enjoy watching you go at each other. I've seen lots of praise for you, Dave, indisputably, a lot. I've also seen, and we've just got a little summary of some of the lack of praise for you. Dave Smith was eviscerated by Douglas Murray, posted Henry Hobson. This is what happens when bluster and shallow thinking go up against a considered intellect. John Daly said watching someone like Douglas Murray absolutely crucify Dave Smith is a real treat. And Con Tomlinson, Dave Smith is ignorant, Douglas Murray crushed him. And the only reason I read those three out is it shows me that on social media in particular, when these kind of events happen, and I call them events because everybody watches them, when they do happen, there's very little middle ground. There are very little people who pop up on social media and go, you know what, on the one hand, I thought Dave made some good points. On the other, Douglas made some good points, and I really enjoyed the experience, which is probably what Joe Rogan thought. But no, we're in a very tribal world where before you guys even sat down together with Joe Rogan, they'd already decided you were going to be disintegrated, dismantled, and crucified. And similarly, a lot of people who like you and don't like Douglas Murray felt exactly the same way about what was going to happen to him. What does that tell you about discourse today, and what do we do about that, if anything?
Well, for the record, I will say, I mean, and I try to not live my life in on internet comments, but for this one, I just could not help myself. But if you look at the YouTube comments or the Spotify comments, I mean, it's overwhelmingly hostile toward Douglas. It seems to me that there's, every account on Twitter with an Israeli flag and a Hebrew name in their bio certainly seem to think that I got my ass kicked. What I think what's even more fascinating is that there are these specific moments that people draw 180-degree opposite conclusions from. Like the one that I saw going super viral is him, asking me if I've ever been to Israel, and then kind of putting on a performance about how shocked he is that I haven't been there. And it was interesting to me how different people could look at the exact same moment. One group of people could say, oh, this was Dave getting destroyed. And the other group of people could say, I mean, like, objectively, this is a non-argument. This doesn't win you any points in a debate. Like, I obviously fall into the second group there, but it certainly does show you how dug in certain people are, of course, which I think is to be expected in this most of contentious issues. But yeah, I don't know exactly what to take from that, but much like in the last 5 years particularly, it does feel like people are living in different realities. And even if you were to ask people to tell the story of COVID, I mean, like, what just happened over the last 5 years with this global pandemic? It's amazing how much people could have completely diametrically opposed understandings of the reality we just lived through. Now, I'm not being a relativist here. I think one of those sides is wrong and the other one is right, but that is where we are.
Funny enough, I would say the COVID debate is a lot more nuanced in reality than the two extremities take it, for what it's worth. But let's bring in John Spencer, because he certainly was not in the Dave Smith 1 camp. You tweeted, Dave Smith and Douglas Murray debated who qualifies as an expert and who should be making declarative statements about certain wars. That question answers itself. And that's being construed, John, to mean that you believe that Dave Smith was not the expert in the room. Explain why you felt that Dave Smith lost this debate.
Sure. I wouldn't say it had anything to do with Douglas. I would have to say it was the statements that Dave Smith made during the podcast, which highlight, and I won't get into the credentialism as Dave's quoting four-star generals, or who's an expert and who's not. I do research.
5, 4,
I think Dave tells
3,
jokes for a living.
2,
I had a problem with the statements you were made and how you come to that conclusion, which really does get to the podcaster world versus other individuals on how did you come to that opinion or that declarative statement like Israel is intentionally killing civilians. And there's like 10 different ways you can do research. You can do comparative, case study. And I think this is what Doug was saying. If you haven't been there, then how are you getting to your conclusion? You ethnographic, you can go there and do interviews in Gaza like both Douglas and I have done with soldiers. What's going on? How are you doing it? You can do even historical archival data research. That's not what it appears that Dave does. It seems to be more of a historical revisionism. Take up this piece of data that you got and tell a really convincing narrative on how you got to your conclusion. But as somebody who has students, I mean, correlation is not causation, is that famous phrase. When that story is actually just a lot of correlation and inferences. How did you get to your conclusion? How do you do that research? Forget the expertise and the credentialism. You're making a statement like it's true, and I know Dave's anti-war, and that's great. But you can't be anti-factual, and Dave, without Douglas, just made a bunch of not true statements.
Now, I may be about to shock you with this, but tallow is an exceptional moisturizer. Oil in our skin shares many of the same fatty acids as tallow, making it nearly impossible to beat. You can have silky soft skin, like me, with all natural alternative. There's no fillers. Just a moisturizer. You can replace lotion, night cream, wrinkle cream, Neosporin, and powerful enough to heal your skin, but it's safe enough to spread.
Fuck, come on, shit.
What about your toothpaste? Van Man's mint bone powder is packed with minerals, nutrients, to remineralize teeth. They use zero fluoride, SLS, glycerin, and foaming agents. Van Man's products is to be edible, especially those which are literally used. Go to vanman.shop/discount/peers or 10% vanman.shop/.
Shit, I should have gone make all them.
Surface change to asphalt.
Give some of the key examples of what you do.
Care to share what?
Inaccurate.
Absolutely. So, I mean, I think the over one, which is what me and Dave were talking over X, is
Still
that
got it.
Israel is intentionally killing civilians, especially children. That's not a factual statement at all, because it doesn't even include the base information. So it's almost like, you know, you just don't know the information you need to know to make that judgment. And, you know, let's forget comparing it to a domestic situation like Dave continues to do on Joe Rogan, Lex Friedman, others. Like, if somebody killed my kids and I know where he's at and I go to that apartment building and I kill everybody in it, that's murder. And that's what Israel is doing. And that's not true. Even you, Piers, have commented about Israel striking something and saying, look at the number of civilians, that's not acceptable. That's not how war works. It's not even how you would assess that situation, because it completely rules out what the law of war says about proportionality, about assessing what is the target, who is that individual, what's his value, concrete value, and then, which a lot of people leave out, is what precautions did Israel take? Like we just saw recently of calling everybody in the building saying, look, the terrorist is using this building for a military purpose. You must leave. You must get out of this area, or all the other steps, these civilian harm mitigation measures. So that one's a really huge one, but there are other ones. Like when Dave said that there are more children that have died in this war than any modern war. That's just, of course, Douglas called that out. But there is a whole list of them, from the blockade, from the occupation, like all of these things were just counterfactual and not a logic that leads to a conclusion, but he's really convincing, and that's what I have a problem with.
All right, Dave, your response.
Sure. Well, okay. I mean, I do think that, like, you do a lot of this, as Douglas did, a lot of this poisoning of the well stuff and saying you tell jokes and I do research, and you could say this isn't credentialism all you want to, but it's really a lot before you start taking on an actual argument. In fact, it wasn't until the follow-up question that you pointed anything out. So to the analogy that I'm making, and you know, as you were quoting me on Twitter the other day, it's not, I'm not saying that I'm not familiar, although I'm not claiming to have your level of expertise with international humanitarian law, or you can assert that war works a different way. I'm talking about something much more fundamental. What I'm saying is that Douglas is making the claim, and many others are, that Israel's killing of civilians is unintentional. And I'm talking about a very basic philosophical concept of morality, of intentionality, and that by what people mean when they say intentional, that if this was done domestically, we would consider it intentional. The point is that war, yes, look, there's been the Geneva Convention, there's international humanitarian law. It goes back to the mid-19th century, it was codified into law after World War II. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a step in the right direction.
Arrived at your destination.
But this is
like a
politician or a group of politicians declaring a word, and the fact that there are lines drawn on a map does not in any way magically transform morality or the basic philosophical concept of intent. And even in your example there, if I were to give out pamphlets, give out a warning, tell everybody I'd really like you to leave, and then they didn't, and I blew up a building, we would consider that intentional murder. Now, my point, I think a lot of times people object to almost what the implications of this way of looking at the world might be, but forget all of that for a second. I'm just talking about how human beings think about these things. And when you talk about an intentional killing, now, by the way, I should also stipulate that it's not as if that's the case in every single one of these strikes that Israel's taken. And we've gotten all types of evidence about this. And there's quite a number of cases, hundreds of cases, where they're waiting for terrorists to go back into a residential building and then attacking the building, suspected terrorists, I should say. But regardless, none of this is even really the point. The point is that on a very basic human level, and I would also think this is completely incompatible with Christianity, although I'm not trying to lecture anybody about that, but there is no micro and macro morality. There is no micro or macro intentionality. These are human concepts. And if you are dropping a bomb and you know that there are women and children on the receiving end of that bomb, then that was done intentionally. And I think this is the reality of war. And I think if we're going to have a conversation about this, we should deal with it in reality.
Yeah, and also, John, I'll get you to respond to that. But I mean, it just seems to me, having done so many debates about this since October the 7th, I've never disputed that Israel had a right to defend itself. In fact, a duty to defend itself and its people from any further attacks of that magnitude, given how horrific it was. So let me just restate that again. But there's a kind of unique battlefield in Gaza, I would argue, and maybe you would argue differently, that you've got 2 million people, 50% of whom are under 18, and that the enemy are all living in civilian areas amongst the civilians. So you have a kind of horrific battleground, if you like, to attack if you're Israel, in the sense that you can only constantly kill a lot of civilians, including children, if you go after the enemy in those civilian areas. And that's exactly what's happened. And I can't think of a similar war, and maybe you can, you're more experienced at this, I accept than I am, but can you think of another scenario where the proportion of children that is in the attack zone has been at 50% or higher, and therefore we're seeing so many children being killed?
Left, then hairpin right.
Look, yeah, that's the case study of comparative model. You could do the research. How does this compare to anything else?
Oh my God!
Right, the 20 years of preparing Gaza for war, 400 miles of tunnels, the human sacrifice strategy. Because both sides actually have legal obligation. When Hamas says, "I need the death of my women and children,"
video right,
that's not right. So the data about what is the population. So one, I don't want to be heartless about it, and every death of a child is terrible. But you're evaluating anybody who's below the 18 as a child. As in, that Hamas has basically children. I joined the military at 17. Am I a child? And Hamas deploys. The average age of a Hamas recruit right now is 16 and a half. We've seen them put weapons in hands of very young children. You have combatant and you have non-combatant. Is there any comparable status to the demographic of Gaza? No. Is there any comparison to where another country, Egypt, refuses to let even those that want out from the combat areas, and Israel, who took weeks to evacuate the civilians from the areas they're going into. So absolutely, there are so many here. But back to Dave's comment, which it stands on itself, explaining what he doesn't know about war or the laws of war, about them being codified and when they went into effect. Or this is a simple question of morality that, war should be no killing of civilians. That should just be it. You two militaries should go find your place to fight and just have it out. That's not the history of war from the creation, literally, of city-states going out and everything.
Again, I think
now,
you
want to get into the frameworks to judge. No, the frameworks to judge war. We, as societies, all the societies of war, the Geneva Conventions is one example, have decided here are the boundaries of brutality of war. Like, we don't bomb innocent civilians, and you cannot say, I don't care what your Haaretz articles say, you're not going to show me that Israel has targeted civilians, intentionally killing civilians. When I can show you measures that Israel has taken that no military in the history of war have taken to get civilians out of harm's way so they can target that terrorist. You once said on a podcast, if the terrorist is holding a baby and shooting at you, then of course you can kill the terrorist. And unfortunately, what they're doing is wrong. But then I understand that when we have cases of Hamas doing that, holding children so nobody will shoot at them, or going underneath a hospital, a school, a mosque, doing what we call lawfare. You have to have an understanding of the evolutions of the law of war, how it is adjudicated. When you say evidence, I mean evidence, not TikTok videos. I mean actual evidence of what did the person dropping the commander know? What did he do to prevent it? What time did he do it? What type of munition did he use? Dave's statement stand on his own of showing that he doesn't know the foundations of war, even if it's what you call a just war or just execution of the war. You're just not communicating that you know enough to make a statement like that. I'm just philosophically talking about killing civilians is wrong. That's what the law of war says. It says don't target civilians. Yeah. What Hamas did on October 7th. It doesn't say 0 civilians will die in a war. There's the precaution law of war. There is the feasible things you do to prevent the civilian death. But you can't say Israel hasn't done that. And I'm saying, based on my research, not an appeal to expertise, going there, interviewing IDF soldiers, commanders, Netanyahu himself, I'm saying Israel is not targeting or intentionally trying to kill civilians. They're doing the opposite, more than anybody else.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is now proudly independent. If you like the show, we ask for only one thing. Subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Now let's get straight to the point. Support for today's show comes from a business focused on a critical issue: prosperity. US national debt is at crisis levels, inflation has made life more expensive for everybody, and the stock market is precarious. It's enough to make anyone's financial future feel grim. So what is the solution? Well, a simple one is to opt out of the chaos and invest in something solid and reliable: physical gold and silver. And there's only one name you need to remember: American Hartford Gold. This company has earned the trust of thousands of customers with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and glowing reviews you can see for yourself. They offer an incredible range of gold and silver bars and coins. They can be delivered directly to your door, or they'll help you set them up in a tax-advantaged gold IRA. First-class customer service makes the whole process simple, secure, and straightforward. American Hartford Gold is committed to getting the truth out there and giving you peace of mind in uncertain times. And if that wasn't enough, you'll get up to $15,000 worth of free silver when you make your first purchase and mention my name, Piers. So make the smart move. Call 866-692-2474 or text Piers, that's P-I-E-R-S, to 65532. That's 866-692-2474 or text Piers to 65532. All the details are in the description. Now on with the show.
Okay.
Again, I mean, Dave, that last point, that last point John made, and obviously respond to everything he said, but the last point about he's been there, you know, one of Douglas Murray's attack lines with you was that unlike him, who regularly goes to Israel, he regularly goes to Ukraine, you don't go to these places that you then opine on. You know, personally, I don't think you need to go to the sun to know it's hot. But, you know, a lot of people agree with Douglas Murray and say, yeah, you know, actually he's right. if you don't actually go, how can you really know what you're talking about? And John's kind of inferring that as well. What do you say to that?
I'm not inferring that you have to go there.
Oh, okay.
This thing is hard to control.
Are you just not doing interviews of people involved in the action? If you're not collecting data in a certain way, which you can get from going there. You can do ethnographic research by interviewing the people involved in the execution. I am not saying
Jesus.
that straw man of, well, Dave's not been there, so he can't talk.
Real,
Dave
man.
did research,
Such
then
garbage.
Absolutely. If Dave didn't have giant logical holes in what he's saying, like about the blockade or about the bombing or things like this, then you don't have to go there. There are many ways to do research. I'm saying Dave doesn't do that.
Okay, so I'll say this. It's both. I feel like both in this debate and in the debate with Douglas Murray, it almost kind of feels like the analogy I'd use is like if two fighters agreed to fight. You know, two guys in the UFC, they agree to fight, and so they show up under the lights, and you get into the cage, and I put my hands up, and then the other guy puts his hands down and starts telling me what a better fighter he is than me. And you're like, okay, well then let's do it. I don't know, let's have the conversation. Like, instead of all this time just telling me you're an expert. Hold on, wait, 1 second. Let me finish my point since you had some time to talk there. Look, all of this stuff about like whether you have to be there. By the way, it's going viral online, but there's this great clip of Douglas Murray taking apart the lived experience argument from the left and making all these points about how people who were never in the Holocaust have written much more beautifully and accurate about the Holocaust than people who actually went through it themselves. If you want to say that you gain some, if you want to say you have expertise, or you want to say going there gives you some more expertise, then sure. I mean, I wouldn't argue that. No one's arguing that you can't learn about a place from going there. But again, this is the fighter putting his hands down and going, I've trained so much harder than you. I'm such a better boxer than you. You could never hang with me. It's like, okay, so let's get it going. Anyway, in terms of, by the way, there is absolutely no chance, and I haven't examined Douglas Murray's passport, but there's no chance that he's not a hypocrite on this issue. I guarantee he has not been to all of the places that he's commented on. I don't know. He's commented on every foreign country and
on my
what's going on
gamepad
geopolitically for 20 years. I'm sure he hasn't visited all of those places. Back to the point, because it seems like in these things we do everything except actually debate the issue. You missed my entire point. Once you're appealing to the law,
Forza 5 does not play well with a wheel.
Works,
it just
you're
doesn't.
Missing the entire point that I was making. My point is that this is not how the law works, and this is not how war actually works. I'm making a much more basic human point, a fundamental point. Look, Pierce, the other day, okay, this is and by the way,
that's why I'm playing it on my gamepad.
This story, it's fine. It's just one first-hand account from Gaza. But whether it's true or not, and there's no reason to suspect it's not true, but whether it's true or not, there's just been hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of examples like this. But so there was a woman, a building collapsed. She says as she's walking down the building, she can hear the little kids, not 16-year-old members of Hamas. You're talking 4- and 5-year-olds screaming for their mothers while they're buried underneath the rubble, screaming for help from their mommy. And you know what, Pierce? No help is coming because there's no bulldozers in Gaza. Nobody's coming to get those kids out. This is the reality of war. And this is what I'm trying, this is the main point that I was trying to make to Douglas Murray, which he kept running away from. If you're going to say that our goal here is to degrade Hamas, Murray conceded you probably can't eliminate them, but he feels like you can degrade them. If you're going to degrade Hamas and the cost of it is those little children dying under rubble, screaming for their mother as their bones are crushed and no one's coming to help them, then fine. But at least say that you find that price acceptable. And then we could have a real conversation about why people are going to view you as a monster and why the other side will never stop fighting and will always be against you. Because I could tell you for sure, if that was my kids, and I know, Pierce, if those were your kids as well, you wouldn't want to hear anything about how, well, we've codified in international law that this is the norm of the way wars are allowed to be fought versus not allowed to be fought. I'm making a very human point that this is the reality of war. And you can say under international humanitarian law, it's not considered intentional. We would consider this an intentional act in any other area. That's the
Where's
point.
the engine
it's
upgrades?
a very basic
brakes.
human point that if anyone were to do this domestically and then tried to use the defense of like,
I want
no,
that
but I
one,
dropped
dude.
a
The Audi
leaflet.
Quattro?
No,
Oh
I
my
didn't
God.
really want to kill them. I just wanted to kill them. We'd go, I don't care. You blew up a building knowing there were kids in there. That's the essence of this whole thing. And there's no amount, like, there's no amount of expertise that can really get you away from this basic, fundamental moral logic.
No, okay, weird.
Okay, but Dave, let me ask you a difficult. Hang on, John. I will come to you. I just wanted to ask you, like, let's go back to the end of World War II and the dropping of 2 atomic bombs in Japan, which obviously caused huge loss of life. And I imagine by your criteria, that was a deliberate targeting of civilians. The argument in favor of doing it was that it brought an end to World War II and potentially saved millions more lives from being taken. In other words, there's your moral argument right there, is that you do this to stop this. You take this number of lives to stop many more lives being killed. I mean, when you look at that, for example, what's your view of that moral debate?
So, okay, well, first of all, just on the specifics, and we have talked about this before, but I tend to agree with 5-star General Dwight D. Eisenhower that it was unnecessary and wrong for us to drop the nuclear weapons. But regardless of that, even if 5-star General Eisenhower is wrong about that, and the other generals who supported it were right, this is exactly the point, Pierce, is that when you start to think about war for what it actually is, what the overwhelming onus becomes clear. And the onus is on you to demonstrate that we absolutely have to do this. That the standard for war, when you're talking about intentionally killing innocent civilians, the standard ought to be, the burden should always be on you to demonstrate that we absolutely have to do this. I know this is horrible. I know what the result of this is, but that we have to do this because so much more human suffering would come from us not doing this. And this is, to me, the essence of the point of why I talk about war in this way, is that because if you don't think about it this way, it ends up being very easy to find other justifications, justifications like
holy shit.
Hamas must go. It's like, whoa, hold on, wait a second. I kind of think Hamas must go. I kind of think the Likud party must go. I definitely think Kim Jong-un must go. I kind of think Vladimir Putin must go. But that's not the standard for whether or not we're justified to just start slaughtering innocent people in the hope of achieving that end. What the standard ought to be is simply, do you absolutely have to do this, or there will be more human suffering? That should be the standard. And in the case of Israel-Gaza, I think that entirely changes the scope of things. Because look, as all of us know, right? Gaza was, before October 7th, the most surveilled area in the world. Israel is the fortress of the world. It was a monumental failure of both policy and security for October 7th to have happened in the first place. And it's just not the case that there's gonna be October 7th after October 7th if Israel just stops now and leaves Gaza in the rubble mess that it is. And so that's exactly, like, I'm not I get your point, Pierce, because you're almost going, wait, but if we follow this logic, then when could we ever fight a war? And essentially my point is that, yeah, the onus should be on anybody who wants to fight a war, ever. The onus should be on them to demonstrate that it is absolutely necessary and that there's nothing else we could do in this situation.
Okay, John, your response.
Pierce, two UFC fighters enter a ring and one punches the other in the nose, and Dave says, how dare he punches him in the nose in this fight. That's the analogy. He's not making an appeal to facts, how the law of war works, how war works, whether it's the theory underneath the war or the actual framework to understand it. He doesn't like theory like just war theory, things like that, but the framework that is there. Now, he just said that one side has to show that there's a military necessity, he doesn't know these words, but that's what he's talking about, to actually enter the war. Hamas invaded Israel on October 7th.
I've never heard military necessity before. You blew my mind with your expertise.
Right, I know. It's like you need, I'll give you war one-on-one offline. That's fine. Hamas invaded Israel on October 7th. Israel invoked Article 51, the self-defense war in accordance with United Nations, again, more frameworks that people need to know, and said Hamas will be destroyed, removed from political power, and the hostages returned. Now, Davis said that's not necessary, and that all Israel needs to do is put more men on the wall. That's what Dave said his solution, because he also doesn't study military theory on how do you win a war. He intermixes counterinsurgency theory with a war against removing a regime from power, defeating their military.
That's not.
This is what he wasn't making factual. You said that was exact words on Lex Friedman. He's not making an appeal to facts. I'm debating. He's making an appeal to emotion and morals, not what the law.
Morals. I'm making an appeal to logic and morals.
Hamas started a war on October 7th. Hamas is going to lose a war, and it's going to never be in power again. It's never. And Hamas is the one that says they want to do October 7th. But Dave says just put the wall up. They won't be able to do it on October 7th ever again, right? You have this blockade, although there was 100 tunnels going from Egypt to Gaza to build this military that Hamas built. And he'll say that Netanyahu sent him money. He's not making an appeal to facts. This is where we have a problem with Dave Smith. He makes an appeal to emotion and does historical revisionism. And he tells these narratives that aren't true.
Pierce,
so his
can I just tell you, Pierce?
He's anti-war.
What's so funny about this, Pierce? What's so funny about this, Pierce, is that after all of this, once again, all of this, I'm an expert, you don't know this, I'm an expert, you haven't studied military 101, then after all of that, the substance of what we're left with is... Right, okay, got it. Then after all of that, the substance that we're left with is Hamas started the war on October 7th. Yes, the most basic point that every pro-Israel person has made on this show forever. That's what you've got here. Okay.
I got a fact.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact.
Israel could achieve that goal.
By the way, you also don't even know what an appeal. It's not an appeal to emotion, by the way. That's not what it is. Although you do seem to be flirting with an appeal to authority. No, it's an appeal to morality. For me to describe the actual human impact of what this policy is resulting in is not an appeal to emotion. I mean, like, it's an appeal to morality, and it's an appeal to logic. An appeal to logic. Look, you can't answer me this very simple question, okay? Here's the very simple question, okay? You'd have to admit, look, let's take the worst example.
I'm gonna grab some
snacks. Not your example where there's a Hamas rocket firing at Israel.
Give me Gaza. Don't give me a hypothetical.
Right.
And the rules of the law. Give me
I was about to. If you interrupted me, I was on my way to.
I can't even turn the chair fully because
targets an area
risks is behind me.
There are 2 combatants and 2 civilians. It's your 1-to-1 ratio, okay?
I'll be back. 5 seconds. 15 seconds.
And they decide that's acceptable by the international laws of war or whatever. By the way, in your appeal to the international laws, you didn't mention the ICC warrant for Netanyahu, which they don't seem to be respecting that much. But anyway, you can still appeal to this framework, even though they never have to live up to it. But let's just say, okay, the exact same action happened domestically. If someone were to do that, you would call it intentional murder, right? How does the concept of intentionality change because a politician uttered the word war, they declared it, and it's taking place in a foreign country? Without appealing to authority or appealing to law or appealing to what war normally is, can you as a human being explain to me how the concept of intentional changes magically because a politician uttered the phrase war?
Well, the thing about the politician, it's the framework. So yes, I can give you, and this is literally you're explaining in the question how you don't know how the framework of a war works. And the entire
history. Stop telling me I don't know. Stop telling me I don't know and demonstrate it.
I didn't say you don't know. Your question. I'll teach you something. Your domestic law has a complete societal agreement on what those laws will be adjudicated and how they'll be determined.
No, it doesn't.
How a criminal, the tyrants, absolutely, American law.
Lots of people don't agree to the law.
If you kill somebody, then you'll be convicted of a crime based on a jury and a judge, all this. Then you want to apply that on war, but then disregard what the laws of war, the things that all nations have agreed to on. This is how we account for intentionality.
You can't do it without making an appeal to the law. You can't do it. You can't explain it to me logically.
The body of laws have accounted for how do you get over that intentionality thing. If you use the same thing, which is when somebody says there's a war crime, or when you say Israel has intentionally targeted a civilian because, look, there's if you have to go to the statistical thing, we have issues unless you're doing comparative analysis. But if there's one combatant and one civilian, you don't know that, okay, what is that combatant? Is he a commander? Is he the commander? Is he a regular soldier? That accounts for what is the excessive collateral damage, and that's where intentionality gets into it. But, oh, by the way, what have you done to prevent it? In the domestic situation, you'd send the police to go get that criminal and then try them. In war, if you're a member of the other military in which I'm at war against, I don't have to have an excuse. I can kill you on sight.
Yeah, no,
okay, very quickly, before I let you... Hang on, Dave.
There are logistical differences.
Hang on, Dave. Hang on, Dave. Dave's going to stay with me when Eric wants. Hang on, guys. Hang on. John, we're going to let you go, John. Before we let you go, I want to ask just one thing that also came out of the debate with Douglas and Dave, which was this issue of whether people who have what most people believe to be bad faith, deliberate conspiracy theory nonsense views. For example, Daryl Cooper saying Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War, whether people like Daryl Cooper should be platformed on gigantic podcasts like Joe Rogan or not, particularly if they're not going to be really vigorously challenged on what is something that to me is such an obviously untrue and offensive premise. What's your quick view of that?
I think that we should not platform historical revisionists to go back in time and find a fact and then tell it in a certain way to spin the narrative of what we should know about events. If you want to look at Daryl Cooper, look at the list of deleted tweets from Daryl Cooper. I'm against intellectually. Again, no expertise involved. Anybody can research whatever they want. If they come out with a new finding, that's great. Using evidence, using data, using a research methodology. But no, you don't get to be a historical revisionist like Dave.
Actually, I do.
Okay, John Spencer, thank you very much indeed. Well, Dave, I'm going to let you respond, but with Eric. So I'm going to say goodbye to John. John, thank you. It was a riveting debate between you two. I really appreciate it. Well, joining us now with some final thoughts on the debate, a man who can claim to be friends with Joe Rogan, with Dave Smith, and with Douglas Murray, and I would like to think now with me, Harvard mathematician and founder of the intellectual dark web, Dr. Eric Weinstein, has just returned from his own research trip to Israel. And Dave is staying with us. So, Eric, great to see you. Just on that point, Eric, about platforming people, it seems to me Daryl Cooper is one of those characters out there at the moment who are promoting something they know to be untrue. It's a bit like Alex Jones when he went after the Sandy Hook families and said it was all a hoax. That they're promoting something that is deliberately untrue but can be commercially very lucrative to them. Should those people who are making good money from perpetrating, in my estimation, obvious lies, should they be given platforms?
You have arrived at your destination.
That was the question. Look, everybody's doing something different online. I mean, somebody could say you're making good money from holding conflicts and shouting matches that play into the inguinal desire for combat. You know, in a certain sense, we're all making money doing something, hopefully. The problem is, what is anyone's intention? And one of the problems of knowing Daryl Cooper is that the shitposting Daryl Cooper and the thoughtful Daryl Cooper are not always the same person, easily
push hard on
reconciled.
the asphalt early,
Many
then we'll
people
chew
talk
up
about
some
having
dirt corners
this
and make
is the
the
way I am
bumpy ride
online,
back
this
on the
is the way I
asphalt to
am
finish.
in a different place. And, you know, the odd thing about that is that this mirrors a tradition in academics that is not much discussed, which is the esoteric-exoteric tradition, in which typically a scholar behaves one way in the seminar room and another way when his or her words might influence policy. And so, even if you're in the heterodox movement, I'm sure that Donald Trump was on council about what he intends to do with tariffs. He's doing an esoteric-exoteric routine. So in part, the problem is that we haven't reconciled ourselves to the idea that we speak one way in front of the world, another way behind closed doors, and that this is actually natural and normal. And as a result, you know, what we're doing is we're calling out different people. We see that Fauci and Collins are, you know, behaving one way behind the scenes, a different way in Congress. Darrell is the same way. I no doubt have my own version of esoteric-exoteric. And we're just not comfortable with them. So in a certain sense, we're all waking up on the same day with the reality that this is a natural, normal part of scholarship, governance, civics, and personal life.
Hard left. Yeah, I mean, Dave, it's an interesting one because I had Dan Balzerian who was spewing repulsive anti-Semitic crap to me for about half an hour before I finally ended. But he has a big following and had been sort of going slightly down that road, and I felt it was right to challenge him. And then there was a big debate afterwards about whether I should give him the oxygen of being able to repeat the stuff on a big platform like Uncensored. I would say that's slightly different to what I think, because I think he may genuinely believe what he was saying. And it may be that Darrell Cooper does too, I don't know. In Alex Jones's case, I mean, Elon Musk cancelled an interview with me because he saw a clip of me criticising him for reversing his decision about whether allowing Alex Jones onto X, for example. His original position was he shouldn't be on X because he was dancing on the graves of children deliberately, and was deliberately lying to make hundreds of millions of dollars out of making the grief of those poor families immeasurably worse. And I felt it was wrong to give someone like that a platform again on X. Now, it's an arguable point. But I guess my question for you would be, you're a libertarian.
Easy left.
You clearly think Darrell Cooper should be platformed. I heard that strongly when he was all the Douglas. But is there anyone who shouldn't be platformed? I mean, where is that line for a libertarian?
Well, I mean, the libertarian position would be that it's up to the people who own the platform to decide who they want to platform and don't. And our only red line would be that the government should never be in the business of deciding any of this. Can I say, though, yes, I love Darrell Cooper. He's a friend of mine, and I think his work is phenomenal. I am really beginning to resent the fact that every show I go on, I get asked about Darrell Cooper, who somehow... I'm working as hard as I can to generate outrage and controversy. I've been on Rogan like 15 times more than him, and still when I'm on, all anyone wants to talk about is Darrell Cooper. And look, I think this in and of itself just says something that's so fascinating. I mean, the guy had one almost throwaway line on the Tucker Carlson show, where, by the way, he caveated it in the beginning and the end. Said, I just say this to get a rise out of my buddy. I'm kind of ribbing him. Also, I'm being hyperbolic. And when I say Churchill's the villain, I don't mean that he committed the most atrocities or was the worst person. And it's like, my God, this sentence, the reaction alone to it almost proves the point which ultimately is what Darrell Cooper was making, which is that World War II has become essentially our religion. It is down to the fact that if somebody were to say they're a devil worshiper, you wouldn't even bring them on your show, Pierce, because it's not that interesting. No one's even going to want to watch that. It's not.
No, but
who
I think.
cares?
No,
Go
but
be
hang
a
on,
devil.
Dave. But Dave.
But if you're
but Dave, I would say,
if you're a Nazi,
I
then
admire your
if you
defense.
say,
I admire your defense, but let's be clear. If someone is going to say that Churchill's the chief villain of World War II, they deserve all that's coming their way, because Churchill tried to defend
well, he didn't
the
even
world
really say that.
from a genocidal maniac called Adolf Hitler. I don't think there's any debate to be had. So when you do that, you are deliberately putting yourself in the fire.
Okay,
anyway, let's move on.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
This is a mixed surface run through the quarry to the Oasis.
To your
multiple jumps,
like larger
tight corners,
question,
ascents and descents.
There's look, I mean, all of this stuff is somewhat debatable and somewhat arbitrary. I tend to err on the side of, I think you were right to have Dan on your show, and I think that it's like, look, this is, if you think this stuff is bubbling up on the internet and it's very concerning to you, okay, well, like, look, we had a massive experiment between 2016 and then really culminating in 2020, and then kind of died down after Elon Musk bought Twitter. We had a massive experiment in internet censorship and deplatforming. Where did that get us? I mean, I think it's much healthier to air these grievances out and give pushback where warranted. And I think I tend to lean in that direction. But I will have the humility to admit, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's not the best way to go. I tend to be on the side of a free exchange.
Square right, and surface change to gravel.
Eric. So the concern that I have is
bumps.
Easy there's no real solution if we try to solve this problem in terms of platforming, free speech, who's an expert, who isn't, what's the credential. We're not even being genuine, in my opinion, about what it is.
Easy right.
Let's give a simple example. I can essentially guarantee you that 6 million people on the nose of Jewish faith were not killed during the Holocaust. I don't know what the number was. The odds that you would have all of those round zeros and come in exactly where it does is negligible.
Hairpin left.
Every time I hear somebody make that point, I worry. Right? Because the idea is it's like somebody picking at the asbestos who isn't looking like a registered asbestos removal company. There's a way in which World War II settled in a particular way, which is, thank God we didn't appease infinitely. We had an absolute monster on our hands. There were extermination camps. Genocide matters as a word. We sat with Stalin despite our obvious differences, because sometimes you have to. There's a certain sort of story about it. It's kind of directionally true if imperfect. It's too clean, it's too clear, etc., etc. What you see now is this mania for, hey, I found out all of these interesting facts. Did you know about the Rosenstrasse protest? What was that? Oh, where women married to half-Jewish men got their men back by protesting in Rosenstrasse, showing that the Nazis could be made to relent. No, I didn't know that. You know, so now you're in a situation in which each kind of fact, whether it's the McCulloch memo or the Rosenstrasse protest, is an opportunity to pick at the asbestos. And partially, it's not really a religion, and I talked to Dave about this morning privately. There's a French philosopher, I think his name is Renan, whose great quote is, "A nation is a group of people who have agreed to forget something in common." Unfortunately, we have a very simplistic notion at the moment that because we've been lied to by these elites, and boy, is that clear over the last several years, we are now deciding that we are going to pick at everything that might be a fiction, everything that might not be exactly true. And by the way, we have a new problem with X, which was formerly Twitter, which is that you cannot walk a foot in it without, you know, being covered in anti-Semitic leeches if your last name sounds like mine. And Dave, I've understood the same thing has been happening to you. We are not finding the formula for a good life. It's not coming about by censorship. It's not coming about by false expertise, and it's not coming about by an anonymous free-for-all where everybody is, you know, sharing everything at an equal level, and we have no ability to discern what's going on, and it's not being settled through debate or combat, David.
I've already scouted some SEAL surface routes, fast, tight, and technical.
And Eric, what did you make of the debate with Dave and Douglas?
I don't think it was a debate. I don't think that's what happened. My guess, and you know, again, I haven't talked to Joe about this, and if I had talked to Joe about it, I couldn't say because I don't transmit private conversations. But if I had to make a guess, Douglas was trying to do something normal, which is that as an author, he was calling on a friend to say, hey, I have a new book and I'd like to be talking about it to generate some interest. And my guess is that because the book involved Israel and because Joe was open at the beginning of this program and saying that he found barbarism in Israel's actions, my guess is that Joe was probably very comfortable with Douglas and very uncomfortable with the book. And my belief is that he called in Dave because Dave, whether he's an expert or not, I will say he has a tremendous number of facts that go against the Israeli narrative. and that whether or not he's considered to be, you know, a self-credentialed scholar, I haven't really looked at Dave's work enough to know. I would say that what Joe was doing was to say, I want to make sure that Douglas is balanced, because I, Joe, believe that barbarism is being defended, and I'm not comfortable with that. But because we don't have the backstory to it, we don't really realize what happened in the first opening moments of the exchange, which was very, very strange.
And you've just come back from Israel, Eric. I mean, where do you think we are with this war? And in terms of the moral debate that I had between Dave and John Spencer earlier about whether civilians are being deliberately targeted, what do you feel about that part of the debate about the war?
First of all, war is war. And
is this?
Whatever Israel, that is the government's intention, I can assure you that when you put that many kids with guns into their first shooting war, bad stuff is going to happen at some level. We always talk about, you know, what is the normal amount of friendly fire accidents? Nobody wants it. Is there any civilian that's being targeted? I have no doubt that in every war somebody with a gun does the wrong thing, or who targets improperly because they're pissed off. I don't know.
That's a real one?
That's not my age. What I can tell you is the war is completely not portrayed accurately. And I just went back to a clip that I recorded with Konstantin Kisin on October 14th. So 7 days after and before Israel went into Gaza. And what I said was, this is Munchausen by proxy. Sinwar is the mother. He's desperately trying to get his women and children killed. This is not human shields, by the way. This is an innovation that I would call not human shields, but subterranean crosshair strategy, where you put your military tunnels underneath mosques, orphanages, schools, etc. Because the key in hybrid warfare is video.
What am I doing here?
And video is much more powerful than the kinetic war. So Israel's winning the kinetic war, losing the hybrid war. Sinwar is still controlling it from his grave. And the only tell of this is that you still hold hostages in Gaza. Hamas does. And
this game talks too much.
Getting people to give a victory chant from the river to the sea, celebrating a genocide that has yet to happen. The whole purpose is to keep the world supplied with video, because none of us have the stomach, I could hear that Dave doesn't, I don't either, for watching war video. Because in part, Western Europe and North America has been at peace since 1945. We've lost the ability to watch war.
And Dave,
I don't know. I watch it pretty regularly.
I was talking to my kids about this. You know, they're 31 to 13. But when I was young, you couldn't follow war in the way that you can now through a phone, with seeing every single thing that's happening in gruesome, uncensored detail beamed straight to your face. You know, when I was in my teens, the Falklands War happened, for example, when the UK went to war with Argentina over this small island, the Falkland Islands. And my memory was a very sanitized coverage. I mean, you saw, quite long-distance footage of bombs going off and stuff. What you didn't see was what I see on my phone all day long, which is people's heads being blown off and horrific, terrible imagery, which I think is partly responsible for why so many young people are getting their brains fried by their phones, by the way, this constant horrific dopamine that's coming their way. But also, it was very sanitized, the coverage that you could see from newspapers, from the very few television news programs and so on. We were really protected from the harsh reality of war in a way that is not applicable right now. We see it all. And I think that Israel can have all the arguments that it wants, and I have a lot of sympathy with many of them. But what they've lost, without any doubt to me at all, is they've lost the PR war through video coverage from the battlefield. That's what's horrified people the most.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that's exactly right, Pearson. I mean, I have I have a fairly early memory of George H.W. Bush announcing the invasion of Ukraine in the Persian Gulf War when I was like a little kid, like 7 or 8 or something like that. But even when George W. Bush invaded Iraq, The images that we would see would be like these aerial views of a projectile going in and kind of an explosion in the distance. And okay, that's a lot easier to root for than seeing the image of a baby with his arm blown off on the which, I mean, my God, all day long on Twitter I see that. And I do, you know, I agree with Eric. I do see a lot of Jew hatred on Twitter. It's hard for me to make that kind of at the top of my hierarchy of outrages when I'm also watching babies being blown apart every day on my Twitter. And I agree with your assessment, Pierce. I don't think it's very, very good for the soul. But, you know, what's interesting as you say this is that I really think it gets to the point that I was trying to make in the first half of this program, which is that what's happening here is that people are being brought closer and closer to the reality of war. And, you know, I do feel like for the first half of this show, it's almost like I was debating, like, an Aztec high priest about child sacrifice. And I'm sitting here and saying, hey, this is murdering a child. And he's sitting and saying, you don't even understand the doctrine. You don't even understand what it is that we're doing here. And it's like, no, look, the reality is, in effect, this is what's happening. And I think Eric's right also. Part of this has to do with the fact that we're wealthier than previous generations. We have a different understanding of morality, but it is just not the case. Also, I think it's part of the fact that in the West we have less children. We have less children and we value the lives of our children that we have more. All of these things play a role. But again, the essential point, which I've said several times on the show to you, Pierce, here is that this is the whole game. Asymmetrical warfare. The action is always in the reaction, right? You could watch Osama bin Laden's son had a great article. If you want to Google it, it's Osama bin Laden Dead and Loving It. And he wrote it like 2 years after Osama bin Laden died. And he was just talking about how, like, this is in my father's wildest dreams. He couldn't have imagined you would invade Afghanistan and invade Iraq and overthrow Gaddafi and take all of these other steps. The whole point of 9/11 wasn't to destroy America by bringing down our towers. It was to lure us into a war where he could bankrupt the United States of America, just as our CIA had trained him to do with the Soviets. And so the whole game here from Hamas was to get Israel to do exactly what Israel's doing now and turn the entire world against them. And from that, obviously it's a sick, disgusting game to play. But from that perspective, they've been incredibly successful.
Where's the jump?
I mean, Eric, anyone who's watched the 45-minute film that Israel authorities produced of all the gruesome lowlights of what happened on October the 7th will feel the same sickening sense of utter revulsion that I felt when I watched it, as I have done.
What the fuck, bro? It's so hard. I can't see shit, dude.
Utterly horrific what happened
Stupid fucking
on that day. And so I completely understand why so many Israelis and Jewish people around the world have felt so utterly determined to get rid of Hamas at all costs. I totally get this. But in relation to what Dave said at the end there, just final word to you, where does that leave us, do you think?
I'm confused because I watched these videos and I hate it. It scars my mind. I will never be the same person after watching the gruesome nature of what's happened in Gaza. Some of it is fake, some of it is real. It doesn't matter. What I don't understand, and I'm just completely at a loss, is this hardens one's heart against whom? You know, my tweet that I keep reading from October 17th, before Israel went into North Gaza, IDF assisted suicide, Zug Zwang, Munchausen by proxy. I said, this is going to be horrific. Innocent life is going to be lost in Gaza. This is a plan. And every time I see that, and I see people holding hostages, I think, wow, how fascinating that the world can't put together the fact that Israel is in effect forced to move. And this was clear before Israel ever went into Gaza. Sinwar, one of the things I did when I was in Israel was to yell at the Israelis saying, you had an evil genius who bested you. You pride yourself on your intellectual achievement. You lost. You're still talking about doom and shield. This guy's 2 moves, 3 moves ahead of you from the grave. And the fact is, I feel what Dave feels. I just feel 100% towards Hamas. I don't understand. People do not realize what war is, where it will be fought, whether it's Charlie Hebdo or the Bataclan or a parade in Nice. You are talking about a level of warfare that you cannot accept because it is predicated on the strategy of women and children being the biggest munition. This is the great asset in hybrid war. And what we are seeing is an innovation that has to be stopped. Israel is so bad at this. It hasn't figured out. Imagine if they had the supposed imaging we have for under the pyramid, the rapid tunnels of Gaza. Imagine if they developed ingenious ways of getting down there to spare more life. This is a call for Israel not to lose its soul. But the fact is that it's being outplayed by a dead master strategist. And, you know, my feeling is that when Israel speaks and tries to justify itself, it tends to lose me. The way that I really shifted my sympathies in this whole thing was by listening to the Arabs and listening to Hamas. And when they justify this, I just think, oh my God, as bad as I think Netanyahu has been in handling all of this, the absolute genius and complete evil of the Arab position here is something that has to be contested, and Israel does not appear to have better means to do it.
Yeah, and let's not forget that the official spokesman for Hamas, about 2 weeks after October the 7th, on camera, said that their intention was to do the same thing again and again and again, which I think is something that people often forget about.
Arrived at your destination.
The mix of all this, which is Hamas is wedded to annihilating Israel.
It wasn't far enough, damn it.
And that's, I think, a very complicated.
Yeah, but let's keep in mind
guys, I'm going to leave it.
Annihilated.
Well, I think, listen, there's no question that the scale of the retribution, one of the questions I asked repeatedly, as you know, Dave, throughout the months after October 7th, was what is proportion? I don't know the answer. I do know from relatives of mine who fought wars that once a war starts, it's very, very difficult to control it. And it tends to be something that evolves in the way that it evolves, and history will show that a lot of innocent people get killed in every war. What is happening in Gaza right now? I've never understood quite what Israel's end game is. I totally understand. They want to have the hostages released, and they should be. But what happens after you have flattened Gaza? You know, short of what Trump is advocating of 2 million people migrating to neighboring Arab countries.
Garbage.
Which is a form of ethnic cleansing we haven't seen in modern times. In my estimation, by the definition of ethnic cleansing, I don't know how this ends or what happens afterwards, but it's whatever it is, it's going to be extremely messy to resolve. I've got to leave it there. Guys, Dave, I thoroughly enjoyed your debate with Douglas. I thoroughly enjoy you coming on Uncensored. I think you're what I would call you're a good faith actor. And I always believe with you, as I do with Douglas actually, that I think you believe what you say. People may take issue with it, they may disagree with you.
You have arrived
but I
at your
think
destination.
both of you come from a position of believing what you say. And I obviously feel the same with you, Eric, and that's why you're three of my favourite guests. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Piers. Thank you, Eric.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one. I would say let's try and keep things civilized, but that's entirely down to you.
Leftist.
And bringing Doge's Elon Musk to the Oval Office, somewhat overlooked.
This is a demanding route with jumps, tight corners and off-cambered sections.
And the launch of
Use
the White House
caution
Faith Office,
and go
led by
fast.
televangelist Paula Michelle White-Kane.
The longer the dance, the more bees she gets aroused.
5,
So Queen Bee
4,
starts
what the
going
fuck?
into this frenzy,
2,
and she starts
1,
going around and around and around,
Easy left,
and she goes into
and surface change
vibrations
to sand.
until all the bees get activated,
right.
and all the bees start going forth, and she leads the way by stirring something
right.
up. Angels are
Into
being
water.
released right now. Angels are being dispatched
your
right
left,
now.
followed by hard left.
Nutters, bro.
The angels have even dispatched from Africa right now.
With your right,
You can do with some of that energy. Well, Trump says that God saved him to save America, and many supporters are fully on board with making America holy again. But critics say it's a divisive move.
Followed by easy right.
Constitutional separation of church and state. Maybe debate this and much more. Two controversial commentators, Jews of the world. And indeed the next couldn't be more different. Destiny, an outspoken liberal, and atheist who said the religion was trash, and the substitute
Crest,
Andrew
followed
Wilson,
by
the
medium left.
conservative Christian and founder of the
Video right.
debate channel, who once said this about facing Destiny.
You and Destiny on whatever podcast together. Been watching some older debates with you and him. Love watching Wife and Florida. Keep up the amazing work you do. I doubt it. I doubt there'll ever be another debate between myself and Destiny, and here's why. One, I'm blacklisted. He actually made a blacklist and put me on the blacklist. So even if he says, well, now you're off the blacklist, I see no reason why I should engage with him.
Well, here you are. You're both together again to debate. I'm personally thrilled the reality has come to this point. So welcome to both of you. I would say let's try and keep things civilized, but that's entirely down to you. It's your debate. I'll be in the middle of it, and hopefully we'll try and get through some complex issues in a constructive and interesting way. So welcome, anyway, to both of you. Let me start, Destiny. I mean, this whole idea of Donald Trump, making America holy again. What is your response to that?
Hairpin left. Okay, then easy left.
I feel like we have a lot of issues right now in this country. I don't know if our president being a spiritual leader is one of them. There have been things that I've said about religion, mainly in regards to philosophy and how you reconcile religion with some philosophical positions. But I do think that right now there's kind of a crisis of meaning in the United States. Like for a lot of people, religion can serve as a good foundation of meaning. However, I don't think that Donald Trump is going to be the guy to, I guess, usher in that era of religiosity in the United States. At least not for any wholly religious person that I know that would, look at a person and think, oh, this is like a spiritual leader that I would want.
Andrew, I would have kind of agreed with that, having known Trump a long time and never seen him as a particularly religious guy. I've got to say, since he got shot, he sounds a very different guy about God, about religion. I've spoken to him myself several times. I mean, including once a week after he got shot, where he said, God must have had a plan for me. He must have saved me for a reason. He said, there can be no other explanation for why I came so close to being killed, but miraculously escaped. I do think he feels that really quite deeply.
Who's the better rally driver?
Yeah, there's no atheist in
stop talking. Just let me go there, Jesus.
Right? So a near-death experience often will bring people closer to the divine. This is a very common thing. Doesn't surprise me that Trump narrowly, very narrowly, for a turn of his head, is still alive. I'm sure that he could definitely attribute that to divine intervention, and I'm sure even Destiny would understand why a person would do that. He's right about the fact that we do have a crisis of meaning, but he also is right, and I can concede on this point, that an office of faith with a chick speaking in tongues is cringe, and the most divisive thing on planet Earth is religion. It's the most divisive thing when it comes to, it's even more divisive than relationships, it's more divisive than sex, it's more divisive than anything. Is the topic of religion itself. America is already very divided on religiosity with a traditional camp and a non-traditional camp. I don't actually think that this was a great move for him to put in this office of faith, not because I do like the fact that it does signal that it's perfectly acceptable to rule through faith. I think that that's perfectly acceptable. However, I think strategically it was particularly wise as it opened up a dialogue now between the traditionalists who are really Trump's kind of staunch supporters saying, what the hell are you doing here? We don't want this woman, Paula, in any way, shape, form, or capacity representing Christianity on the national stage.
Yeah, Destiny, some people see MAGA Christian nationalism as racist. Time magazine said the toxic blend of ethno-religious identity politics was reflected in the prayers and religious symbols participants carried
have to drive that
at the US
shit?
Capitol insurrection on January 6, 2021, and it's become central to the trajectory of the contemporary MAGA Republican Party. Would you agree with that? Piers Morgan Uncensored is now proudly independent. If you like the show, we ask only one thing. Subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Now let's get straight to the point. Support for today's show comes from a business focused on a critical issue, prosperity, US national debt, crisis levels, inflation, has made life more expensive for everybody, and the stock market is precarious, enough to make anyone's financial future feel grim. So what is the solution? Well, a simple one is to opt out of chaos, invest in something solid and reliable, physical, gold and silver. And there's only one name you need to remember, American Hartford Gold. This company has earned the trust of thousands of customers with an A+ rating, with a Better Business Bureau, glowing reviews, and so forth. They offer an incredible range of gold, silver bars and coins. They can be delivered directly to your door, or they'll help you set them up in a tax-advantaged gold IRA. First-class customer service makes the whole process simple, secure, and straightforward. American Hartford Gold is committed to getting the truth out there and giving you peace of mind in uncertain times. And if that wasn't enough, you get up to $15,000 worth of free silver when you make your first purchase and mention my name, Piers. So, make the smart move. Call 866-692-2474 or text Piers, that's P-I-E-R-S, to 65532. That's 866-692-2474 or text Piers to 65532. All the details are in the description. Now on with the show.
I don't think anybody can disagree that there is like a section of MAGA or far-right people that are racist in the United States. But I would say that this is a small section, and I don't think that it's worth focusing on. I think that progressives especially have this tendency to over-exaggerate. I mean, we were all on the internet when people were hunting every single person who made the OK symbol and saying that they were like some kind of closet Nazi or whatever during the Rittenhouse era. So, I mean, there are going to be racist people everywhere, but if you want to attack MAGA, then you want to do it through the lens of their racist white supremacists or whatever. I mean, most people, I mean, obviously MAGA's not going to care for a variety of reasons, and they shouldn't. And even most people that are kind of like looking from the center, or even from the center left, are going to be like, well, I don't really know if I feel this way.
Fuck my life.
MAGA kind of seems more colorful than they even have been in the past in terms of conservative movements. You can just look online and see that. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of those types of attacks towards that, I guess, ideology, towards that camp.
It's sounding very reasonable today, Destiny.
All the way at the end, of course.
I'm a very reasonable person, Peter.
Well, that is, I mean, he's
piece
right.
of shit. Why you give me the fucking garbage car, man? I had a good one.
The MAGA movement
No,
that would actually be
make
more
me drive
effective
this
for progressives.
fucking
Them
shit
utilizing
box.
this type of attack actually didn't do them very much in the way of good in this last election cycle, and you saw this from large progressive commentators, and this is all they did. Sean Piker, among many others, in the political commentary world, Bosch, other guys like this, they hyper-focus on the racial dynamic issues, and Destiny's right, MAGA doesn't care, and most of the supporters of Trump don't care, and most Republicans at this point don't care because it's so overused that essentially if you overuse a phrase like this or these kinds of talking points too much, their effectiveness just basically gets destroyed.
So let's move from making America holy again to making America healthy again. I mean, Destiny, he's a divisive character. I've got to say about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., I'd heard all the stuff about him, but the first time I interviewed him, I was quite like combative with him. And I was pretty charmed by him and quite impressed by him, I've got to say. And I've interviewed him 4 or 5 times since, and I really don't think we've got the devil here at the head of the health system. We've got a guy who has a very curious mind, constantly asking questions, which probably need to be asked about the nation's health. He's also a fine figure of a guy for 70 who seems to practice what he preaches. Are you in favor or against him?
Absolutely against him. I think that there's this talking strategy that people like RFK do that drives me insane, and apparently it works for people like you, where somebody will say something that sounds on its face reasonable, but if you think about it for like 2 seconds, it's the dumbest thing ever. Like the idea of like, well, we need to be examining the safety of these pharmaceuticals. Like, we need to look at the data. And it's like, well, yeah, of course. How do you think these things get passed? Or who do you think all the research is for? Like, people like RFK will just say these things that sound good. Like, shouldn't we be doing research on long-term outcomes of, you know, XYZ drugs? It's like, yeah, we should be. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, we do that. Of course we do. The FDA has a pretty good track record, all considered.
Andrew?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that Kennedy's as fine a choice as anybody. It's not like these positions have been filled by people in the past who are incredible at them, not even on the progressive side, often moving into trans issues, trans healthcare, which was a big loser for progressives. I think
Dude, I did it again.
I don't see any problem with this guy getting
I cannot
there.
get. Oh my fucking god! This is such a shit fucking
really
car.
see any problem with them.
I hate that
moving
they do
into
this,
these
man.
various
This is like
agencies
such
trying to
artificial
do
difficulty
various
bullshit.
reforms. I don't even
Oh,
actually
just
see
give
why
the guy a bad
progressives would be
car.
upset by that. So Destiny
Okay,
might say,
guys.
well, there's things
Fantastic
that he says that are
gameplay.
already being done, so he's going to go in and be somewhat redundant. But it's like we already like those systems, and he's already going into new systems.
Some
I don't see why
two-ton
that would be a
garbage.
problem.
Right, I mean, and Destiny, what I would say is that always strikes me, if you ever see pictures from, say, Times Square or Trafalgar Square in London or Sydney or whatever it may be from the 20s, right? What's the one thing we all notice immediately if you think about it? There's no fat people. Well, there's no fat people, right? They just didn't seem to exist. Literally, they barely existed because people were far more mobile. They had far better diets to a large degree. And none of the processed crap had come into to ruin their lives. None of the sort of, television, internet stuff that makes people sit around all day. So, very different way of living. And it really strikes me, if you look at those pictures today to then, the world, particularly in the sort of developed world, like America, like large swathes of Europe, we've just got very fat and unhealthy. And if all that he achieves in his term as health secretary is getting Americans to really think about that more, wouldn't that be a good thing?
I mean, I feel like he can luck his way into a couple of okay positions, but the problem is going to be where he focuses. And the problem
this
is that
fucking car is such garbage, bro.
Whatever MAGA believes in, although it's hard to know at any point in time what MAGA believes in. But for instance, I think that probably the number one thing that you could do to increase the overall health of Americans would be to bring down our average weight. And the best way to do that probably would be to find ways to restrict the ultra-processed foods, the stuff that's like super high in sugar, whether that's through additional labeling or whether that's through taxes on ultra-processed food or sugar. Either of those, I think, would be tremendously in a good direction. However, both of those things are, an increase in taxes and an increase in bureaucracy. I don't know if MAGA is in favor of either of those things. If that was the sole focus of RFK, I would be more okay with it. But it's like this obsession with like fluoride in the water and red dye number 3 and the heavy metal microplastics in our ball sacks and everything else. And these things are very like, they're worth looking at, but they're on the peripheral, they're on the edge.
What if he's right? I mean, the reason I say what if he's right is, I remember through COVID, for example, all sorts of definitive statements from doctors and scientists, which often turned out to be complete baloney. You know, what if he's actually right about this stuff?
He can be right. So first of all, most of the statements that were said by the people on the other side were completely and totally incorrect relating to COVID and vaccines. There were no mass deaths, there were no mass injuries, vaccine injuries, there were no microchips planted in us, there were no permanent vaccine passports, there still isn't any proof that it was created in a laboratory, like all of those things that are not being correct. But insofar as him being right, I'm saying that like it might be the case that microplastics or red dye number whatever could be bad for us or could even be carcinogenic, maybe. But these are like 2%, 3% issues. Like 80% is if you could bring people's weight down on average by helping our diet, it would be so much more impactful. And I don't see how you do that without increasing the bureaucracy, because you have to be anti-capitalist a little bit. You got to start taxing certain things. You got to target certain types of foods in order to change people's food consumption habits.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, it's a fine line, isn't it, between being relentlessly critical of health institutions and accepted norms and science and so on, and getting to a place where, if you're not careful, public confidence in all of those bodies collapses, and then you start to have serious health issues.
Yeah, that's true, and this is part of the polarization in the United States. Destiny brings up this point. He says, well, these are kind of tangential issues, microplastics, things like this. The truth is, if we have states that have done restrictions...
Where we're going? Oh my god.
They've restricted sugar.
This fucking game is so fucking...
processed foods. It does very little to mitigate the problem. I'm reminded of an article I read not too long ago.
I swear, dude, the developers on this are
Japan,
so fucking retarded.
The Japanese don't have the same epidemic when it comes to obesity.
Oh, we don't know how to make this difficult. Oh, just give him a shit car that's 2 tons, give the other guy 500 kilograms that turns much better, and then make sure you can't see the fucking roads. Brilliant. Oh. I really want to go back to when people actually gave a fuck about their video games that they were making, dude. Missions like this make it obvious you don't give a fuck. You're just
that we
paycheck.
Here.
That's what you want.
The gal who was
no
there
passion.
during the article made a great point. She said she thought the kids there were trolling when they said their favorite food was broccoli, celery, things like this. But when it was investigated, it turns out they were taught that those are the good foods to eat, and nothing else is the good food to eat. So in other words, there's national propaganda around the idea of health and things.
That's what annoys me the most. Like, why am I in a shit car, right? The thing barely goes forward and it's really heavy. Meanwhile, he's in like some light buggy. What? That's already like a loss on my end, you know? And the difficulty is quite high for me, so you're not making it any easier. It's annoying. I don't mind a game that's difficult. I mind when you make it fake difficult.
Things like this. Instead of moving towards restrictions like Destiny's proposing, I would move more towards national propaganda, but progressives are very wary about moving towards propaganda. I don't know why. Even though, now, propaganda itself doesn't make a connotation. I'm just saying the word propaganda.
Look at him. What the fuck?
Right? Like a national campaign.
That's bullshit, right?
Very effective, the same way they do it there. What's not effective, though, is restrictions. That doesn't seem to do very much, at least it has not so far.
I also think parental responsibility has got to be massively reinforced generally. Right?
I was driving a perfectly good rally car, man. Like,
no, I agree.
This sucks.
You do actually, you know, like when I see some of the food that parents give their kids, not just in America, but we have it in the UK as well. We've got massive obesity problem. And it's like, where's the parental responsibility to stop shoving horrible...
Yeah, but then we have to look at other things progressives don't want to look at, like, okay, alternative family units, single motherhood, the intact family, things like this, which all feed into the idea of how kids are even nourished at home. Like, these are all interconnected things.
I mean, at least it's a fun little race.
So fun,
But it's just,
running a national campaign.
I wish I could do it in my car.
Fathers should stay in the home. That's good for the family. That's good for the kids' nourishment. Things like this. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's gonna suck.
That's why they tend to steer away from that type of public discourse, at least at the governmental level, even though for the health of the nation, probably would be quite good.
So Destiny, your sheer progressiveness is going to stop any solution being achieved.
I'm a deeply...
I almost see the fucking chopper. What the hell? Can you?
Attacking a particular front from a multitude of angles. I think that you can talk about what goes on in the household as well. However, I think that the culture, you know, writ large and what's available is also a really challenging thing to deal with. If you've had a kid and that kid has gone to school, the thing that makes that kid want something more than anything else isn't just something being available. It isn't just, you know, someone on the internet offering it. It's when other classmates have that thing. You know, as soon as you start hearing, hey, Bob or Jane, you know, their parents let them do that, or they have this thing in school, well, now all of a sudden you're competing against all of the other kids in class, and then these types of pressures when your kid is outside of your supervision are almost impossible to overcome.
Oh, don't need it.
One thing that
It'll
is
fuck me up.
I guess, is I feel like there was a big push to have kids eating healthier in schools a while ago, but everybody made fun of her for it. It was led by Michelle Obama when it came to making healthier foods.
Yeah, she was right. I agree.
Yeah, and it seems like Republicans lit her up like crazy for that. And I don't know. I think that, yeah, I mean, we can talk about healthier food in the household. We can talk about healthier food at schools. Like, I think that everybody should be on board with it because things like obesity, being overweight, is one of the worst things that you can do for your health.
This fucking game is so fucking retarded. Come on. You fucking piece of shit. Gun whore. Fuck.
To get people out doing exercise 3 times a week. And
like I
they've got a very
said,
young population,
fake
like
fucking
70%
difficulty.
under 35. And it's been very popular, you know, and as a result, more and more young people in Saudi are playing sport, for example, than not ever playing before. And that is
about physical education standards here. We have physical education standards set down by the government here for years, and those were rolled back due to the idea of fat shaming, due to the idea of kids can't do this,
which is all bullshit. I agree.
It's all bullshit. And the thing is, it's like that's what I'm talking about when we're talking about national campaigns for this. We can bring in.
Okay, that thing's actually slowed me down. Fuck them.
For those standards, starting at a young age, Destiny makes a good point. It is valid that if you're in school and you're a kid and the other kids have donuts, you're probably going to want a donut. Yeah. Eat your rocket, right? But there's an aspect of social shame that happens with patriotism and aspects of social campaigns and culture.
Oh, my landlord again.
Done from the top down. nations, including what you're talking about right now. Just something as basic as, okay, physical education, now we're going to actually start taking it seriously. You know, there's 2 hours of it a day instead of just 30 or 40 minutes of you throw dog.
Fucking shit, dude.
I think that these are very valid things that we should look at.
Yeah, I agree.
I want to throw that core, man.
Feminism. So Donald Trump has been lauded as the great new feminist.
No, we made it.
States. This comes from his executive order banning.
You could miss the checkpoints, right? So.
In women's sport. Let's take a look at it. Surrounded by
the first time.
grateful women and girls.
If you'd like to gather around me, I think I'm going to be okay. Come on. Secret Service is worried about them. If we have to worry about them, we have big problems. Okay.
I don't think I've ever seen a finer feminist, definitely.
I mean, this is like classic Republicans. Like Donald Trump tweets out at 4 a.m. that he's going to make the sun shine, and then at 6 a.m. the sun comes up and everybody worships him for it. I'm pretty sure, didn't the NCAA already roll back a lot of the trans participation
I fucked up again.
Sports, in the United States? And then I feel like we've already seen like the Olympics make moves against it. Like we've already seen like, I mean, in your country, in the United States, across the world, people have kind of like rolled back a little bit on a lot of the trans youth, especially the medication stuff.
Yeah, but you said the phrase there. When you say it's been a little bit and it's been piecemeal, sport by sport and age groups and so on. What Trump has done with one swoop of his pen is say no more of it at all, right?
Like it's impossible to take this jump without
trans athletes in women's sport. Period. Now, I personally think this is absolutely the right thing to do. I think it's become the new doping, where people who have an unfair advantage.
That was way harder than it should have been. Holy shit.
Removing women from women's teams in, say, the Olympics.
I'm never driving that thing again.
Actually beating up women, as we saw in the Paris Olympics, where somebody reportedly banned from the World Championships with male chromosomes literally beat up one female opponent so badly she quit after 40 seconds in the ring. So I do think this is a really important thing. Do you agree with him?
I don't think this is a very important thing. I don't even know if he can enforce this through executive order. Like, I don't know if this is going to be like some kind of Title IX challenge or whatever. I don't know what the courts are doing with this right now. It's just, I just don't think this is very relevant in the overall scheme of U.S. or world politics right now. I mean, people don't want women competing with trans women, especially at the college level and beyond. I don't really have a problem with that. I don't really have a problem with that. I don't know if these two groups of people should be competing with each other. This is like a blip on the grand scale of things, I think.
You know what's interesting, Andrew? I've talked to quite a few on the left since the
That's
election.
my car.
They've moved from the position before the election. I'm not saying Destiny was one of them. I can't remember, but you can clarify if you want, Destiny. But a lot of them are like, absolutely, trans women should be allowed to compete.
Hello.
Blah, 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 blah. And
New
Biden
drift
and
car,
Kamala Harris
baby.
supported this with actual policies, endorsing it. And now the position is, you know what, nobody cares.
And some money.
It's this thing, I don't
The money's
have
all
a-
right.
I don't have a view. And I think it's because, to their shock and horror, the single most effective political ad of modern times turned out to be that trans ad that Trump did, ending with Kamala's for they, them, Donald Trump's for you, but also including this issue of women's sports and women's safety.
Where do I do that again?
and the issue of putting, you know, I mean, as we had in England, in Scotland, actually, a male
Junk.
rapist who suddenly
More
identified as a woman
junk.
and got put in a women's prison. It cost the First Minister of Scotland their job. I think it's a big issue, far bigger than Democrats want to admit.
I like how this is
And
the
it's
rally
interesting
part of the game,
narrative
and it's
has
giving you
changed
like
from, we're all in favour to actually it's just a
that's
small
a
thing we don't
decor
care
type
about.
thing, right? It's not really
Yeah, this
rallying,
has been
and then
major
that's a
setback
it's a fucking
for,
sand buggy.
LGBTQ period. The trans issue has been the entry gateway for the one of the most brutal attacks against the left in modern times. And all you really have to do is just ask basic logistical questions like, okay, which prisons do they go to? You know what I mean? We were past bathrooms. We were into prisons, and can children get gender reassignment surgery, things like this. This has always been a very, very unpopular position for leftists, but they can't really back away from
Where am I
it
actually
because
going?
the T got attached to the LGB, right? So they could never really back away from it. They've had to kind of defend it tooth and nail. To Destiny's credit, he's always had a more nuanced position on this of I don't care, at least to my knowledge. But ultimately, this is not popular for them. It's never been popular for them. when you're talking about what Trump is doing with the gender binary, I somewhat disagree. Not that he, the thing I agree with is that he proposed at you know, a government top-down level. The United States only recognizes 2 genders. Now he means sex, male and female, right? That's what he's alluding to there. But I do think it actually was very punishing for feminists to have fought all those years for their sports teams and then have men just go in and kick the holy shit out of them, right? And so that actually...
I forgot where to do that, though.
Well, but I mean, it mobilized a lot of those feminists to move away from the left because they were like, wait a second, this actually wasn't the liberation we signed up for, right? We spent all this time fighting for this.
Fucking transits, man.
You can just basically put on a wig and go break all of our records. I mean, it's just a huge loser.
Hello.
I agree.
Oh my God, almost the fucking...
Destiny, I want to read you a quote from Andrew Wilson.
Yo, but that's a really nice
The
Porsche,
most disappointing
man.
thing about feminists is how made out of glass they are. With the slightest pushback, they break. They demand equality until you talk to them like you were.
That trick would have been fun.
Would you concur with him?
I mean, that's everybody in politics. I mean, everybody's a snowflake depending on what the issue you're talking about is. I don't think that it's ever been a huge issue on most of the left when it comes to trans stuff. I think there's a vocal minority on Twitter and in colleges that scream about it. I think it seems like it's a huge issue because Republicans wanted it to be a huge issue. Even that commercial you were talking about was quoting something that Kamala said in 2019. So it seemed like some huge, you know, ever-present issue. But I don't know. I guess I'm looking more towards like domestic policy, like things related to
I never picked up.
immigration or
Wow.
healthcare
Okay.
or what's happening right now in our executive branch or foreign policy. Like I thought the war in Ukraine was supposed to end on day 1. I didn't know that we were signing up to be owners of Greenland and the Gaza Strip and the Panama Canal. These things I think are more important, at least to me. But I don't know. Maybe some people are really powered by what Republicans think.
I don't know. You know, I got a 13-year-old daughter, and I got to say, if I was living in America, she was born there actually, but if I was living in America with a 13-year-old daughter who likes sport, I would be very exercised about this, and particularly if she had to share changing rooms with biological men who said, I'm now a woman.
Yeah, I think I'd be more worried about my daughter like dying in Texas, like trying to get a medical procedure done because I'm pretty sure there've been 3 deaths now so far in Texas of young women that are pregnant that can't have medical procedures done because the doctors have to be so careful when they're doing them that they can't accidentally abort a fetus because they'll be held liable for crimes. So I think these are things I'd be worried about more than trans athletes, which are
more than a woman potentially being killed in a boxing ring by a trans athlete.
How many times has this happened?
Well, it hasn't yet, but it will do if it carries on.
Exactly, but it already has happened with the abortion thing. So that's what I'm more worried about. Yeah.
Yeah, but children's gender reassignment surgery, that is something which has been
I don't even know what that
for a
is.
long time. That's one. And two, when you're talking about this issue, it's kind of revisionist history, right? Now suddenly the Democrats don't care, right? Oh, we you know, it was always a vocal minority. No, it really wasn't. These were very, very public fights going on at the national level, and the reason is because this was a moral question. We're talking about a moral question from the viewpoint of the Christian right, which most right-wingers are Christians. You're actually assaulting their religion. You're assaulting their idea of what moral grounding even is. So to them, it's a huge deal.
That was a lie.
Destiny, who has a completely different moral prism, it's really not a big
Go away.
deal, right? He doesn't really care.
What the fuck? Why is it?
But to
Is it
more
bug?
to the average person, at least to the
No,
average
okay.
right-wing
It's probably because I got like a couple.
Christian,
Yeah.
it's a huge deal. The assault of the moral foundation is something they're going to take issue with. It's going to be one of their top priorities. So to say that Democrats were not fighting tooth and nail on behalf of trans inclusiveness, including in sports and everything, it's just insane revisionism. Of course
Yeah, they absolutely were. I mean, I look at someone like J.K. Rowling, who got absolutely, destroyed by the woke brigade for standing up for women's rights.
Shortcuts.
Oh,
maybe not.
Heroic stance, but at the time, most women put their head understandably, put their head under the vicious parapet and didn't want to engage, and that left people like her out on their own, getting completely killed by people who profess to be the Be Kind lobby. And talking of which, I wanted to play you this, Destiny, because it really annoyed me. Not because it's a comedian making a joke, that's absolutely fine, nor that I want her banned or cancelled or any of those things. Just about the blatant hypocrisy of what we're about to hear. This is Chelsea Handler talking about Melania Trump.
I am your DEI host, Chelsea Handler.
She's white and blonde.
It was a huge year for biopics.
DEI
The Complete
my ass.
Unknown about Bob Dylan,
Whoa.
Maria, about Maria Callas. And Nora, about Melania Trump.
Oh, fuck.
And Destiny, what she's doing there is calling the First Lady a hooker, okay? She's perfectly entitled to say that. But she would never have done that joke, and nor would any comedian have ever done that joke about a Democrat First Lady at an award ceremony. Ever. So my question is, are the Democrats, again, is it one rule for them, one rule for everybody else? And before you do the Republicans do other stuff, I know these. And it just seems to me she would never have done that. And nor would any comedian if it was a Democrat First Lady.
I so don't care. I mean, like, what is the question? Was the joke too mean, or would she not have done it towards a Democrat? She probably wouldn't have done it towards a Democrat because those types of people all tend to lean left. That'd be my guess, right? The same way that if it was any right-leaning comedians, they're probably not going to go super hard on anybody on the right. I mean, that's pretty obvious. You're asking if it's a mean joke. I mean, yeah, it's a mean joke. Lots of people tell mean jokes. I don't know what kind of...
No, it's not about the mean joke. Well, I think it's not really a joke. It's just calling the First Lady a hooker is just vile.
Okay, the majority of I hear a ton of conservatives right now that say that Michelle Obama and the wife of the French Macron are trans. Like, I'm pretty sure that's Candace Owens. She said I would stake my entire career on Macron's wife being
She's
trans.
getting sued for that now. Hilarious.
Sure, I see a lot of jokes about the Michelle Obama stuff being trans, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, the Michelle Obama dick jokes are...
Candace Owens is such an idiot.
Right, I've seen those. You've seen those. And some of them are kind of funny. But the point is that with Chelsea Handler here, they're one of the most promiscuous women in Hollywood calling someone else a hooker. Is,
right.
By the way, hilarious. And also, you're talking about an entire party who is pro-sex worker, pro-prostitution, pro-OnlyFans, does everything it can possibly do in order to enable those things. And then at the same time, they're like, oh, I can't believe the First Lady's a hooker. It's like, if it was anybody else who wasn't a Republican, they would probably glorify it. They'd be like, finally, our first prostitute First Lady. Like,
why are they racist?
I don't even understand why, the depths of the hypocrisy here.
This is the rally DLC, right? I'm so confused.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Well, I think the joke has more to do with pointing out, I think, the hypocrisy on the other side. For instance, if you make a joke about, like, I don't know if we're allowed, like, for Steven Crowder being gay, that's a common joke that people on the left make. I don't think the joke is, haha, you're gay, so that's bad. I think the joke is more, you hate this thing and you are this thing, which my guess is going to be, I didn't see her whole performance. I don't even know the movie roast she was making, but that's probably the joke is that you guys hate prostitutes and you are a prostitute. You hate gay people, you are gay.
No, that wasn't the joke. That wasn't the joke. She's just basically calling Melania Trump a hooker because she wants to imply she's actually a hooker. And I think the point I'm making is not that she's not entitled to do what I think is a crap joke. She's a comedian. It's the fact that you would never ever see at an award ceremony in America, I can ever remember, any comedian, right or left, make that kind of remark about a Democrat First Lady, the current First Lady, from a stage televised at an award show. That's the distinction.
I haven't seen every award show, but like, didn't Stephen Fry do a couple of really brutal award shows where he was like throwing it out to almost everybody? Am I making this up, dude?
Well, he's English.
Hard right.
Okay.
Hard left.
Let's move on.
You guys got away with that, huh? Okay.
No, I don't do that. I just don't think any of them have ever called a First Lady a hooker. It just seems to me, I don't know. It's all about crossing a line in comedy and all that. If you do it down the comedy store, you can do what you like. If you're on Twitter or X now, if you want to do things, okay, fine. I'm not going to say you should be
I thought we learned when that guy made the island of floating trash Puerto Rico joke. I thought we learned there were no lines anymore. Why are we crying about her making this joke now?
Well, no, because the left went completely nuts. They thought he did cross a line.
Well, now we've learned.
They did go crazy about it.
Now you can just joke about anything, I guess, right?
Well, you should have a joke about it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we can also joke about her being, one of the most promiscuous women in Hollywood, and that she's speaking out of both sides of her mouth here because she's been a big-time supporter of sex workers, and now suddenly,
I think that's a really good point.
She's a hooker. It's like, what are you talking about?
That's a very good point that she used it as a slur, having professed to be the complete opposite about sex work. Very good point.
God damn it.
Talking of stinking hypocrites and vile people, let's come to Kanye West, who started the week parading his wife, Bianca Censori, naked on the Grammys red carpet. Looking at these images now, it was a deliberate derobing. Whatever. I mean, obviously any woman can do that. I think it's all a bit cheap and embarrassing and pathetic, and I certainly wouldn't want to be doing that with my wife on a red carpet. What was far more serious to me was what then followed, which was literally just a bombardment of horrifically anti-Semitic, racist comments, and then some pornography that he began flying out. One of his posts, sometimes you have to do it like the Pharaohs, make your Jews work for you, and watch them as close as you can, whip your Jews. What was interesting to me, Destiny, was ultimately Elon Musk, I messaged him directly on X publicly and said, you're going to keep letting this guy do it. He's breaking every single rule that X has about this kind of stuff. So the normal rules weren't applying to him. And he was doing it to 32 million people. So from the free speech argument is one thing. Actually, the X in-house rule is another one that wasn't applied. There seemed to be one rule for him, one rule for everybody else. But secondly, it was clearly, in my opinion, when you start talking about making Jews your slaves and whip them, you are actually now committing a crime, inciting actual violence against a group of people. That is a crime. It's not protected by the First Amendment. But what was interesting was Elon Musk only intervened and shut down the account for the NSFW pornography, which was completely legal. So, you know, inciting people to violence against Jewish people was not considered to cross a line, but actually posting legal pornography was. I thought that was an interesting contradiction. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like Kanye West to me, it seems pretty sad because I feel like it's pretty obvious he has mental issues relating to, what is he, bipolar or whatever, so I don't know if he has these manic phases where he just starts going crazy, and I don't know if he either surrounds himself with yes men and fires everybody else, or if there's just a bunch of people like the Candaces in the world who are just around him to take advantage of him, but I mean, clearly he has these mentally unhinged moments. I'm sure him being as famous and as wealthy and as successful as he is probably doesn't help with that mania. As for rule enforcement on X, I mean, there's a million things that could be said about that. People have had a lot of complaints about Elon coming on. Obviously, a lot of people from the left feel like the platform has gotten a lot more hateful. A lot of people have said that the platform's gotten a lot more spammy. There's a lot more bot activity and everything. Some people on the right over the H-1B fiasco were upset that Elon's going to be banning people who previously would have been okay because of their political / racial stances, I guess, or whatever. So, yeah, it seems like Elon's been having a little bit of trouble getting a handle on how he exactly wants to present X's moderation to the world.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, I interviewed Kanye West a year and a half ago. He denied having any mental illness, certainly denied having any treatment for mental illness. And a lot of Jewish people in particular think it's just an excuse, that he just actually is a massive attention seeker. It was the Grammys. He's no longer a kind of, you know, superstar rapper in people's eyes. He's become this pretty unpleasant troll. And that he was doing all this to suck attention away from the Super Bowl, the Grammys, and so on. What do you think? Where's the truth about Kanye West, do you think?
I mean, he's done this before. I mean, he had a meme presidential campaign, right?
Yeah.
A total meme, ultimately. Some people took it seriously. Most people in the mainstream most certainly did not take it seriously. And yes, it's attention-seeking behavior. Stripping, first of all, this is not the first time this has happened. Remember that that his wife also was in controversy because she had a cross on her buttocks, you know, her naked buttocks, and then now she is at the Grammys, and what happens? He literally takes her clothes off, disrobes her. Humiliating, by the way, absolutely humiliating. I felt ashamed on her behalf. I hate saying that, right? But I just couldn't believe it, right? The disrespect towards your wife, that's to me in many ways unconscionable. When it comes to the X thing, though, the freedom of speech, what we're talking about here is this line in freedom of speech, which you're right, Elon Musk has not figured this out yet because it's not really possible to figure out. Is it okay, and this is what Kanye West is trying to say, is it okay to post as much, you know, swastikas and I heart Hitlers and, you know, everything else on this as I want, and if it's not, why isn't it? Why can't I?
I agree.
I thought this was about freedom of speech.
He was
he's pushing the number, and that drives attention to that account. And in many ways, it could have been a tactical move by Musk to say, well, you know, maybe taking that down is not going to look good on me. And so when the time came when porn came up, he pushed it a little further, right? Okay, they're not banning my account. He's actually letting this go. How do we push the number a little bit further? Then he moves over to, okay, let's post hardcore porn. And then finally Elon Musk says, okay, enough. You know, I tried to do the best I can. So he's trying to find, Musk is trying to find this line. Connie is purposely pushing line so that he can test the limits of Musk and this free speech on X and try to point out hypocrisy, this kind of thing. But yes, I agree, it's for attention in a big way. I don't think anybody would disagree with that, even his supporters.
Yeah. Let's turn to the Trump-Elon Oval Office presser. We've got a sort of this.
Some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly to correct any mistake. I'm not sure we should be sending $50 million into Congress anywhere, frankly. I'm not sure that's something Americans would be really excited about. And that is really an enormous number of condoms, if you think about it.
Destiny, what did you make of that? Obviously, it's very unusual. You've got the richest man in America standing next to the President of the United States in the Oval Office by the resolution.
It didn't last long, did it?
Kid with him, who's picking his nose. It's all a bit random and weird and surreal. However, I did watch it all, and I kept thinking to myself, if I was an average American watching this, hearing what Elon Musk is doing to federal overspending, I'd be cheering him on. I'd be all in favor of this.
Yeah, unfortunately, the average American, I guess, or the average person has no idea how government works or functions, and I guess weird and surreal is just the way to describe now, or illegal, I guess, is the way to describe that this administration has decided to address programs that they don't like. If you want to cut down on waste, fraud, and abuse, I don't think anybody would necessarily have a problem with it, but they keep saying waste, fraud, and abuse when what they mean is programs that I don't like, and they've already taken several almost certainly illegal actions in trying to basically unilaterally dismantle organizations like USAID that have been independently authorized by Congress that the president doesn't have the ability to do, to dismantle unilaterally. And now you've seen TROs coming out from the judiciary that's telling him, hey, you have to stop. There was the one in the federal spending freeze that not only was a TRO issue telling you that you have to stop freezing these funds, now another judge has said you are violating the TRO, you need to stop this immediately. So I guess if you don't care about the legality or the process and procedure or anything having to do with the structure of government, I guess it's a cool thing, but if you care about like following the law or the rules or maintaining your government, then I think it would probably be a horrific thing. But
Andrew?
Yeah, you got this idea. I've heard Destiny kind of talk about this before. When he's saying, okay, these are illegal actions, possibly the court's not going to be able to catch up with these illegal actions. And so Trump is just going to basically continue with what he's considering to be illegal actions. Thing is like, people forget about things like jury nullification. Like the idea that you can have laws, and even if you're the enforcer of the laws, in this case, the executive branch, you don't actually have to enforce these things. There's no, you're put there for a reason, just like a jury can nullify a law by saying, even though the law says you're guilty, I can still come back with a not guilty verdict. What's happening here is we don't even know what the waste, fraud, and abuse is. And so there's an audit going on, and this is exactly what Musk is doing. They're trying to audit this and get it in front of the attention of the American people to say, look, we don't want condoms for the Taliban. That was 50. Promotion of atheism in Nepal for 500,000. French LGBTQ programs in West and Central Africa for $1 million, right? I mean, the list goes on and on and on. $200 million 20 days in. I think that the American people do deserve to know that, and I don't think that they would, that this would be front and center or a thing we would be focusing on absent this audit. And I think that more of these government agencies should be audited. Now, Destiny can he can say, well, technically, due to the rule of law, we have judges who are making these impositions and this. It's like, yeah, that's fine, but that's all part of the process, too. It's all part of the process of law. The process of law is playing out exactly like it should. Judges are supposed to create injunctions if something illegal is going on, et cetera, et cetera. There's nothing wrong, though, with auditing these places, and for the spirit of transparency,
that's a weird section coming up.
Just piss for no good reason. Like they go, oh, Musk is collecting all these people's information. It's like unelected officials at the DMV are collecting my information. Unelected officials at the Social Security office are collecting my information. Like so many government offices collect my information by people who I definitely didn't elect, and neither did Destiny. They're totally fine with that. But for some reason, with these guys, no, that's too much.
That's a good point.
I mean, the reason
That's a good point.
The reason why is because these things have been authorized by law. There's a process and procedure there. The Social Security Administration was created by Congress. There is a process and procedure by which they collect data, and they have a process and procedure by which they store data who's allowed to access it. Elon Musk is definitionally an unelected bureaucrat who is now part of a shadow government who is going from agency to agency, cutting whatever he decides is necessary. In terms of there being transparency, all of this stuff was already publicly available. They've literally shuttered the USAID offices. What do you mean? They've literally shuttered them payments from the Treasury. Shuttered them, and they shuttered them, and they created a mass recall saying all the employees needed to come home, which was stopped by a TRO, by a judge. And now a lot of these programs, there was just recently a report by the head of the Treasury guy, who now is fired, who was saying that there's a whole bunch of food and stuff that we've shipped to other countries. It's just going to spoil because now we've cut off funding and money for it. All of these things have just been unilaterally cut by Elon Musk and Trump without any authorization from Congress, despite the fact that Congress was the one that authorized the funds for these programs and authorized these offices and agencies. If you want to remove all of these things, that's fine. If you don't want $500,000 being spent for trans ballets in Nepal for atheists or whatever, that's fine. If you don't want.
Thanks so much for hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow. You know it.